Chapter 1039. At first, the people in the restaurant were a little afraid of the young man with the saber. However, when he got up, he did not seem to be angry. He just foolishly held the pipa and stood beside the storyteller. Naturally, they thought of him as an embroidered pillow who wanted to save the beauty but did not have the strength to pull out his saber. Such a timid young man from a rich family was rare in Bailiang. Most of the soldiers who threw money at him had some family background. Otherwise, they would not have dared to come to the restaurant to drink, eat, and listen to storytellers while they were on duty. Moreover, they were the soldiers in charge of monitoring whether the young man broke the law. It could be said that if the young man dared to pull out his saber, they could capture him, whip him dozens of times and throw him into prison. Without 200 or 300 taels of silver, they would not be able to get him out. Yu, who was hugging the pipa, raised her head to look at the young master whose eyes were unfocused. Even though his appearance had changed, she was certain that he was him, the young master who had traveled the northern Mang and sat at the same table as her grandfather. After an unknown amount of time, the self-proclaimed northern Liang king seemed to wake up. His lifeless eyes regained their luster, and he turned his back to her. Su Fengyan said calmly to Su Yambing, who looked relieved, "Guard the door. Huang Fushi will be here soon." The woman with her hair tied up called out 6 dharma forms but still could not stop the celestial being from traveling. Her expression was strange, as if she had met this man for the first time. Su Yambing wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything. He walked to the door of the restaurant and closed his eyes to concentrate. Some customers sensed that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. However, they were knocked out before they could get close to the door. Su Fengyan slowly walked to the tables of soldiers who had stood up. His fingers pressed on a Bailiang saber that he had untied from his waist and placed on the table. The Yuzhou cavalryman who was supposed to be in charge of the young men in the city could not take the saber away. The dozen soldiers were led by a burly captain. He had good eyesight and knew that he had encountered a difficult person. However, he did not show weakness and said in a low voice, "Young master, I am Huang Yi from the Huang family of Iha County. You should think about it yourself. If you and I each take a step back today, I can still treat you as a brother. You can walk out of this restaurant and drink in Iha County. I guarantee that you won't have to spend a single copper coin." Su Fengyan said expressionlessly, "You can say this to Huang Fushi later." The head military officer from Iha County was greatly shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a rush of horse hooves coming from outside the restaurant. Listening to the horses, this was the ability that all old soldiers should have. Although this head military officer was domineering, he was not careless in his battle formation and martial arts. Even if the Yuzhou soldiers were a level lower than the border soldiers, they were still much stronger than the Lingzhou soldiers. The captain gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. "The Yuzhou general is a high official. However, my father had followed Great General Yan for many years. He is not someone that Huang Fushi can offend." Su Yambing allowed Huang Fushi, who was wearing the uniform of a general without any armor, to walk into the restaurant. This was the second time he had seen the Bailiang king today. He did not say anything, prostrating himself on the ground and kowtowing. Su Fengyan raised the ordinary Bailiang blade. Ignoring the restaurant full of shocked customers, he walked in front of Huang Fushi and asked, "I will only ask you one thing. Do you know about the restaurant?" Huang Fushi lay on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "The official residence is only 3.5 streets away from here. I have heard about it. However, as the Yuzhou general, I only dare to manage the military affairs of a province. I do not dare to cross the border and interfere with the government affairs of a province." Su Fengyan smiled, "You are truly a competent general who abides by your duties. This king can't be worried about handing the military power of Yuzhou to you." The Yuzhou general, who was of primary 3rd rank and had power that could not be any more powerful, lay on the ground without daring to breathe loudly. Su Fengyan extended a leg and directly stepped on Huang Fushi's head that was pressed against the cold ground. With a bang, the nearby spectators all saw blood flow out from where the Yuzhou general's face touched the ground. However, this general who had once appeared on the stage at the great reading of the gourd in early spring still did not move. Su Fengyan looked coldly at the back of Huang Fushi's head and muttered to himself, "I have given you power. Since you do not dare to offend people, this king can do it himself." Su Fengyan suddenly extended an arm. Before Huang Yi, the commandant who did not have the time to kowtow to the king of Bailiang, his robust body was involuntarily pulled forward and he stumbled. The Bailiang blade was unsheathed and a head appeared on the ground. Su Fengyan casually pushed away the headless corpse that was falling forward. Those soldiers who knew that they had encountered the new king of Bailiang did not dare to draw their blades against him even if they were beaten to death. The status of the king of Bailiang was enough to make them not dare to move. Moreover, the king of Bailiang, who had secretly visited the capital of Yuzhou in disguise, was said to be a top expert who had personally slaughtered the fifth raccoon of Mount Bubang. Their family background was not as good as that of Huang Yi, so they did not have any life-saving talismans. Therefore they could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Su Fengyin raised the Bailiang blade. The blade was as bright as a mirror. Although it had not yet been replaced with the sixth-generation cold blade nicknamed Great Grandson, it was still worthy of being called the sharpest war blade in the world. As Su Fengyin's 2 fingers swiped across, the heads of those kneeling soldiers fell to the ground one by one. Including Huang Yi, who was the first to suffer, the 16 soldiers were all dead. Su Fengyin sheathed the cold blade in his hand and tossed it to Huang Fujin's side. In passing he said, "You can continue to kneel." Then he said to Su Yambing, "Call in Yozhou's Deputy General Lu Dian." A young and strong general quickly walked into the restaurant and knelt near Huang Fujin. He did not dare to look at the dismembered corpses on the ground, nor did he dare to look at the crowd of kneeling customers. He only heard the king of Bailiang casually say, "Everyone in the restaurant has their property confiscated. As long as they have an official position, immediately drag them out and kill them. Have someone hang these corpses on the screen wall of the general's residence in Yuzhou. Spread the word that this king is sitting in the general's residence. If anyone wants to see this king, regardless of whether they want to collect the corpses or plead for mercy, the general's residence will not stop them." Su Fengyin walked over and took Aryu's hand as they walked out of the restaurant. The woman hugged the Pipa, dejected and speechless. They sat in the carriage and slowly drove toward the Yuzhou general's residence. Su Fengyin sat upright and still. He did not look at the woman and only said softly, "It's not worth it to tell stories for me. Just now, I went on an out-of-body spiritual journey because I wanted to know if it was worth it for you and your granddaughter to put in your life in the chastity of a woman, or if it was worth it to speak for Bailiang. I went to many places but the answer was no. It wasn't until the last place where I saw a family of Bailiang commoners who knew nothing about the world and only knew how to work hard that I realized many things were not worth it. I've already let you down, so I can't let down those good commoners as well. Aryu, I don't dare to have extravagant hopes that you'll ask me for something in return to make me feel more at ease. I just want to promise you and your dead grandpa that I'll definitely defend the border to the death. As long as I'm alive, Bailiang commoners like you will have another day of peace. Just one more day is good." The woman who had suffered a bitter fate without any complaints or grievances smiled sweetly. She raised her head and looked at the side of his face. She was about to respectfully call him the king of Bailiang, but she immediately stopped. She shook her head and said softly, "Young Master Su, you don't owe us anything. My grandpa said that you're a good person and I think so too. Aryu believes that my grandpa will not feel any regrets in the afterlife. I won't go to the general's residence. Let me get off the carriage." Su Fengyin turned to look at the young woman. Her smile was very clean and her eyes were clear. She covered her mouth and laughed softly, "Young Master Su, have you forgotten? Aryu only knows how to tell stories for people." The carriage stopped and the young woman jumped off. After walking for some distance, she turned around and hugged her Pipa. She bent her knees slightly in the direction of the carriage and gave a salute. Hehe girl, who had been jumping from roof to roof nearby, squatted down on the roof tiles. She carried the dried sunflower that was unwilling to leave her side and remained silent. The 6-pearl bodhisattva waited for the young woman to leave before entering the carriage. He sat opposite the king of Bailiang. The latter clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He said in a low voice, "Get out." The female immortal master from Mount Lantua did not get angry. Instead she said calmly, "Freedom is a small thing but there's still greater freedom to seek." Su Fengyin raised his head and sneered, "F***ck your greater freedom." Chapter 1040. Soon after, a series of mutiny occurred outside of Iha city. Deputy General Lu Dian led 1,000 elite soldiers to kill until his hands were limp. In the end he could not even bear to raise his blade. It was a spear-wielding man who was extremely unfamiliar to Yuzhou who took his place. Soon after, the 2 captains of Yuzhou were on the verge of rebelling and had to leave their camp to demonstrate in the capital of Yuzhou. Huang Fujin's personal soldiers had no choice but to increase from 1,000 to 3,000. They continued to fight amongst themselves and there was no suspense in the outcome. The heads of the 2 captains were hung on the city walls of Iha city. More than half of the Iha River nobles either knelt on the streets outside of the general's residence to force the emperor to abdicate, or fled out of the city and allied with their in-laws and nobles outside the city, using various methods to forcefully pressure that person. Without exception, All of the nobles within the city were stripped of their official positions, all of their belongings confiscated and sent to the army. It was to the point that there were even people from the personal camp of Huang Fujin and Lidian that had defected. At the end of the spring of the first year of Xiangfu, this great upheaval from top to bottom of Yuzhou showed no signs of subsiding. Because of the self-righteous and violent retaliation of Yuzhou's military and government, it actually attracted the 8,000 great snow dragon cavalry of Liangzhou. They penetrated deep into the heart of Yuzhou. In addition, the 3,000 personal soldiers that Wang Ji of Lingzhou had recently added were all mobilized, heading straight for the border of Yuzhou. Not to mention the Tongmen Pass captain Xan Ma, who had never left his seclusion, also led 6,000 elite cavalry out. Apart from this, Beiliang Protector General Chu Lushan personally mobilized troops, ordering Ning Yimei to lead half of the Iron Stupa heavy cavalry and 2,000 white feather crossbow cavalry to set up camp on the west side of Yuzhou, eyeing covetously like a tiger watching its prey. If one said that Huaihua Great General Zhong Hongwu was once the shadow master of more than half of Lingzhou, then Yuzhou, from the border army to the army within its borders, could be considered the personal bodyguards of Great General Yan Wenwan. Yuzhou, which was said to have 800 general families, the vast majority could be considered the disciples and grand disciples of this old general. Their increasingly fierce resistance finally made an old man overseeing the border unable to sit still. However, he did not muster a large force to lead troops south. Instead, he traveled lightly and noiselessly to Iha city of Yuzhou. The carriage stopped outside the city. The old man, who was blind in one eye, walked alone into the city. Walking on the streets brimming with killing intent, the old man walked all the way to the residence of the general reeking of blood. The old man originally thought that the young madman would arrogantly refuse to meet him, or even cleanly capture him, the commander of the Beiliang infantry army, or at the very least, hang him out in the cold for several days and nights before letting him in. However, the old man guessed wrong. The young man was sitting alone on the steps outside the residence, as if he had been waiting for him all this time. After Ren Tu's death, the old general, whose prestige in the Beiliang army was unparalleled, questioned, "Su Fengyan." "What?" Su Fengyan folded his hands in his sleeves, not looking at Yan Wenwan, who had wanted Su Xiao to ascend to the throne. Gazing at the end of the street, he calmly said, "In the past, I heard a saying that Lingzhou's surname is Zhong, Yozhou's surname is Yan, and only Liangzhou's surname is Su. Su Xiao never took it to heart. I know this. You Yan Wenwan know this, but Zhong Hongwu might not know this. This is because when Zhong Hongwu heard that the court not only intended to cultivate his son, Zhong Qingxin, but also made him a great general, and that as long as West Chu rose up in rebellion, Zhao Shi promised him that he could lead troops for the Duke of Huainan Zhao Ying, to take a share of the spoils, so he began to fan the flames in Yuzhou, wanting to drag you down with him so that he could take advantage of the chaos to escape from Beiliang. These days I had the falcons keep an eye on you, but you never made a move. In the end you only entered Iha city alone." The old general angrily said, "Even the great general can live his life without rebelling against Liang, so naturally, I will live my life without rebelling against Beiliang. What kind of dog is that Zhong Hongwu? How can he be mentioned in the same breath as me? You Su Fengyan are so impatient that you want me Yan Wenwan to pack up and scram from the border so that your trusted aide can occupy my position. Do you really think that Yan Wenwan is hogging the position of infantry commander and not retreating because he is greedy for power? Do you Su Fengyan really think that this position is something that anyone can sit on? That anyone can sit on it steadily? If not for the fact that I respect you Su Fengyan, for having the guts to not accept that bullshit imperial edict and finally doing something that did not disgrace the great general, I would have already led 100,000 troops to the south. At that time the cavalry and infantry would be divided. What kind of king of Beiliang are you? What will you use to resist the restless Beimang iron cavalry?" Su Fengyan smiled, "I know that the old general will not do that." The old general was so angry he almost wanted to act and slap this cunning brat to death. Su Fengyan patted the steps beside him and indicated for the old general to sit down and chat. Yan Wenwan snorted coldly. Su Fengyan did not insist and continued, "My master and Bai Yan have fought for the latter half of their lives. Does the old general know what my master admires the most about Zhang Julu?" When Li Yishan was mentioned, Yan Wenwan's emotions calmed slightly. In the entire world, Li Yishan was the most worthy of Beiliang. While Yan Wenwan was the backbone of Yang Kai Zhao Changling's faction, she did not show any disrespect to Li Yishan, who did not work together due to their different paths. Su Fengyan said softly, "It is not that Zhang Julu made the Zhao family prosper as old general imagined. It is not that he held the power of the court alone, but before he rose to power, he moved his parents and family to Great Peace City. He did not give anyone a chance to criticize Jianghu. Because this Grand Secretary knew back then that as long as he became the head of the officials in the world, no matter how clean he was, he still had his family, relatives, and children. Once the two sides were thousands of miles apart, there would be people who would use his name to do whatever they wanted. Even if everyone in the court could only criticize silently and not accuse him, the spirit that supported Jianghu's rule of the world would weaken. So this is what my master admires the most about Jianghu. Looking back at our Bailiang, Su Xiao, my master did not expect all of you to have the breadth of mind and vision of Jianghu. Before Su Xiao died, he was still worried and told me to have a tolerant heart, to tolerate other people making mistakes. In the past I did this. In the Lingzhou officialdom, I endured and did not kill anyone, not one. Yan Wenwan's expression was still gloomy, but it was a bit better than before. Su Fengyan continued, minding his own business, but I realized that Su Xiao was not wrong, but he was not completely right. The Bailiang under our feet belongs to the Su family in name, but in the end, it belongs to the people of Bailiang. I, Su Fengyan, actually do not mind how you disregard the law and discipline. As long as you fight for my Su family on the battlefield, it is enough. I can be the king of Bailiang with a clear conscience. Who knows, I might even be able to leave my name in the annals of history. Not to mention the official history, perhaps there will be a few good words in unofficial history. Everyone says that since I put my head on my belt to conquer the world, then I deserve to rule the world. I, Su Fengyan, did not say that you should not enjoy life. But enjoying life is not wrong, right? Cherishing life is not a bad thing, right? Old General, why don't you and I just treat it as speaking with conscience to Su Xiao? Yuzhou, Lingzhou, and Liangzhou, how many of these generals treat the common people as human beings? I did not stay behind closed doors at Mount Qingliang and make sarcastic remarks. Instead, I personally walked around Yuzhou and only then did I walk step by step to Yihe City. In truth, I would like to say to all the officials of the Northern Liang Path, whether you relied on your own abilities to become an official, or relied on your parents' contributions to become an official. If you want to enjoy life, then go ahead and enjoy it. Don't harm others too much. However, these words cannot be made known to the public. Moreover, even if I said these words to Zhong Hongwu with all my sincerity, he would only think that it was an unfunny joke. What could I do? He sought his own death, so I could only let him die. Oh, that's right. The one who reported Zhong Hongwu was none other than the county chief of Longqing County, his son Zhong Qingxin. Yan Wenwan's expression was uncertain. Su Fengyan gazed into the distance and bit his lip. Not being able to manage Yuzhou well is Huang Fuxi's fault, as well as your fault, old general. Of course, if we are unable to defend Bailiang in the future, in the end, it is still my fault. The old man hesitated for a moment, then walked up the steps and sat down a few steps below Su Fengyan's feet. Su Fengyan suddenly smiled and said, I heard Su Xiao say that back then, old general dreamed of riding a horse, just like how you entered the imperial city of Northern Han, swaggering into the imperial palace of Great Peace City. The old man with his back to the king of Bailiang cracked his lips into a soundless smile. Su Fengyan said softly, Old general, you can forget about this. However, a few days ago, I entered an out-of-body state and traveled to the imperial palace of Beimang. That place is not much inferior to Great Peace City. Old general, why don't you take a step back and settle for the next best thing? Let's strive to ride a horse there and raise the whip? Yan Wenwan turned his head and asked, Truly? Su Fengyan replied with a smile, I only have this thought. As for whether or not I have the ability, old general, do you truly believe that I can do it alone? Yan Wenwan stared blankly for a moment. He lowered his head and cursed, Motherfucker, he's just like the great general when he was young. Back then, he lied to me and said that as long as I followed him, I would be able to ride a horse until my butt was polished clean. This old man really foolishly took the bait. Yan Wenwan paused for a long time and then raised his head to look at the sky. He murmured, But the great general did not lie to me, did he? The old man retracted his gaze and suddenly stood up. He said gravely, If that day really comes, even if I, Yan Wenwan, am too old to ride a warhorse, I hope that the king of Bailiang can have someone carry me there. If I am already dead, since the king of Bailiang has agreed to carry the coffin for that old soldier of the fish drum camp, Xu Yongguan, then you would not mind carrying the coffin for Yan Wenwan once, right? Su Fengyan also stood up and said calmly, Su Fengyan thanks old General Yan. The old man walked down the steps and turned around to face Su Fengyan. He raised his hands and shouted, Cavalry of the fish drum camp, Yan Wenwan, Xu Yongguan and his comrade, greet the king of Bailiang. The old man then turned and left. He left the Yi River Yuzhou and headed for the border. Su Fengyan sat back down on the steps and rubbed his cheeks. Su Yanbing, who was beside him, said emotionally, "At the Battle of the Western Wall, the fish drum camp only had 16 men left. Even I did not know that Yan Wenwan was one of them." Su Fengyan nodded and said, "Su Xiao did not mention it." Su Yanbing said, "Beimeng, why don't you count me in?" Su Fengyan laughed and said, "It is not like we are snatching a wife. What is there to snatch?" Su Yanbing dismissed it with a laugh. He sat down near the king of Bailiang. His eyes were firm as he said slowly, "Don't worry. With you here, Bailiang will have more than 300,000 cavalry." The two of them were silent for a long time. The girl had unknowingly sat behind Su Fengyan, and for some reason, the stalk of the sunflower that had been following him like a shadow had disappeared. She rested her chin on her hands and quietly watched his back. Bailiang has millions of households. How many of them are wrapped in iron clothes and withered bones? Su Yanbing began to clap his knees and sing. He was full of passion. Which young man did not envy the green-robed man who walked the Jianghu with a sword? Which young man did not want to fight for fame in the yellow sands? Good man, do not say that the heroes of the world have fallen into your trap. Little lady, don't hide your feelings of adoration deep in your stomach. Come, 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 let's see who is beating the beauty drum. Come, 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 let's see who is the butcher of the Yang realm. Come, 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 let's see who will fight for the throne with me. #fight for the throne. Chapter 1041. 3 chapters, 17,000 words. The next chapter will be around noon. The spring rain in Great Peace City had just stopped, and the entire capital seemed to have become much cleaner. No matter how noisy the court was, that was the business of the officials. The common people had to eat and sleep, and most of them had to obediently live their days of waking up early and sleeping late. However, there were some who had nothing to do. However, these people who had been belittled as playboys were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Those who had the ability to play with courtesans were the first class. Those who played with famous horses and antiques were the second class. Those who were slightly worse off would go play with handmade walnuts. At the very least, they would get a few fish and insects to keep up appearances. However, there was a young man who lived in a shabby alley in the southwest corner of the capital. He was completely out of class. However, since he lived in an alley where the common people lived, it would be strange if he could play with good things. If he wasn't reincarnated well, then he had to accept his fate, right? This young man was like the other common people in the capital with the surname Zhang. He had been given one of the most famous surnames in Liyang, but he couldn't have any great prospects. He didn't do any proper business all day. Other than borrowing money and drinking with women, he only knew how to wander around aimlessly with a pigeon whistle. He couldn't even afford to raise a decent pigeon. If this was in Great Peace City, it would be called that you had to pay attention to the poor even if your face was swollen. Even the poor people who didn't pay attention to anything were disdainful. Zhang Bianguan was this kind of prodigal that everyone looked down on. In the eyes of the neighbors, this guy was lucky that he had accumulated some good fortune in an unknown lifetime to be able to marry a beautiful wife. Zhang Bianguan never knew how to be content. He still refused to stay at home and roll in the sheets with his wife. He only knew how to run outside every day, leaving early and returning late, going out empty-handed and returning home empty-handed. As time went on, even the kind-hearted old neighbors gradually became too lazy to pay attention to him. Not long ago, Zhang Bianguan seemed to have been beaten by someone. His nose was badly bruised and his face was swollen. It had only gone down in the past few days, but he was still laughing and joking around. He greeted everyone he met with a smile, calling uncle and aunt attentively, not caring if other people paid attention to him or not. As the weather got hotter and hotter, Zhang Bianguan wore cooler and cooler clothes. The time Zhang Bianguan spent away from home also grew longer and longer. After all, the capital was so big, how could there be a lack of young women on the streets? As dusk approached, Zhang Bianguan wandered back to Squinta Street not far away. He heard the sudden and melodious chirping of pigeons above his head. He habitually raised his head and smiled. There was an old pigeon bell wrapped in green silk on his wrist. He had been playing with it all year round. He just stared blankly at the sky with narrowed eyes. For so many years he had been ridiculed as someone who couldn't even eat leftovers and step on dog shit. No one knew what he was thinking. Anyway, no one was interested. Those who had a general understanding of his temperament only knew that this useless coward probably still wanted to play, but he didn't dare to accompany the rich to play in those high-class snowy places. In the end, he could only look at those dead things that didn't cost money. The colorful attics, the gray and unknown alleys, the Chongwu gate that brought soldiers, the Chaiyang gate that brought grain, the Dingshan gate that brought wine, and the stone qilin that squatted on the drum tower for a few years after Liang established the dynasty. The chirping of the pigeons drifting in the sky began and ended. Zhang Bianguan reluctantly withdrew his gaze, feeling that it was still early and not yet time to go home. After thinking for a while, he ran to the side of the locked dragon well on Squinting Street and squatted beside it. This ancient well had been dry for a long time. Beside the well there was a judge made of yellow mud bricks. According to the rumors in the marketplace, Li Yang suppressed the water in the world with fire. This clay statue was as tall as a person, sitting with its chest and stomach exposed, and laughing with its mouth open. Every mid-autumn, the common people would add firewood to the fire, and flames and smoke would rush out from the mouth and nose of the clay judge. Zhang Bianguan squatted beside the well as usual at the foot of the clay statue, occasionally raising his sleeve to wipe the corner of his mouth. A few days ago he was beaten up quite badly by a group of people. They probably mistakenly thought that Zhang Bianguan's father was about to lose his power and that it was time to teach this bastard a lesson that disgraced the aristocratic families of the capital a lesson. However, after satisfying his craving with punches and kicks, he discovered that the weather in the Liang imperial court was still the same. This brat's father was even more ruthless for the first time, beating up a large group of people until they cried for their parents. As a result, the people who relied on these groups of people to eat and drink immediately hid. They didn't even have the guts to apologize to Zhang Bianguan. Later, they trembled in fear for a good half of the day, and didn't even wait for the slightest bit of revenge. Only then did they all let out a collective sigh of relief. They gathered together and increasingly mocked this person surnamed Zhang for being a big piece of trash. He had a father that they couldn't even pray for even if they burned incense and prayed to Buddha. He didn't know how to use the tiger's skin to enjoy his life. He deserved to be treated like a pile of rotten dog shit that even stepping on would dirty his shoes. Zhang Bianguan's only strong point was that his mind wandered thousands of miles away. When he suddenly discovered that there was an elegant young man beside him, he glanced at him and didn't say anything. After waiting for a long time, he finally smiled and asked, "You really didn't come to beat me to vent your anger?" The scholar-like scholar smiled and shook his head. "How would I dare to beat up the son of the Grand Secretary? Besides, if we really fought, I wouldn't be your match. Why would I bring shame to myself? Even if you didn't fight back and let me beat and scold you, I would still be treated as an amusing fool by you." Zhang Bianguan made a sound of surprise. "So you're actually a sensible person? You're not from the capital, are you? With your eyesight, if you're from the capital, you wouldn't even come to see me." The scholar asked, "You admit that you're a smart person?" Zhang Bianguan sneered and said self-deprecatingly, "I'm considered a smart person? Then what would my father be?" The scholar nodded and said, "That's right." Zhang Bianguan lay on the mouth of the well and gazed at the dark and bottomless mouth of the well. He no longer paid attention to this unknown scholar who was boring once he understood things. The scholar leaned against the mouth of the well and said faintly, "I know you like to see the scheming in the palaces and pavilions because they only complement each other. Compared to the harm between people, they are much more amiable and lovable. I also know that when you left the Jianghu to set up your own household, you planted a peach tree at home. The people of Great Peace City all like to have trees in their yards. Pomegranates that give birth to many children, jujube trees that give birth early, persimmon trees are also common, but there are no peach trees because the character for peach sounds like escape and is inauspicious. Great Peace City is the root of Liang. If the tree is moved, it will die. Where can the people of Liang escape to without Great Peace City? You Zhang Bianguan are not stupid. You planted it for your father, but your father, the Grand Secretary of Liang, ignored it. He did not escape, so you as his son, can only continue to stay in Great Peace City and wait for death. Hopefully, in the future you can at least send him off. It would be even better if you could drink at the Qingming festival." Zhang Bianguan calmly made an "oh" sound and continued to look at the mouth of the well. The scholar smiled slightly and said, "You must have guessed that I am that Sun Yin who came from Beiliang to ask Tantanan for an official position." Zhang Bianguan turned his head. "Sun Yin, is it? Then tell me, what exactly is that stone qilin on the drum tower silently watching the world for hundreds of years waiting for?" Sun Yin had already quietly entered the secretariat and successfully attached himself to the towering tree that was Tantanan. Although he was just a small official, since he had entered Master Huan's discerning eye, wasn't his meteoric rise just around the corner? The few people who understood this point long ago, but the vast majority of muddle-headed people would not remain muddle-headed. Sun Yin met the blue-eyed young son's gaze and shook his head. How would I know what a stone Qilin is waiting for? In any case, it's not waiting for the wind to blow and the smoke of war. In the end, the people are in a terrible situation. If it's only exchanged for people wearing dragon robes, is it fun? Zhang Bianguan laughed and stroked his stubbled chin. It's not fun. Zhang Bianguan sat shoulder to shoulder with Sun Yin. He stretched his neck, exhaled and then inhaled again. Only then did he chuckle and raise his wrist to show Sun Yin the simple and unadorned pigeon bell. He said, "In the past I received a pigeon as a gift from someone. It's a first-class item, black with a hint of purple. Compared to the king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan's falcon, the price is not much different. At the time, my father had not yet become the Grand Secretary, only a third-rank official. My father came to find me but he didn't scold me. You should know what kind of person my father is. Scolding others would be flattering you. Other than Master Huan, he has almost never scolded anyone in his life. He asked me, 'This pigeon is my father's current net worth. What kind of thing are you, Zhang Bianguan, to be worth this price? Are you stupid or are you really stupid?' That year I was 14 years old. In a fit of anger, I returned the pigeon to someone. That person in front of me said with a smile that he didn't have the habit of taking back gifts. Afterwards he used his hand to strangle the pigeon to death. And he was the current crown prince, His Highness Zhao Zhuan. From that day onwards I swore that I would never mix with these people again. I would rather listen to the creaking sounds of small doors opening than listen to them flattering each other. I would rather look at those dead objects that no one cares about than look at those children of influential families whose farts can be sold as gold and silver. Over time no one liked to take me out to play. I was also happy to be alone in peace." When his father, Zhang Julu, was mentioned, Zhang Bianguan couldn't help but sink into contemplation. Chapter 1042. He still remembered that after his father had distinguished himself in the Hanlin Academy, his grandparents had moved from their old home to the city. During the hot summer months, the two elders especially liked to lie on the rattan chairs under the shade of the trees and help their grandchildren fan themselves. Fan after fan, summer after summer. As they fanned, only his grandmother was left. After that, they were all gone. Their father also did not observe filial piety. The court was even more impatient than the civil official who was his son. They directly issued an edict to revive him. Their group of children did not find anything strange from their father's face. Zhang Bianguan clearly remembered that at that time in Tai and city, the streets were filled with rumors. Everyone said that their father did not care about being a person in order to become an official. However, as their father's official hat grew bigger and bigger, the voices became quieter and quieter until no one mentioned it anymore. Zhang Bianguan had not done anything for many years. Compared to his eldest brother and second brother, he had left home later. However, he saw the family matters more clearly than his two brothers. Since when did the Zhang family's family matters become the same as the matters of Jing and the world? Zhang Bianguan's expression was lonely. The back of his head rested on the mouth of the well as he looked up at the dusky sky. When he was young there was a lion bridge not far from the Fu. Once, when the family went out to play, their father had them count how many stone lions there were on the bridge. Eldest brother was the most like their father. He was serious in everything he did and counted in a methodical manner. Second brother was a bookworm. From young he did whatever eldest brother told him to do. Whatever eldest brother did he would learn. Zhang Bianguan was only 2 years older than his sister Zhang Bianguan, so the siblings were the closest. Taking advantage of the time when their parents returned home, he took his sister to the frozen river under the bridge to play. When they were tired and saw that his eldest brother and second brother were still there foolishly counting, Zhang Bianguan ran directly to the omniscient Uncle Huan to ask for an answer. In the end, his eldest brother and second brother returned in the middle of the night and saw their younger brother kneeling on the ground. Since then, Zhang Bianguan, who had suffered a lot, knew that those petty tricks were not real intelligence. However, after that, his mother secretly brought him a bowl of hot rice. When his father bumped into him, he didn't get angry. He just patted his head and said something that he only understood many years later. "You are much smarter than your two elder brothers. But since you have the same surname as your father, it's not a good thing." Zhang Bianguan sniffled and covered his face with his sleeve. Sun Yin was about to speak when he heard a series of undisguised footsteps, so he shut his mouth. He saw a tall woman with a sword walking over slowly. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Zhang Bianguan hurriedly wiped his face in a daze. He smiled brightly and said, "What a rare guest. Heroine Zhang, why don't you be kind and give me some money?" Zhang Gaoxia glared at him and said, "Jianghu pays particular attention to saving the needy and not the poor. Do you think I would give a bag of silver to a pauper like you?" I'll take your surname. Zhang Bianguan rolled his eyes and said, the two of us have the same surname. The corner of Zhang Gaoxia's mouth curled up and she said, that's why. Then she threw a heavy bag of silver. Zhang Bianguan was not surprised. He caught the silver and laughed heartily. This heroine really has a bodhisattva's heart. In the future, you will definitely find a handsome and talented man who can overturn the world and love his wife dearly. Before that, let's discuss something. Heroine, why don't you take me in and drag me home? Just take care of my meals. It would be best if there's meat and wine. Zhang Gaoxia didn't bother to banter with her third brother. Instead, she coldly glanced at Sun Yin, a minor official from the secretariat who she knew very well. Sun Yin stood up alone, leaving Zhang Bianguan to sit alone. He turned his gaze toward the Grand Secretary's beloved daughter, Zhang Gaoxia, ignoring her cold gaze that could slice a person's soul. He asked, Miss Zhang, I have something to say but I don't know if I should say it or not. Zhang Gaoxia coldly said, then shut up. Zhang Bianguan slowly stood up and threw the bag of silver. He had a look of schadenfreude as he destroyed the bridge after crossing the river. Sun Yin, oh Sun Yin, Chancellor Yao said that you were a great scholar who won 3 prizes in a row. It's a pity that my sister has never liked scholars who play with words. Don't expect her to look at you differently. If you really want to talk about principles, then it's your business if you're strong, and it's my business if I like you. However, if you really don't change your mind and want to marry my sister, I don't care. But you have to beat her first and she has to like you. Then you have to be the son-in-law that my father personally approves of. Where can you find such a rare and handsome young man? You're the one who delivered yourself to my door, so you definitely don't count. Sun Yin said helplessly, why would I like a girl who already has someone in her heart? Zhang Gaoxia laughed coldly and said, Sun Yin, you know quite a lot. Sun Yin didn't mind and said calmly, in any case, I'm destined to only speak half a sentence with the Grand Secretary in this life. Being able to speak with the Grand Secretary's son is enough to make up for my regret. As for you, heroine Zhang Gaoxia, it's just a pleasant surprise. Don't worry, I also like the person you like. I won't fight with you over her. Zhang Gaoxia laughed mockingly and said, you like men? Sun Yin smiled and said, like is like, but it's not like a woman who likes a man. Admiring a person from the bottom of my heart can also be considered like. To give an example, it's just like how I really like that Grand Secretary Darren was not able to write an excellent poem like, setting up thousands upon thousands of buildings, greatly protecting the cold under the heavens, but he was able to accomplish this magnificent feat with his feet on the ground. 6 yamens, a total of 4,000 houses. In the future, there will be fewer and fewer children of the rich and powerful families, and more children of the poor and common people. This is no different from Senior Li Chungang opening the gates of heaven with his sword in Jianghu, opening the mountains for the younger generation. Chapter 1043. Sun Yin turned to leave, saying leisurely, of course you think that what others like you give them as if this is giving, but you never ask if the other party wants it or is willing to accept it. This kind of person, no matter how sincere he is just a kind of self-righteousness. He thinks that he is magnanimous and has a clear conscience, but in reality he is still selfish. Whether you are talking about love between a man and a woman, or about the relationship between brothers, all can be tricked. Because it is not easy to be good to others, but it is not too difficult. But to really put yourself in their shoes and respect them, that is very difficult. The ancients used the term bosom friend to describe close friends, so what counts as a bosom friend is a great study. Sun Yin is a stupid person. He does not know what kind of world the next 1,000 years will be, but the world we live in can be considered to have seen through. There are many muddle-headed people, but there are still some who do not care about benefits, reputation, good swords, posthumous titles, the good intentions of friends, the worthy deaths, the legacy of a family, or even the country of one person. Zhang Gaoxia frowned, asking, what nonsense is this guy spouting? Is he cursing our father for fulfilling the 2 words loyalty and righteousness, but only letting down Uncle Huan? But he seems to be praising him at the end. Isn't this self-contradictory? Zhang Bianguan said carelessly, I'm afraid he is also confused. People are too smart, they like to go against themselves, tossing and turning empty-handed. Zhang Gaoxia glared. Sun Yin, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't know, but you are cursing our father. I can still hear it. Zhang Bianguan took off the pigeon bell and casually tossed it into the dragon ceiling well. He made a cynical face and laughed. Father is too lazy to scold me, so I will secretly scold him. You won't tell on me, so what am I afraid of? Zhang Gaoxia's tone became heavy. He asked, you are really not going to follow your father's wishes and go to Liaodong to join the army? Zhang Bianguan shook his head gently. As a son, since I can't help much, I have to send my father off. Giving birth to a child is nothing more than taking care of him when he dies. As a son, I have to do my best to do one of them. Zhang Gaoxia sat on the mouth of the well. Zhang Bianguan said with a look of surprise, I'm telling you this kind of thing. Why don't you cry? Zhang Gaoxia said calmly, I'm not that kind of woman. Zhang Bianguan nodded. Actually, we're not as much like our father as you are. Zhang Bianguan seemed to remember something and said, You are about to leave the capital and travel to Jianghu. Listen to me. Although Dad says he doesn't want you to go anywhere, he actually wants you to go to the place in his heart. Zhang Gaoxia lowered his head. Don't say any more. If you continue, I'll really cry. Zhang Bianguan slapped his cheeks with both hands. Motherf *her, a woman like you hasn't even cried, and your brother, a man, has already given in. There was a person who said something that was absolutely true. I have never heard anything more reasonable than this sentence in my life. Even Sage Zhang would have to admit defeat if he heard it. Zhang Gaoxia raised his head. Zhang Bianguan blinked. He said that if a man bleeds but doesn't cry, what kind of hero is he? Every woman in the world bleeds but doesn't cry. Zhang Gaoxia took a deep breath and then another. Only then did he calm down his murderous mood. Zhang Bianguan said softly, Go ahead. The world is in chaos. When the time comes, there will definitely be a scene of heroes, ambitious and ruthless. Don't miss it. Just treat it as giving our father a few more glances. Zhang Gaoxia did not agree or refuse. But on this day he did not see heroine Zhang with her sword again in Great Peace City. Zhang Bianguan was no different from usual. He walked back to Slanted Eye Street in the darkness. The dim yellow light in the courtyard was waiting for him to come home. That stupid wife, who was not very beautiful, was angry at him for drinking with women, but still waited like this. Day after day she probably felt that there was no hope for her life, much less an end. 4 other women, not to mention marrying into the Zhang family, which was the only family in the entire Liang dynasty, even if they were married into a 3rd or 4th rank official's family, they would still have a glorious life. Not only would they be able to live a life of luxury, their children would also not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. When they grew up, they would be able to live a life of luxury. If they wanted to help the country and the world, they would help the country and the world, and if they wanted to be mediocre, they would be mediocre. Zhang Bianguan was about to open the courtyard door like usual and yell for his wife to serve him good wine and meat when he suddenly squatted down for no reason. Then he heard the footsteps of passers-by. He hurriedly stood up and pushed open the door to go home. The woman, as usual, was silent. She served the warm and suitable food and ate it with her chopsticks. Occasionally, she glanced at the man, who had one leg on the bench and only cared about himself and was never willing to say a word to her. That man was her husband. But he had never seen her show any hidden bitterness or grievance on her delicate face. Zhang Bianguan always liked to say that the reason why she was so good-tempered was that she was afraid of his family background. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how useless Zhang Bianguan was, he was still Zhang Julu's son. How could she not serve him carefully? But every time he said this, Zhang Bianguan would slap himself in the mouth and say that only flowers, birds, fish, and insects needed to be served. Then she would secretly laugh until Zhang Bianguan stared at her. Then she would turn her head, but the faint smile on the corner of her mouth didn't fade. That night, after she fell asleep, Zhang Bianguan began to sob quietly. I'm afraid that I like you, but I'm even more afraid that you'll like me. That's why I'm like this. How could I not want an obedient and sensible child? My son and daughter are both very good. But I'm Zhang Julu's son. The more I do, the more mistakes I make. If I tell you the truth, will you run away? But where can you run away to? If you don't run away, can you live more easily than now? No matter how stupid you are, you'll come to realize it when you die with me. But I'd rather you hate me at that time. I just want you to muddle-headedly complain that I'm a failure, a good-for-nothing, and that I'm not in charge of the family. Wife, in this life I owe you. If there's a next life, I'll definitely repay you. Zhang Bianguan's face was full of tears. After wiping them clean, he gradually fell asleep. That gentle woman who slept with her back to him and didn't move at all through the night slowly opened her eyes when she heard her husband snoring. Her gaze was still gentle. Just like the day she walked off the sedan and when he lifted the red veil. In the morning of the second day, Zhang Bianguan mindlessly ate breakfast and strode out of the house. After Zhang Bianguan left the house, he walked on Slanted Street and looked towards the northwest. He said softly, Gaoxia, you have to go to Bailiang. Only there will be chaos for a while and not for a lifetime. Today the youngest son of the Grand Secretary was still at Great Peace City, or even the world's most mocked noble family. But that woman? The woman quietly did one small household chores after another. When she had nothing to do, she would sit on the threshold of the inner courtyard and look towards the gate, waiting for him to come home. Chapter 1044. Last year, His Royal Highness, who was also the general of Lingzhou, stirred things up in the officialdom of Lingzhou. In the end, it was just a farce without much noise or rain. However, under the bloody iron fist of the new Prince Liang, Yozhou's military and politics was a tragedy that caused everyone to be in danger. Spring rain was as precious as oil, and the rain on Beiliang's springtail was even more so. When the rain fell, the blood would wash away, saving a lot of trouble for the Yamen of Yuzhou. It should be known that this was an unprecedented change in Beiliang. 3 lieutenants had died, and the number of commandants with real power could not be counted with 2 hands. There were no less than 100 high-ranking officials and dignitaries who had been stripped of their official titles and sent to the border. Although the so-called 800 general families in Yuzhou were definitely an exaggerated number, there were at least 300 families. In the end, most of them were affected. The families involved in the tragedy had no power to fight back. As for those who had been patiently waiting for General Yan Wenwan to be furious, they were even more disappointed. Not only did the general stand by and do nothing, he even personally mobilized the elite infantry of the Yan family in the 6 camps to control the passes in the northern part of Yuzhou. This was not only turning his back on them, but also stabbing himself with a knife. The great snow dragon cavalry had infiltrated the hinterland of Yuzhou. In the east of Liangzhou, Qi Dangua, the foster son of the old Prince Liang, had personally taken action. In the north of Lingzhou, Wang Ji and Xaninma, 2 cavalry troops that belonged to different orders of Beiliang, trained their soldiers and horses. The deputy commander of the infantry, Ancestor Gu, was a new noble in Beiliang, as well as Lu Yuanji, Wei Taizhan, and the other veteran generals who had retired regardless of whether they were related to Yuzhou or not. They still did not hesitate to publicly support the new Prince Liang at the same time. At this time, even if the Yuzhou generals did not understand why the new Prince Liang was so good-tempered in Lingzhou and did not care about old friendships in Yuzhou, they all painfully understood one thing. Beiliang's surname was Su. In Beiliang, none of the old generals who had the ability and qualifications to compete with the young Prince Liang were willing to speak up for them. In short, it was too late. The old people were gone and the new people were coming. Moreover, several groups of people came. Some were called by Su Fengyin and some came uninvited. The latter was not polite at all. Huang Shang, who had vaguely become the leader of the scholars in Beiliang, almost jumped up and scolded them. Mr. Wang from Shangyin Academy leisurely persuaded Huang Shang that anger would harm his liver. The 2 elegant old men had just enjoyed the desert scenery from the border and hurried to Yi River in Yuzhou without stopping. However, the closer they got to Yi River, the more calm Mr. Wang became. Normally, the scholar Huang Shang, who should be the most happy to see this scene, became the guy who scolded the king of Beiliang the most fiercely. He scolded Su Fengyin for being too vicious and said that he was the real butcher who was more ruthless than Su Xiao. If he had the ability, he should go to Beimang to kill people. What kind of ability was it to kill one's own people? Su Fengyin did not laugh, get angry or say anything. He only overstepped his authority and handled military affairs in the general's mansion in Yuzhou. He was completely indifferent to Huang Shang's scolding and did not even lift his eyelids. After Grand Chancellor Wang and Huang Shang, the newly appointed provincial governor of Liuzhou, Yang Guangdou, rushed over from the land of refugees. This school of Moism's master craftsman did not seem to get angry at all. He only said a few sentences, "That's enough," and Qin Shiliang did quite well. After that, he came and left in a hurry. He did not even have time to drink a mouthful of hot tea or eat a mouthful of hot rice. Other than these white-haired old men, the rest were at least of the younger generation. The provincial governor of Liangzhou, Hu Kuei, was the true creator of the Torch Cavalry, the predecessor of the White Horse Scout. Beside him was Yu Luandao, the eldest grandson of the Yinyang Yu clan, who had once written the Liangzhou's Big Horse Song. This guy had gone to the land of refugees alone and did not seem to have been killed or killed. There was also Song Yen, who had just become the provincial governor of Lingzhou, and Wang Shihua, the head of the Wang clan in Huangnam County in Lingzhou. These 2 were once opponents with different political views in the same county. They could not be said to be mortal enemies. Wang Shihua, who was famous for his moral writings in Beiliang, and Li Gongda, the administrator who was focused on currying favor for personal gain, were the real mortal enemies. When these people all gathered in the general's mansion in Yuzhou, it was raining heavily on the next morning. Su Fengyin planned to call everyone to go to the newly built Green Deer Cave Academy. However, Song Yen and Wang Shihua had already left early. Therefore Su Fengnian did not send anyone to invite them. Huang Fuxi, who had not had a chance to show his face recently, was in charge of escorting 100 cavalrymen. His face was as calm as water, without any sadness or joy. Lu Dian, the deputy general of Yuzhou, who had been cursed as the great executioner Lu, was even more worried. Only the provincial governor Wang Peifong, who was the head of the civil officials in Yuzhou, was at the back of the team. Sitting high on the horse, his thin body, which was not as strong as that of a warrior, was undulating with the horse, unable to hide the joy on his face. Blessings and misfortunes were interdependent, especially when misfortunes turned into blessings. Even if Wang Peifong had a strong will, how could he not feel jubilant? Although Yuzhou was in chaos, the academy at the foot of Green Deer Mountain was the only pure land left in Yuzhou. Nearly 100 scholars had entered the academy to study peacefully. They either buried their heads in classics or gathered together to learn from each other. The only imperfection was the 2 temporary leaders of the academy. Every month, they were required to produce a meritorious article that was suspected to be eager for quick success and instant benefits. The more words the better. For example, how to deal with salt and iron in Beiliang, how to deal with the constraints of the imperial court, how to eradicate the shackles of the party struggle, how to solve the misfortune of officials, how to define the prime minister and the prime minister, and even how to balance the prime minister's power, and so on. Undoubtedly, many topics were forbidden for scholars. However, there were still scholars who could not resist the huge temptation of 100 to 500 taels of silver for each article that won the first place every month. As the old saying goes, there is a house of gold in a book. Not to mention the house of gold, didn't the latter too require real money? The sages only said it in an implicit way, but the logic behind it was very real. Although the Green Deer Cave Academy was still in its embryonic form, and the most important aspect of an academy was the lack of spirit, Huang Shang was in a good mood after he ascended the mountain. He did not care about showing any attitude to the Prince of Northern Liang. He stroked his beard and smiled, feeling gratified. Although the imperial court did not forbid the discussion of famous scholars, the Prince of Northern Liang could even ignore the rebellious words of the Prince of Northern Liang. In the eyes of the old imperial censor, this was the true source of the seeds of learning. One could express one's thoughts in one's mind and put them into writing. Thus, it would be recorded in the annals of history for future generations to comment on. This was the true fortune of all scholars. Huang Chang stood at the entrance of the academy and was not in a hurry to cross the threshold. He looked up at the inscribed board written by the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, and stopped in his tracks. His eyes brimmed with tears and his lips trembled as he asked, "Can you really tolerate scholars of my generation to be like Huang Chang yesterday, to happily scold you, Su Fengnian and Beiliang?" Chapter 1045. Su Fengnian nodded and said, "There's no harm in scolding people. It's enough as long as you scholars can maintain your integrity. It's even better if you can still think about sincerely helping the world. If one day there's a martial artist from Beiliang who dares to kill you with a knife, as long as the reason is in your heart and not in the knife in their hand, I will protect you." Huang Chang said a few good words in succession. His sleeves fluttered as he strode into Green Deer Cave Academy with Grand Chancellor Wang. After walking for a while, he suddenly realized that the young man from Su family didn't follow him. Instead, he stood in the same place. Huang Chang turned his head with a puzzled expression. Su Fengnian said, "From today onwards, as long as the martial artists of Beiliang wear armor and carry a knife, none of them are allowed to take half a step into the academy. You scholars can rest assured and pursue your studies. I don't have extravagant hopes that the scholars and martial artists of Beiliang can treat each other with respect and get along harmoniously tomorrow. However, at the very least, you have to mind your own business and do your own job. However, I'll say the ugly words first. Scholars fish for fame and take advantage of this to gain a good reputation. I, Su Fengnian, can turn a blind eye to this. However, if you dare to use your 3-inch tongue and the pen in your hand to cause chaos and disturb the people, you will definitely lose a few layers of skin. At that time, don't even mention you, Huang Chang, scolding me for going back on my words. Even if you fight with your life on the line, I will still be merciless. Huang Chang won't show any mercy even if I kill you." Huang Chang wanted to say something but stopped. Grand Chancellor Wang, who had long since boarded the pirate ship of Beiliang, laughed softly beside Huang Chang. "Old man Huang, where do you get so pedantic and sour breath from? Scholars aren't afraid of being poor, but when scholars are sour, the things they write will be worthless than pickled vegetables." Huang Chang sighed and didn't insist anymore. Yu Wandao wanted to follow him into the academy, but Hu Kuei, the provincial governor of Liangzhou, quietly stopped him and shook his head. Unexpectedly, Yu Luandao took off his family's famous sword Big Luan, and handed it to Hu Kuei. Then he smiled and said, I was just bored and wanted to go in and take a look. I have studied for more than 20 years and have read enough. In the future, I will die on the battlefield. According to the king of Bailiang, I probably won't have a chance to set foot here in my life. So I should take the opportunity to take a look at the academy before I put on my armor and sword. I can hear the sound of wind and rain no matter what I do. I can even hear the sound of horses' hooves and the sound of fighting. But I really won't have the chance to hear the sound of the academy study that I've been familiar with since I was young. Su Fengyin looked at the back of the young man who was about the same age as him. He took the saber from Hu Kuei's hand. He didn't unsheath the saber, only flicking the scabbard with his finger. He asked with a smile, You're called the Luan Saber? The young man who was called Yu family is proud again, after Chao Changqing and Guangling Road turned around and said with a smile, Yes. The young vassal king who had been giving people a gloomy impression these days chuckled and said, Even if you are a spy of Liang, Bailiang will be willing to accept you because of your appearance. Yu Luandao looked sad and said, I'm not a girl who hasn't been married yet. The king of Bailiang judges me by my appearance. I really can't be happy. Su Fengyin returned the big Luan saber to Hu Kuei and then waved his hand with a smile, indicating that Yu Luandao should enter the academy. After Yu Luandao leisurely walked into the Green Deer Cave Academy, Su Fengyin turned around and walked to the fence of the square in front of the academy. He waved at Wang Peifong. This Yuzhou provincial governor was a real literati, but he didn't enter the academy. The people outside were all real generals, so Wang Peifong felt a bit awkward. In the past, Governor Wang was afraid, but he was afraid that Su Fengyin was the eldest son of General Su Shao. He was afraid that this young man would definitely inherit the throne. Even if Su Fengyin succeeded in taking the throne, Wang Peifong believed that he still had some pride as a scholar when facing the new king of Liang as a subject. Unfortunately, he didn't have any spirit left after seeing the new king of Liang kill people in Yuzhou. Wang Peifong carefully stood behind the new king of Liang. Su Fengyin looked into the distance. Switch positions with Hu Kuei. The provincial governor of Liangzhou has always been half a level higher than the provincial governor of Yuzhou. You Wang Peifong have been promoted and become rich in the eyes of outsiders. But you and Hu Kuei, who has been demoted in name, you know how important you two are in this king's heart. Sweat appeared on Wang Peifong's forehead. He bent down and said in a small voice, This lowly official understands. Su Fengyin made a sound of acknowledgement. Go to the academy. Wang Peifong hurriedly turned and jogged into the academy. Su Fengyin's eyelids jumped. He shifted his gaze slightly and looked at the foot of the mountain. A moment later he said to Hu Kuei, you are a general and know that a place like Yuzhou is not like Lingzhou where Li Gongda is in charge. This place is pretty much hopeless and there are generals everywhere. These people are used to using their fists and knives to reason with. It is useless to talk to them until you break your tongue. Now it will depend on your ability. Hu Kuei, who had experienced ups and downs, nodded heavily. He did not say anything heroic. Su Fengyin continued, Lu Dian, you will go to the border of Liangzhou tomorrow and assist Yuan Zuozong. This king knows that you are the most aggrieved this time. The deputy general of Yuzhou, Lu Dian, lowered his head and cupped his fists. This lowly general obeys. This lowly general is a rough man. I don't know how to say nice things. I am only willing to die for Bailiang. Su Fengyin turned around and stared at Huang Fuxi. You are still the general of Yuzhou. In fact, what you said in the restaurant that day was not wrong. But there are some things that are not right or wrong. This king is not the same as you and Hu Kuei. There is no need to talk nonsense. I have said everything that needs to be said since you are the general of Yuzhou. But there is one thing that you should understand. This king is no longer the Jianghu man who has to be restrained in everything he does. In Bailiang, if this king does not give you face, who will? Who dares? Huang Fujin, who had been acting like a dog with his tail between his legs in front of Su Fengyin all this time, chuckled for the first time. With these words, even if Huang Fujin were to be fried in a frying pan 100 times, I would have earned back my capital. Su Fengyin did not reveal anything. He went down the mountain alone in the slanting wind and drizzling rain. He went to meet the two people climbing the mountain. The old eunuch, Zhao Siku, who had traveled thousands of li from the south of the capital to Bailiang. Even the mountain opening talisman had peeled off the high tree dew at the beginning of the climb. Su Fengyin knew that this meeting was truly a matter of life and death. But only by passing this hurdle could Su Fengyin face the Beimang Iron Cavalry without any distracting thoughts. Only then would he be able to make another trip to northern Mang alone in a situation that could not be any worse. He, the girl had unknowingly followed behind him. Su Fengyin stopped and shook his head at her. She also shook her head. Su Fengyin laughed and scolded, "Are you stupid?" The young assassin chuckled. This time she was truly laughing. The wind and rain were still there. There were no more sounds of reading from the academy, but there were still chuckles. Su Fengyin walked close to the young girl and helped her adjust a familiar gold hairpin in her hair. "You are like your mother and also pretty." The young girl wrinkled her nose. It was unknown whether she was happy or sad. She glanced at him and then crouched on the steps. She did not follow him down the mountain. Su Fengyin turned around. His hands pressed down on the spring thunder, and he resolutely went down the mountain with the soldiers crossing the river. Not far from the foot of the mountain, Gao Shulu grabbed the sleeve of the old Martin Temple of Great Peace City and threw him down the mountain. He floated back to the foot of the mountain. The old eunuch, whose body was extremely weak, was not harmed at all. Gao Shulu opened his arms and breathed in deeply. Then he lifted the wind and rain that had not yet fallen to the ground back up to the 9 heavens. At the same time, the two-sleeved snake rolled down the mountain. Chapter 1046. As far as Gao Shulu's eyes could see, it was like the Milky Way. The green sword chi that rolled down from the mountain rushed toward him. Gao Shulu's expression was calm. He put his hands behind his back and continued to climb the stairs instead of retreating. However, when his left foot stepped on the stone step, the green sword chi rushed toward him as soon as he lifted his right foot. Although Gao Shulu did not make any movements, the sword chi slid past him like a flood hitting a reef. However, his hair still fluttered violently. His right foot that was suspended in the air did not land on the stone step as expected. Instead, it retreated to a step lower than his left foot. Gao Shulu reached out his right hand and blocked some of the green sword chi. He held it in his palm and the sword chi lingered between his fingers. With one hand behind his back, Gao Shulu looked down and was slightly surprised as if he was an expert who saw something interesting. He reached out his hand again and his palms faced each other. With a gentle touch, a 3-inch sword chi like a sword embryo was formed. Gao Shulu placed the flying sword condensed by the green sword chi on the tip of his index finger and stared at it gently. This devil who had been lingering at death's door for 400 years was so arrogant that he did not even look at the people who came down the mountain. At the same time, Su Fengyin, who used the green snake sleeves, went straight to the point. He held the spring thunder saber in his left hand and the river crossing soldier in his right hand chopped at Gao Shulu's head. It was the opening shoe style that was born from the sword chi rolling dragon wall. Gao Shulu flicked his fingers and the 3-inch sword chi that was used to figure out the essence of the first vast sword chi disappeared. He reached out his palm to break the blade light and casually pressed down on the extremely sharp river crossing soldier. A trace of blood appeared on his 5 fingers, but they returned to normal before the blood bloomed. In the blink of an eye, he repeated this no less than 6 times, but the river crossing soldier still could not cut off his 5 fingers. This was no longer as simple as the Vajra physique. It was the perfect combination of the Vajra state and celestial state of the first Pin 4 states. Perhaps only the great Vajra of the Buddhist saint Dragon Tree Monk could compare. The soldier crossing the river was restrained by Gao Shulu's unmoving 5 fingers, but this sorry-free celestial, who was said to be unprecedented, was not really completely motionless. At the very least, his feet sank more than a foot, one in front and one behind. He was pushed by the majestic saber chi and finally broke the stairs. Gao Shulu's gaze had been fixed on the short knife that was about to be used. Obviously, in his opinion, when masters fought with their lives on the line, what was really worth paying attention to were the backup moves that were ready to be used. No matter how good the first move was, no matter how wonderful it was, Gao Shulu had seen it and dissected it. 400 years ago, he had killed almost all the top masters in Jianghu, and there were 2 sword immortals on the land. How many mysterious moves and superior moves had he experienced? However, there were only a handful of so-called masters who dared to fight him at close range even though they knew that he was Gao Shulu. In the murky Jianghu 400 years ago, one could count with one's fingers. Unexpectedly, the short knife was raised only a few inches before he suddenly withdrew it. Not only that, the long saber above his head was also pulled out from between his fingers. Gao Shulu frowned. A fellow who dared to enter the astral travel state in front of him had a good start. How could he have run out of skills so quickly? Could it be that he was one of those half-baked martial artists who only knew 3 axes in Jianghu 400 years ago? If that was the case, what was so interesting about the Jianghu 400 years later? Was it worth it for him to strip off the mountain-splitting talisman and hope to fight with all his strength? Was it really better to go to the East Sea Martial Emperor city than to come to Bailiang? However, Gao Shulu, who was too lazy to take advantage of the situation to pursue him, smiled as soon as he frowned. Unknowingly, a few red ropes shaped like red snakes had appeared on the back of his hand. They were like weeds in the wilderness after the early spring rain, growing wildly. Not only that, the 9 smooth flying swords of the sword embryo buzzed and flew around him, forming a seemingly insurmountable thunder pool. Of course, in Gao Shulu's eyes, all of this was just a smokescreen. The real killing move was hidden in the blade that came down the mountain. The young man had been preparing for this blade since the green sword qi rolled down the mountain. Su Fengyan's figure retreated and swayed. He faced Gao Shulu and floated up the mountain in reverse. Step by step, he ascended the stairs in a leisurely and carefree manner. The spring thunder returned to its scabbard. When it returned to its scabbard, thunder rumbled in the distance. For the first time, Gao Shulu waved both of his sleeves at the same time. In an instant he patted the ground 5 times in a row. He was so relaxed that he didn't look like he was trying to counter every move that came his way. Instead, he looked like a distinguished scholar who was casually giving advice. After a short while, 5 thunderous booms sounded on Green Deer Mountain. After Gao Shulu patted the thunder heart away, the sword formation retracted. Perhaps Gao Shulu was busy stripping off the red ropes on the back of his hand, but he didn't try to block it. Instead he dodged it. He was no longer arrogant enough to ignore it. Su Fengyan stood on a high ground and held 2 of his fingers together to control the flying swords. Originally, after the sword embryo was fully developed, the flying swords would move according to the will of the spirit. Only when the sword embryo was fully developed would the flying swords move according to the will of the spirit. However, this time, Su Fengyan used his qi to control the flying swords. He was extraordinarily meticulous and careful. Gao Shulu didn't underestimate him either. Compared to how he dispelled the thunder heart just now, Gao Shulu paid the same amount of attention. Su Fengyan wasn't complacent at all. In terms of moves, the 2 methods were polar opposites. However, the results they pursued were exactly the same. Gu Jiantang's thunder heart wanted to kill an earth immortal. On the other hand, Dong Tai's flying swords in the eastern sea was the out-of-body celestial Zhao Xuansu from Mount Longhu. Su Fengyan went down the mountain and Gao Shulu went up the mountain. After the 2 met, Su Fengyan's welcoming ceremony was truly shocking. There was the old man with the sheepskin fur coat's green snake sleeves and the sword qi rolling dragon wall. There was also Gu Jiantang's ultimate move, the Thunder Heart. There was also the invincible Earth Immortal Han Xingxuan's red rope and Dong Tai's flying swords. Su Fengyan and Gao Shulu didn't stand on ceremony at all. However, judging from the current situation, the tall demon was still quite polite. After dodging the flying swords that could kill a celestial, Gao Shulu didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, she was a little lost in thought. She sighed softly and said, "In my opinion, all the martial arts in the world are nothing more than one's will. It's inevitable that the majority of experts will either be ambitious or short-tempered. This is especially true when it comes to the battle of sword qi and sword will. 100 years before I became famous, Ancestor Lu already had the distinction of sword art and sword art. It's not easy to have both sword will and sword will. Back in the day, Gao Mumu was a master in the same Jianghu. In terms of swordsmanship, Gao Mumu seemed to have lost to the 2 swordsmen whom Gao Mumu had secretly learned from. Earlier, when Gao Mumu's sword qi descended the mountain, he had the spirit of an ancestor who had surpassed him. Later, when the flying sword pierced the celestial aperture point, he had truly reached the peak of swordsmanship. May I ask, who are these 2 swordsmen? Are they still alive?" Su Fengyan said calmly, "One is called Li Chungang. He doesn't belong to any sect. It's a pity that he's already dead. The other is called Dong Tai. He came from the Wu family sword tomb that the sword master killed for you. He's now out on the sea to visit immortals and hasn't returned yet." Gao Shulu smiled and said, "It's not without reason that sword art can dominate the Wulin world. For thousands of years, the world's sword mountains have always been one peak higher than the other. There's never been a bad habit of worshipping the past and belittling the present." Gao Shulu suddenly turned to look outside the mountain. "Your way of cultivating the blade intent is very rare. I've waited for so long. Is it about time?" Su Fengyan smiled and tapped the spring thunder's handle with one hand. He stabbed the scabbard into the stone steps behind him. Not only that, he also stabbed the river-crossing soldier into the steps. Only the scabbard of the river-crossing soldier was left hanging on his waist. Su Fengyan had nothing to rely on, but his momentum suddenly rose. He looked down from above. The division of first class into 4 realms has been used for 400 years. Most of the people in Jianghu today don't know that it's actually from you, Gao Shulu. I'm very curious about what you think of the false realms." Gao Shulu had the magnanimity of a great master. Even if they were facing death, she still said straightforwardly, "The false realms are not false." It's roughly equivalent to the Buddha's revealing and secret techniques. Tantric Buddhism has a shortcut to Buddhahood, but it's not available to everyone. The key lies in who's cultivating. Gao Shulu paused and smiled. Life is not satisfying. Those who seek freedom often feel uncomfortable. If you want something you can't get it. The reason is simple. Chapter 1047. Gao Shulu, who had just taken half a step up the stairs, instantly leaped up the mountain and collided with Su Fengyin. Su Fengyin's mind was connected as he recalled the time when he rode an ox on Mount Wudong. Gao Shulu stretched out her hand but was grabbed by Su Fengyin's hands. With a twist of his toes, Gao Shulu's feet left the ground and was thrown out. However, Su Fengyin could not break free from Gao Shulu's pull. Both of them left the stone steps and fell out of the mountain. Gao Shulu was smashed down by Su Fengyin's immortal's touch on the top, while Su Fengyin was supported by Gao Shulu's palm and leaped up. The distance between the two was instantly shortened to more than 400 feet. Gao Shulu stood in the air looking as cool as ever. Su Fengyin's momentum of being thrown up slowed down. With a roll of his sleeves, the thousands of raindrops that Gao Shulu had pushed back to the 9 heavens on Mount Green Deer fell together with Su Fengyin. The raindrops in the sky were divided into different levels. Under the pull of qi, the higher the raindrops were, the faster the raindrops fell. Thus, the raindrops were strung together into a sword. If only a line of raindrops formed a sword, it was nothing more than the finger Shen realm. However, when thousands of raindrops were strung together into a curtain of beads, it was undoubtedly the magnificent spirit of the celestial realm. Not only that, Su Fengyin stretched out his hand and pulled the curtain of rain. The tip of the sword was pointed at the side of his hand. Following Su Fengyin's falling figure, it pointed at Gao Shulu, who was looking up with her hands behind her back. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth was often not up to oneself. This was also the reason why there were earth immortals above the celestial realm. The string of beads forming a sword referred to the Xian realm, the rain sword forming a curtain referred to the celestial realm, and the direction of the sword curtain referred to the worthy earth immortals. Previously, under Gao Shulu's celestial work, Green Deer Mountain no longer saw the gloomy scene of wind and rain, allowing Green Deer Mountain to monopolize the light. At this time, the sword screen covered the sky above, a dark mass, and the heavy rain destroyed the mountain. The people of the Green Deer Cave Academy did not hear the sound of the wind, nor did they hear the sound of raindrops hitting the eaves. They already thought it was too wonderful for words, and now they stopped flipping the books and whispering to each other. They walked out of the room together and saw the sword aura tornado falling down the mountain rapidly. They were so shocked that they looked at each other in dismay, and all of them turned pale. Yu Wandao hurriedly ran out of the academy and stood beside the fence with Hu Kuei and Huang Fuqing. He raised his head to look at the young vassal king who was guiding the tornado in the sky. The young vassal king who was the proudest of the Guangling world was gone. Yu Wandao's heavens earth's ants. This is. Gao Shulu twitched the corner of her mouth and yawned lazily. She was finally out of her body. Gao Shulu's body landed on the ground instantly. Gao Shulu, who should be called astral being, came to the 9th heaven above the rain curtain. The person on the ground raised a palm and the person in the sky slapped down. You Su Fengyin have thousands of swords, but I, Gao Shulu, only have one sword. In front of this sword, is there any earth immortal? Is there any earth immortal sword? This was similar to Luo Yang's one-line sword of heaven and earth. Su Fengyin, who was temporarily at a disadvantage, was not afraid at all. He smiled gently. Do you really think that I have not seen the scenery above the 9th floor? Su Fengyin snapped his fingers. The thousands of raindrops lost their traction and fell down in disorder. He sat cross-legged in the sky with one hand supporting his cheek and closed his eyes. Gao Shulu, so what if you are a heaven and earth? I have been waiting for you to do this. Su Fengyin waved his hand gently as if he was facing a desk. He pushed away the debris on the desk with one hand, and then he raised his arm 5 more times. It was exactly the same as his Xiao Yao Yu after the battle with Wang Xinji. He said softly, mountains, rivers, towers, grass, sun, moon, all living beings. Everyone retreat. Between the two Gao Shulu, the heaven and earth was distorted. The rain swords were all smashed. But this chaos, after Su Fengyin said one sentence, it became a prophecy. The thousands of rain swords gathered again. Sword come. The thousands of rain swords, only one sword was left. One sword became a talisman. The talisman sealed the mountain. 400 years ago, there was a talisman to open the mountain. 400 years later, there was a talisman to seal the mountain. This talisman came from Li Chuangong's two swords, two wishes, from Dong Tai's riding a donkey to see the mountains and rivers, from Luo Yang's rain sword, from Lu Haoshi's thunder pool, from Han Xingxuan's matchless finger, from Song Yinqing's earth immortal sword before his death, from Xinyuan Jingqing's facing death, from Chao Changqing's ceremony of Grand Peace City, from Jiang Ni's riding sword straight through 18 gates, and so on. It came from all the romantic things that Su Fengnian had encountered in his life, and also from his 10th trance. He sat on Kunlun to see the sea, he trained his saber to cultivate his will, he invited Jianghu Great Emperor to come down from the spring god lake, he saw her 400 years ago when he was in a trance, and that talisman of himself. Once the talisman came out, Su Fengnian did not care anymore. He also entered an astral state and sat down beside Gao Shulu. This astral wanderer was not flustered and exasperated. Instead he looked at the heaven and earth leisurely. Su Fengnian asked softly, Gao Shulu, if you were to compete with me in martial arts, I would definitely lose. Why did you choose to compete in realms? Gao Shulu said indifferently, what's the point of a sure-win situation to me, Gao Shulu? 400 years ago I had not tasted defeat. What's the point of having another battle after 400 years? Su Fengnian shook his head. Gao Shulu said calmly, when I was climbing the mountain, I only wanted to know if this generation's oblivion could really forget their worries. To be honest, I did not think highly of you before. If you could forget your worries, there would be no one in the world who would be worried. Back then, when I chose to enter Qi deviation to forget everything, those who did not know me would say what I wanted. Those who seemed to know me would say that I was worried. In fact, they only knew half of it. In these 400 years, you are probably the only one who truly knows me. Su Fengnian said slowly, you, Gao Shulu, were once a prince of the Defeng dynasty who was about to ascend the throne 400 years ago. It was just that you wanted to become an immortal and did not want to be the emperor of the human world. Then you visited the ancestral court of Taoism, Wudong Mountain, and asked a question. What is the meaning of the word, immortal? At that time, Ancestor Lu reincarnated and had not yet enlightened his orifices. You went to Longhu Mountain but no one could explain it. Or rather, they only gave half of it. The word, immortal, has two meanings. Now there are two mountains, Wudong and Longhu. The former explains half of the word, immortal, while the latter explains half of the word, mountain. Longhu Mountain wants to become an immortal, so they have to go up the mountain and be a mountain person. They want to become an immortal and ignore the matters below the mountain. Wudong Mountain inherited the will of Ancestor Lu. They cultivate on the mountain but obtain the Tao below the mountain. They cultivate themselves and others, which is more in line with what you, Gao Shulu, want. Unfortunately, the Taoist priest on the mountain clearly had this intention, but he could not explain it. However, even if he did, it might not be to your liking. From your point of view, being an immortal does not forget being a human. Once you pass the gate of heaven and become an immortal, you are no longer a human. As an immortal, if you want to descend the mountain, you have to follow the fate of the world. How can you be called a free and unfettered heaven and earth? Therefore, what you want to be is a unique celestial being on the land, not a mountain person above the 9 heavens. Gao Shulu sighed, yes, the world is divided and united. What do I have to worry about? Su Fengnian smiled. Gao Shulu retracted her gaze. A swordsman returned from the sea, returning from a visit to an immortal. His sword pointed somewhere in the South China Sea. It should be the Dong Tai you mentioned. I want to ask one last question. What do you want? Su Fengnian folded his hands in his sleeves and said calmly, I don't want to think about the past and future lives. It's enough that I have no regrets in this life. Gao Shulu said with slight regret, the Jianghu after 400 years is so interesting. It's a pity that the will that supported my body and soul for 400 years is an arrow at the end of its flight. 400 years ago, the Defeng dynasty almost unified the world, but the barbarians from the north destroyed the capital. How about it? Su Fengnian nodded, I was waiting for you to say that. Su Fengnian flicked his finger and unlocked the talisman that sealed the mountain. Gao Shulu on the ground leaped up and merged with Gao Shulu in the sky. Su Fengnian also came back to his senses after the 11th time he was in a trance. Gao Shulu stood up and looked back at the world. She smiled and walked towards Su Fengnian. 400 years ago, Gao Shulu, who was truly the leader of the entire Jianghu, brushed past Su Fengnian and disappeared just like that. She came without worries and left without worries. I already know life and death and am not afraid of death. Why should I fear death? I have already attained immortality and am not in love with it. Why should I tempt it with immortality? At this moment, thunder rumbled and purple clouds formed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Above Green Deer Mountain, there was a shocking scene of an impending calamity. There seemed to be celestial beings riding celestial dragons in the clouds and mist. They came out of the lightning and wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Su Fengyin slowly raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling up into a sneer. Behind him, a snow-white giant python condensed from fate energy coiled up. It had 9 claws and opened its mouth big enough to swallow a mountain, roaring at the sky. Then there was no more. Because soon the world became completely silent. Chapter 1048. The old eunuch had never practiced martial arts, but the imperial palace of Great Peace City never lacked experts. The old man was also one of the top Diao Temple eunuchs. He was knowledgeable and had some insight. The old man inhaled sharply as he watched the immortals fight on the mountain. The wind and rain at the end of spring in Bailiang were especially bone-chilling. Zhao Siku found it even more difficult to endure, especially when the old man saw the slender figure slowly walk down the mountain. Each step seemed to step on his already heavy heart. He felt his teeth hurt. When the young man with the blade walked to the foot of the mountain, old Diao Temple jogged forward with a tragic feeling of dying early and reincarnating. He was about to say a few words of flattery. He did not expect that this king of Bailiang would not hit a smiling person. It would be good to have an easy death under his hands. Unexpectedly, the other person waved his hand and spoke first. This king thanks old Mr. Zhao on behalf of Bailiang. Our place is not as prosperous as Great Peace City, but this king can give old Mr. a place to rest in his old age. Zhao Siku stilled. He heard the person who had come close continue to say with a smile, "The Su family owes Zhao Chongling too much, but they cannot repay him. Since old Mr. is an old friend of Zhao Yangkai of Bailiang, and you risked your life for Bailiang and did not disappoint this king's master, old Mr., do not worry. This king has said so much in hopes that old Mr. will be assured." The old man smiled freely and said with slight self-mockery, "Our family is a eunuch that everyone curses. Is he worthy of being called Mr.? Wang Ye's words, do you want us to work ourselves to the bone again? If that's the case, then the word Mr. is not enough." Su Fengyin laughed and said, "I knew that old Mr. Zhao would not be assured." The old man bent down and asked doubtfully, "Can we really live and die however we want in Bailiang?" Su Fengyin nodded with a smile. Zhao Siku sighed heavily and looked up at the top of Green Deer Mountain that had become calm. He said softly with the unique sharp voice of a eunuch, "Since your highness is kind, then I will be bold to say something disgraceful. Back then the young master favored Qin Jibao. After all, the soldier immortal in white did not control Bailiang. We can't say that the young master misjudged him. But if the young master could live until today, he probably wouldn't be too angry." Su Fengyin shook his head and said, "If Zhao Chongling does not die, this king will have nothing to do with Bailiang." Zhao Siku looked deeply at the young vassal king and said emotionally, "I cannot see through your highness's personality right now. But your words are true and comfortable to hear." The old eunuch turned to look in the direction of Great Peace City. The people there like to be shrouded in clouds and mist. No matter how good the weather is, people will feel gloomy. Su Fengyin did not make a judgment and said softly, "Bailiang is windy and sandy all year round. The winters are hard to endure. But standing there the view is wide. If you stay for a long time you will feel gloomy. When the wind blows and the snow presses down it will lessen." The old eunuch smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, borrowing the king of Bailiang's auspicious words, "Originally I thought I had completed the young master's last wish and was content. I had not thought I could live a few more years." Su Fengyin turned and saw the empty-handed Hehe Mississippi. The young girl was shaking her wrist in boredom. Su Fengyin said to Zhao Siku, "Sir, why don't you go up the mountain to see the scenery? When the time comes you can go down the mountain with Kuehu, Huang Fuqiu and the others." The old man smiled and said, "Yes, I have to walk and see more while my legs are still nimble." The old eunuch brushed past the young girl. The old man said to himself, "When the Qin dynasty lost its deer, the heroes of the world chased after it. 800 years of separation and unification. 400 years ago, the great Feng dynasty showed signs of unifying the north and the south. But in the end, the barbarians of the north invaded the central plains. None of the dynasties after that were free of worry about the north. This dynasty is no exception. The Grand Secretary Zhang Julu had been in charge of the imperial court for more than 20 years. Half of his time was spent watching the northern land's border. Even if he joined forces with the Grand General Gu Jiantang, he could only pull the disadvantageous situation to a stalemate. Now that Li Yang is going to commit suicide, what will happen to the world? Alas, I have never understood this world. Scholars can't tolerate eunuchs, scholars can't tolerate common men, and scholars can't even tolerate scholars in the end. I have read all the classics handed down by the sage of the Jiang family, but I can't see such a reason. After thinking about it, I think it's probably because those at the top must be worse than those at the bottom. I really want to open my eyes and see if the scholars here will be slightly different. Su Fengnian laughed softly and said, as expected of someone from Zhao Changling's family. The young girl tilted her head. Su Fengnian took her hand and said softly, let's not think so much. She said softly, old Huang thinks even more. Chapter 1049. Su Fengnian pulled her into the carriage parked at the foot of the mountain. Su Yanbing, who had not acted from beginning to end, studied Su Fengnian. The two nodded without speaking. Su Fengnian was finally able to catch his breath. He said casually to the young girl, for a strategist, the size of one's weapon is one thing and one's position is another. Yuan Binshi's ranking among the strategists of the spring and autumn period has always been higher than my master Li Yishan, Yang Kai Zhao Changling, and Nailan Yusi behind the king of Yen. In reality, it may not be that Binshi's talent is higher than the others, but his position means that he has more room to plan, and he can hold more things in his hands. This is like a housewife who has enough firewood, rice, oil, and salt. The food she makes will naturally be more sumptuous. On our side in Beiliang we have Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang. If Beiliang is not trampled by Beimang, their future achievements will not be low. But it is difficult to say how high they will be. Lu Su of Xiangfan City is the same. This is also why Sun Yin, who studied the dragon slayer art, was not willing to stay in Beiliang. There were pythons but no dragons in Beiliang. He did not want them. However, being in the imperial court of Liang had its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that there were too many people under the emperor's nose. Even if there were talented people like Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang, it would be difficult for them to stand out as quickly as they did in northern Liang. Secondly, as the Zhaodiao temple said, scholars could not tolerate scholars and scholars looked down on each other. There were many rules in the imperial court of Zhao. Many scholars' lofty aspirations could not be fulfilled and most of them groaned for no reason. However, there were still some people who were born at the wrong time and did not get the chance to appreciate their talents. If Huang Longshi was born in the present, I'm afraid even becoming the Grand Chancellor of Shangyin Academy would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone becoming the great devil of spring and autumn, Huang Sanjia. Su Fengnian glanced at the girl and said helplessly, what are you glaring at me for? I am not speaking ill of your old Huang, I am praising him. My master said that he is an extraordinary person and extraordinary talent. I do not dare to underestimate Huang Longshi. Su Fengnian's thoughts immediately drifted away. This Zhao Zhu's luck is good to the point where it can be considered good luck, to be able to make Huang Longshi, Northern Mang's imperial preceptor, Daoist Qilin Yuan Qingshan, and Nailan Yusi, these three people take notice of him at the same time. Zhao Kai, who had died outside the Iron Gate, only had two masters, Yang Taisui and Han Xingxian. Compared to Zhao Zhu he was much weaker. As for the fourth prince, Zhao Zhuan, he is already the crown prince of a country. Anyway, the ownership of Liangjiang Mountain depends on these two. On the way back to the general's mansion in Yuzhou and Iha City, they encountered two groups of assassinations that were like throwing eggs at a rock. They were intercepted and killed by the spies even before the driver and the three people sitting in the carriage did anything. Beiliang's folk customs were already valiant, not to mention the loyal men of sacrifice who were raised by the family. Most of these men of sacrifice were staunch and unyielding. They did not regard other people's lives as valuable playthings, and even did not regard their own lives as valuable. They all believed that if you raised me for 10 or 20 years, I would repay you with my life. They were willing to regard this as righteousness, heroism, and chivalry as the most important thing. Outsiders could not say whether this was right or wrong. Su Fengnian lifted the curtain and looked at the pair of eyes lying in a pool of blood. He did not have any compassion, but he thought of many things outside of Beiliang. For example, the emperor of the Zhao family, in terms of his surname, was enough to be a once-in-a-century wise monarch in history. However, after he ascended the throne he wanted to kill Su Shao, and now he wanted to kill the meritorious minister of Liang Zhangjulu. It was not that he was not a good emperor, but he could tolerate the dissolute scholars of the Hanlin Academy, he could tolerate Zhangjulu, and he could tolerate the remnants of the Eight Kingdoms stirring up trouble with his pen and ink. As the emperor of the world he must have his own difficulties. No matter how hard he was willing to work day and night for the common people, he still had to consider the gains and losses of the Zhao family first. Zhang Julu could, regardless of his own gains and losses, open the door for the poor scholars in the world to advance. It could even be said that Bai Yan did not only exchange one person's death for the 4,000 rooms of the 6 ministries, but also for the poor scholars to have a foothold in the imperial court. Coincidentally, the emperor of the Zhao family was not a short-sighted person. Even if in the next 100 years, the poor scholars could still scrupulously abide by the etiquette of monarch and minister, wholeheartedly working for the emperor, but 200 years later, would they still be able to do so? If in the imperial court, everybody was like Jianghu, taking care of both the Zhao family and the world, or even prioritizing the common people over the emperor, so much so that they only cared about the world and ignored the Zhao family, when this door was opened, who could close it? This was not an exaggeration to scare people. The poor scholars were not as good as the rich and powerful children, they had this and that kind of rules. The rich and powerful children were used to wearing good shoes, so they were reluctant to take them off. However, the poor scholars were barefooted. If they did not care, they had talent and learning, so who didn't help them? So much so that they might as well sit on the dragon chair themselves. Therefore, the emperor of the Zhao family killing Zhang Julu was indeed killing the #1 meritorious minister of the Liang dynasty, but it was also an act of helplessness to close the door that was wide open. Master Li Yishan could see these things, and so could Huang Longshi and Yuan Binshi. Zhang Julu himself was even more so. As for whether it was good or bad, Su Fengnian was not the emperor, so he did not have to worry about it. Su Fengnian muttered to himself, with Yuzhou in such a mess, the people of Liang should think that a mouse carrying a knife is a bully in its nest. I just happen to need some time to rest. Yes, I do need to recuperate. The young girl stretched out a hand, staring straight at Su Fengnian, whose gray hair was turning darker. Su Fengnian smiled and shook his head. The young girl bent a finger, her eyes inquiring. Su Fengnian still shook his head. She slowly bent another finger. Su Fengnian continued to shake his head. When she was about to close her 2 fingers, Su Fengnian smiled and said, I haven't fought Tuoba Bodhisattva, so it's hard to say who will be second or third. The young girl was in high spirits. Su Fengnian said softly, but as long as Wang Xianji is alive, it doesn't matter whether it's second or third, or if it's the bottom 10. The young girl stretched out her finger and rubbed the indistinct purple-gold eye on Su Fengnian's forehead. It was not quite like the golden color of sunflowers in summer or autumn, but she still liked it. When she was young, apart from the man who only knew how to gamble and never be a father, there was only her and her mother, as well as the golden sunflowers in the field. Those strange men brought home by that man had also once defiled her mother in the field. She only dared to hide in the distance. Every time her mother put on her clothes, tidied her hair, and walked out of the field, she would find her daughter, who did not even dare to cry. She would gently smile at her daughter, and then hand her a sunflower she picked and go home together. Later, her mother died and she could only look after those sunflowers alone. Chapter 1050. Yuzhou was in turmoil and Iha River was the center of the turbulence. In this tragedy, only in Iha City, there were 24 families and more than 40 families. No less than 700 people were killed on the spot in Iha City. Most of the people who survived were sent to the border. According to the continuous reports of the spies, the turf lords who had wisely chosen to protect themselves did not have much resentment now. The reason was very simple. After people died, they gained more territory. Other than the northern Liang who took away most of the profits, the leftovers were also quite considerable. These were all taken over by the fence-sitters like them. The retainers and servants who gave them food and money, the maids and maidservants from other families whom they coveted, and the precious calligraphy and paintings that were sold cheaply, were all real benefits. After Su Fengnian entered the city, he lifted the curtain and looked out several times. He could see many cold eyes, numbness, hatred, fear, hatred, and so on. When Su Fengnian returned to the general's mansion, Song Yin and Wang Xihua had not returned yet. The 2 senior officials of Lingzhou who were temporarily transferred to Yuzhou did not directly intervene in the specific affairs of Iha River. Instead, it was mostly managed by General Huang Fujin and Provincial Governor Wang Peifong. Su Fengnian did not know how these 2 political rivals could get together. At that time he made up his mind to bring them to Yuzhou. He intended to let Song Yen serve as an assistant to the new provincial governor Hu Kuei, who was a military general. It was not that he did not trust Hu Kuei, who had made outstanding contributions as the provincial governor of Liangzhou, but that in the future the 4 provinces of Beiliang would complement each other and balance each other. This trend was not limited to the positions of general and provincial governor on the surface. As for Wang Xihua, who was outstanding in literary knowledge in Beiliang, it was a bit like the auspicious event in Yuzhou where there were endless bloody storms. Moreover, the Green Deer Cave Academy also needed a literary expert to hold the fort. Everything was difficult at the beginning. It was impossible to stuff all scholars into the officialdom of Beiliang at once. This was a relatively gradual process. Moreover, there were many scholars who were just there to make up the numbers. Su Fengyin sat in Huang Fujin's unusually simple study. There were not many books and even the decorations were lacking. It was a dull and gloomy room, which was indeed similar to Huang Fujin's character. Su Fengyin was flipping through a mediocre physiognomy book. Without raising his head he said, "Come in." The person who entered the room was surnamed Lu, the head of the spies in Iha City. He reported to the king of Bailiang what he had seen and heard today, which were all bits and pieces of the conversation between Song Yen and Wang Shihua. It turned out that after witnessing the bloodshed in Yuzhou and learning of the cause of the matter, the two of them had no objection to the punishment of the Huang family of Iha. However, they had a serious disagreement over the matter of the restaurant's property being confiscated. Wang Shihua insisted that the 65 storytellers, regardless of whether they were commoners or tyrants, did not deserve such a heavy punishment from the king of Bailiang. On the other hand, Song Yen, who had always advocated legalism, believed that everyone deserved to be punished. The two of them had rushed to Yuzhou. Originally, as expected, Song Yen would assume the position of Yuzhou's prime minister, while Wang Shihua would be in charge of the provincial administration. The two of them could not come to an agreement, so they made a bet. If Wang Shihua won, the two of them would exchange positions. Song Yen, on the other hand, said that he would definitely win and that his position would remain the same. However, when Wang Shihua saw him in the future, Song Yen would have to pay respects to his superior. Upon hearing this, Su Fengyin put down the book and said with a smile, "The two of you are really leisurely and elegant. Don't tell me you investigated the 65 people one by one." Spy Lu said softly, "That's not the case. Wang Shihua only picked 3 people." Su Fengyin nodded and said, "A scholar's spirit is because he is afraid of winning an unfair battle. Go on, tell me which 3 people he picked." The unremarkable Iha spy said respectfully, "They are Chao Xing, a disciple of the Chao family of Iha, Qi Fengyin, the shopkeeper of Qiji Silk Store, and Han Laikai, a villager. Among the 3, Chao Xing is a regular customer of Jingyi Xian restaurant, while the Chao family is a low-ranking family of Iha. Qi Fengyin is a live-in son-in-law and has a good reputation in Iha West Street. Han Laikai, on the other hand, pretended to enter the restaurant to buy wine. In fact, he was embarrassingly short of money, so he hid in the back and took the opportunity to listen to the storytellers." Regarding these matters, Song Yen and Wang Shihua carefully went through the files after the bet. Wang Shihua picked 3 people within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and Song Yen nodded in approval. Su Fengyin stood up and said, "Wang Shihua believes that the human heart is good and that everyone has a compassionate heart. What Song Yen learned is that the human heart is evil. The battle between the two is not a battle of moral essays. In the end, it is a battle of the human heart outside of books. If I were to guess, the loser is definitely the moral Wang Shihua, but the one who won an unfair battle is the old fox Song Yen. If we were to switch places and look for good deeds among the evil people, the loser would naturally be Song Yen. It's just that Song Yen would not agree to such a bet." The spy leader surnamed Lu hesitated for a moment, but he still gathered his courage and said, "In my humble opinion, Song Yen did not win an unfair battle. Apart from Chao Sheng's 2 murder cases, the rich merchant Qi Fengyin and the villager Han Laikai, according to the law, should be imprisoned." Su Fengyin shook his hand. "In a place like Bailiang, chivalry is strong, but chivalry is not necessarily strong. It is easy to commit crimes but difficult to not commit crimes." The spy was silent. Su Fengyin smiled and said, "This time there are many clans in Iha City who are busy fishing for profits. Lu Jingxing, why don't you seize some gold and silver from their hands and treat it as a reward for your brothers? There is no reason for you to work hard and stare at them while those who don't work hard to take advantage of you. I think they won't dare to not open their mouths and spit out some fat meat. However, this king will tell you in advance that this is just a special case, not a new rule for you to do things in the future." Lu Jingxing grinned and laughed. He still didn't have the slightest craftiness of an outsider's impression of a shrewd spy. Instead, he became more and more honest. He didn't look like a cold spy who called Song Yen Wang Shihua by his name. Su Fengyin continued to pick up the book and Lu Jingxing tactfully said goodbye. When he crossed the threshold and gently closed the door, he caught a glimpse of a little girl from the corner of his eye. From beginning to end, Lu Jingxing didn't notice such a girl. She had a golden hairpin on her head and was squatting beside a blue and white porcelain vase that was half the height of a person. She was looking at Lu Jingxing. Lu Jingxing quickly retracted his gaze, lowered his head and completely closed the door. Not long after Lu Jingxing left, Song Yen, who was temporarily the guest of Lingzhou, knocked on the door and entered. Su Fengyin held the book and pointed to the chair opposite the table. Song Yin sat down calmly. Su Fengyin joked, "Our Wang Gongqiao really fell into your trap." Chapter 1051. Song Yin wasn't surprised that spies found out about what happened today. During this period of time, spies were everywhere in Iha City. Along with the fact that he and Wang Shihua were eye-catching, it was expected. Song Yin said helplessly, Wang Shihua was one of the more flexible civil servants in Beiliang. If this is the case, one can see that the governance of Beiliang is still a long way off. Su Fengyin smiled towards the girl, "Please bring 2 jugs of wine over." The girl left silently and brought 2 jugs of green ant wine back. Su Fengyin and Song Yin each had a jug. Su Fengyin said emotionally, "In the past, I knew that it wasn't easy to be the head of the family. However, only after sitting in this position can one understand how difficult it is to be the head of the family. You have to fight with people, evil people like the Iha River Huang family and good people like Huang Shang and Wang Shihua. You have to fight with the heavens. In the past, listening to the rain and appreciating the snow was a joyous thing. Now, you have to consider the harvest of your territory. I have a stack of secret letters to deal with. Some say that the butler Song Tonglu colluded with officials to alter his nephew's works. The children of the Liu family took farmland and were exposed. There was also a senior of the Liu family who spent a lot of money to buy a painting, but it turned out to be fake. He couldn't return it and wanted to cause trouble. A master drank wine in Liangzhou and got jealous of the general's son Jingfeng. The latter called for people to gang up on him and the former tried to kill him. Both of them weren't good people. Logically speaking, it would be better to kill both of them. There was even a rumor that the youngest son of the deputy commander of the infantry, Wei Taizhan, brought along his belongings and moved to the neighboring Hezhou. Just the illegal gold and silver alone filled 16 large chests, which were detained by the soldiers patrolling the border. Very soon, there was a rumor that the border guards had insulted the daughter-in-law of Deputy Commander Wei first. There was also a young captain that great ancestor Gu thought highly of. For some reason he was beaten half to death outside the pass. Song Yin said calmly, "As long as one has a family there will be conflicts. There are even gaps between father and son and wife, much less such a big Beiliang." Su Fengyin smiled and said, "From now on, all the major and minor government affairs in Yu province will be handed over to you, Kuei Hu and Huangfu Qiong. Administrator has been fighting for you, saying that you have the power of magic but have no place to use it. He hopes that you can be of some use after moving to Yuzhou." Song Yin nodded and said, "It's only right that I do my best." Su Fengyin didn't pick up the wine jug that still had more than half of it left. He stood up and walked out of the study with Song Yin. After Song Yin left, Su Fengyin found Wang Shihua, who was temporarily staying in a side courtyard of the general's official residence. He told him that he was going to meet someone. Wang Shihua was confused and followed him out of the residence. He sat in the carriage and left Iha City to the outskirts. There was an irrigation ditch here that nurtured a lush reed field. The land in Beiliang was poor, so the reeds that were quite useful had all become priceless grass. Near the reed field there were several small villages near the river. The breeze was cool and the spring sunshine was warm. Walking on the narrow mud road, the air was filled with the fragrance of green reeds. There were groups of 3 to 5 village children picking tender buds. Su Fengyin and Wang Shihua slowly came to a small ferry by the river. The clumps of reeds nestled together gracefully. It was a rare, tender and charming scenery in Beiliang. Su Fengyin had an empty stem of green reeds in his hand, which looked like a rough reed flute. Su Fengyin sat on the cobblestone ferry and blew the reed pipe, whimpering faintly. Wang Shihua didn't sit down. Instead, he stood on the riverside and thought that the young lord might be dissatisfied with why he made that bet with Song Yin and questioned his action in Yuzhou province. However, considering that Wang Shihua was half his trusted subordinate, he didn't punish Wang Shihua in the usual officialdom. Su Fengyin stopped playing the reed flute, raised his head and pointed to the northeast. "There's a poor scholar from Beiliang who has been in the capital for 7 years and finally made a name for himself. The year before last, he had already become the daily assistant of the emperor's clothes minister. Last year he became the physician of the meritorious service department. He assisted the Minister of Personnel Ministry Zhao Yuling and the Crown Minister Yin Maochun to preside over the capital assessment. This year he will participate in the assessment of the local 4th grade officials in Liyang. In the early spring he and Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan made a private visit to the south. After returning to the capital they got married. On the wedding night there were big red candles and a red veil. The woman surnamed Zhao was a noble. This scholar was destined to have a meteoric rise in the future. Even becoming a minister was just around the corner. In the past 7 years, there were only 2 secret letters sent to Bailiang. One was about the crown prince, and the other was about the Zhao emperor's health. This scholar, who had made great contributions to Bailiang, only wrote 2 words at the end of the 2 letters and asked Bailiang to pass the message to one person. Su Fengnian paused for a moment and said flatly, "Don't miss. Don't wait." Wang Shihua sighed. Su Fengnian continued slowly, "Before this scholar achieved meteoric success, there was a spy here, Jianghu, who had been keeping an eye on him for many years. Therefore, even if it was just 2 simple words, the person who missed and waited for still did not know." Wang Shihua asked softly, "That infatuated woman is still waiting?" Su Fengnian nodded and patted the stone at the ferry. "Back then, she sent the scholar to the capital to take the imperial examinations here. She did not marry, but if she missed him, she would come here to wait. That was because he had promised her that he would return home to marry her, regardless of whether he could pass the imperial examinations or not." Wang Shihua sighed from the bottom of his heart. Such a scholar, such a woman should have been married. It would not be excessive even if the king of Bailiang personally presided over their marriage. Su Fengnian turned a deaf ear and said, "After the end of last year, the woman stopped waiting at the ferry." Wang Shihua was stunned. Su Fengnian threw the hollow reed into the water. Without turning his head, he stretched out his finger and pointed to a place far away from Wang Shihua. "She died in the reed marsh and was buried there." Su Fengnian put his hands into his sleeves. "I came to Yuzhou, to the Yi River, to kill people. You, Wang Shihua, said in your heart that I killed the innocent. I thought that no matter how innocent those nobles were, they were not as innocent as this woman. Moreover, such a woman, such a tragedy could not be counted in Yuzhou. You scholars keep saying that you wholeheartedly want the world to be peaceful. I, Su Fengnian, feel that world peace is too far away. Since peace is so close, I have to do it well first." Wang Shihua's face was pale. Su Fengnian stood up, shook his sleeves and bowed to a small grave in the reed marsh. He turned and left, leaving Wang Shihua sitting on the ground dejectedly. Su Fengnian said in a deep voice, "You were lucky to be born as a human, but you did not treat others as human. Since you are not a human, this king will kill anyone he sees in Bailiang." More than 100 Yuzhou men of sacrifice appeared in the reed marsh. They thought that they had seized the opportunity to kill this lone king of vassals on the spot. Su Fengnian put his hands behind his back and, in one breath, dismembered the 100 men. Chapter 1052. Because Yanji County in Yuzhou was close to the border and was a little far from Iha City, it was involved in some disasters. Compared to the bloody rivers in the hinterland of Yuzhou, it could almost be called a paradise. However, there were still some disciples who were implicated and lost their official titles. Therefore, scholars from other places constantly poured into this county with official documents and occupied various positions in the yamen. Most of these scholars who had just entered the Dragon Gate had official seals from the provincial governor's mansion and letters of recommendation from literary bigwigs like Huang Chang. Over the past 10 days, the Yanji County's county governor, Hong Shandong, had been busy receiving and sending people off. It was just the beginning of summer, but he had already drunk many pots of calming fire tea. He was afraid that he would neglect any unknown bigwig who had a backer. Now, it was obvious that Wang Chongwen of New Liang was suppressing his military force. Weren't those people who started a massacre in Yuzhou all martial artists? Hong Shandong didn't dare to put on airs at this critical moment. There were 7 counties in Yanji County, but there was only one upper county. According to the law of Liang, only a county with a yield of 100,000 dan of grain was considered an upper county. In Bailiang, half of the county's grain was already considered a top county. This time, the scholars who entered this county as officials were 1 county magistrate, 3 county deputy ministers, 6 county secretaries and 1 county lieutenant. Fortunately, they all held positions in the middle and lower counties, so they didn't stab the county governor in the heart. It was human nature for a new official to visit a county magistrate, Hong Shandong, and it was also a rule. However, there was still 1 county secretary and 1 county lieutenant who didn't show up. Perhaps it was because of their scholarly character that they directly went to the local magistrate. Hong Shandong, who was originally a scholar, was too lazy to care about this kind of red tape. He was content to have a muddled peace in his county. Bishan County was a barren county in the middle of nowhere. It only had the air of being the largest county in Yanji County. In addition, the local power was very strong, so the county magistrate here had always been sullen, not to mention the good thing of earning 100,000 dan of silver for 3 years. This time, the officialdom of Yuzhou was greatly shaken. From the top to the bottom of Bishan County, the county magistrate and county lieutenant all ran away without anyone saying anything. It would be best if they could go to other counties. Those who didn't have this ability also took the opportunity to lower their status and go to other places to fish for money. As a result, after the county magistrate, the county deputy minister, the county secretary, and the other officials gathered in the old county office of this county, they all stared at each other in bewilderment. They were all unfamiliar faces. County Magistrate Feng Guan was a scholar from the Shangyin Academy. He had just reached 30 years old. It was said that he was a fine jade material that even Grand Chancellor Wang took a fancy to. In Beiliang today he naturally became a first-class commodity. County Magistrate Hong accepted this person's greeting gift, but secretly sent an even more valuable gift in return. Deputy County Magistrate Zhu Jing's reputation was slightly inferior. He was a scholar who had followed the Lu family of Qingzhou into the Qing dynasty. He did not have any scholarly achievements, but since he was able to get in touch with the Lu family, who was a relative of the imperial family, no one dared to look down on him. Commandant Bai Shank liked to wear a personal knife. He was the bold person who did not visit County Chief Hong. He was tall and sturdy and did not consider himself a scholar. Even when he was in the main hall of the county office, he still looked askance at people. The remaining person was the registrar. His official position was the most mediocre among the top officials in the county. His name was Su Qi. He did not wear a knife, sword, or jade. He was young but he really had a good appearance. Out of the 4 officials, Feng Guan was arrogant because of his talent and was also the county magistrate. He was neither cold nor warm to everyone. Zhu Jing tried to befriend Bai Shank, but the latter did not appreciate it and could only settle for the next best thing. He ran over to Registrar Su and called him brother. Finally, his efforts were not wasted. When they had nothing to do, they left the office and went to the streets to drink. Zhu Jing tried to sound him out several times and found out that this person was a son of a general who had come to the remote countryside to avoid disaster. At first, Zhu Jing treated him to a banquet, but then he let the young Registrar Su foot the bill. At first, Zhu Jing was a little nervous. He was afraid that this young son of a general was too arrogant and would come to blows at the slightest disagreement. Later, after drinking more and more, they became more familiar with each other. He was certain that this inexperienced official was very easy to talk to and was willing to suffer losses. However, in his heart, Zhu Jing looked down on him more and more. He only saw him as a fair-weather friend. It was the general trend for scholars to be in charge of Beiliang's government affairs. Su Qi was just an insignificant son of a general. What kind of future would he have in the future? However, there was one thing about Su Qi that Zhu Jing liked. When Zhu Jing was criticizing current affairs, Su Qi did not understand and was more than willing to listen to Zhu Jing, the county deputy's guidance. Anyway, Bishan County's affairs were not heavy. Magistrate Feng was always eager to do them, and County Magistrate Bai was always elusive. Zhu Jing and Su Qi had plenty of time to drink and chat. Taking a break from work? It was more like taking a break from work. The main entrance of the county yamen was not long. There were only a few shops and there was only one restaurant. There were only a few kinds of green ant wine. Zhu Jing was not used to drinking the cheap green ant wine that burned his throat. Today he asked for a jug of Jianan spring wine that had just arrived. When he asked for the wine, he deliberately glanced at Su Qi's face. Seeing Su Qi's pained expression and trying to hide it, Master Zhu held back his laughter. Afterward, he drank in large mouthfuls and felt more at ease. As he drank the good wine to satisfy his craving, Zhu Jing felt a heroic spirit fill his chest, rushing straight to his teeth. He had only finished one cup when Su Qi tactfully reached out to refill his cup. Sir Zhu picked up the wine cup. He wasn't in a hurry to drink, saying unhurriedly, "Last time I told you about Bai Yan and Tan Tongweng's public rupture, how satisfying it was. Today I want to properly talk about the aftermath. This Grand Secretary Zhang's control of the Liang Discourse Road has finally come in handy." With a kacha sound, this blade suddenly fell down in the imperial court. Although no one died, it made those who had the qualifications to enter the imperial court lose 2 noble titles, as well as 16 official hats. "Su Qi, don't you think it's amazing?" Su Qi laughed softly and said, "Amazing. It was indeed an extremely tyrannical counterattack. It doesn't lose to Qin Jibao's plum wine." Zhu Jing originally wanted to answer his own question, but after being interrupted, he subconsciously wanted to glare. However, he quickly restrained himself. The person sitting in front of him was, after all, an official of the same rank as him. He took a slow sip and brewed his emotions before continuing. "The officials in the court are dejected and anxious. However, this is not important. Soon there will be a light at the end of the tunnel. That Bai Yan intends to open up the Lotus Seed River to deal with the flood in Guangling. The Minister of Works, who is known for his silent meditation, wrote a letter for the first time, stating the pros and cons in a clear and organized manner. He actually did his best to refute the Grand Secretary. The way I see it, there are two emperors in this dynasty. No matter how the man and the cat died, they are dead in the end. This purple-beard duke, who still holds the title of Grand Secretary, is also on the verge of collapse. Speaking of this, Zhuajing, who was most likely to take over the position of county magistrate, also sighed endlessly. Since he was a scholar, no matter how much he criticized Bai Yan, how could he not yearn for him in his heart? If one didn't reach the martial emperor city, one wouldn't be considered a hero. If one didn't recognize Bai Yan as a scholar, how could he be an official? Zhuajing took a sip of wine and clicked his tongue. In the end, he heard a question that spoiled the mood. Sir Zhua, Grand Secretary Zhang is too far away from me. I am more curious about the current Jianghu. Zhuajing couldn't help but think, who do you think you are, Su Qi? Forget about Bai Yan, even Great Peace City is thousands of miles away from you. As for Jianghu, how much closer can you be? However, despite his disdain, Zhuajing still had a smile on his face after drinking the good wine that Su Qi had treated him to. He slowly said, Jianghu? I have heard of it. Although I didn't pay much attention to it since you asked, there is no harm in telling you a few words. It just so happens that the situation in the court has changed. The 3 reviews of the world have spread from Guangling Taoism. Let's not talk about the reviews of generals, they are all expected figures. Only this court's Yin Maochun and Beimang's Dong will have some new ideas. Just the review you asked about is really a big deal that hasn't been seen in 100 years. From 10 people to 15. Su Qi laughed and said, with so many people, isn't it a bit worthless? Zhuajing sneered and said, worthless? This time, it's more valuable than the previous reviews. In the past, when there were 10 people in Liyang as well as when Beimang overstepped its authority and published a review, they didn't include people from the 3 religions. They didn't dare touch places like Martial Emperor City and the Wu family sword tomb. This time, the 15 people in the review are the real top masters in the world. Su Qi lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he squinted his eyes and smiled. Zhuajing glanced at the young registrar across the table. The ordinary-looking deputy left district magistrate couldn't help but feel a little resentful. This general's son was born with an appearance that could easily abduct women. At some point, the young owner of the restaurant also came over. He didn't know that he had brought a pot of green ant wine, which couldn't be sold for more than a few copper coins. He just sat there and didn't drink. Zhuajing was annoyed. He didn't want to waste his saliva, but he couldn't endure the desire in the shabby young owner's eyes. The corner of Zhuajing's mouth twitched. When he saw Su Qi ask for a pot of Jian Nanchun wine from the shopkeeper, he smiled and said, Old Monster Wang Xianji is still the undisputed #1 in the world. No one can shake his position. Even the Peach Blossom Sword God, Dong Tai, who returned from a visit to Immortality and overturned the South Sea with his sword, can only obediently accept the second place. The young owner of the restaurant with thick eyebrows and big eyes was shocked and said loudly, What's going on? Tuoba Bodhisattva has become the 3rd place? Chapter 1053. Master Zhuo was too lazy to pay attention to this ignorant frog at the bottom of the well. He said slowly, What's so strange about that? Tuoba Bodhisattva of Beimang was pushed to the 3rd place by Dong Tai. The top 3 of the peak of martial arts have changed, but they are still the same 3. After talking about the 3 land immortals, I'll talk about the last 5 people. The people who made the comments probably had some reservations. The leaders of Buddhism in the 3 sects were not in the top 10. For example, the white-robed monk of the 2 Zen temple who had been sealed in the mountain, Li Xiaoxin, Northern Mang's national advisor, Qilin Immortal Yuan Qingshan, and the new leader of Wudong, Li Yufu were all outside the top 10. Along with Deng Mao of Broken Spear and Su Yambing of Northern Liang, they occupied these 5 positions. If it was 10 years ago, these 5 people would be in the top 5. The young owner of the restaurant said happily, Our Beiliang is amazing. Both Leader Li and General Su are on the list. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you to a drink later. It's definitely the best green ant wine. You can't find a place to sell it in Bishan County. Master Zhuo, tell me who are the 7 heroes? Zhuajing wanted to make fun of him. He said mischievously, Give me the wine first. Otherwise there's no need to talk. The young owner said impatiently, What's the hurry? I'll definitely treat you to 2 pots of green ant wine later. Do you think I have the guts to cheat you? Su Qi opened the 2nd bottle of Sword South Spring wine. After Zhuajing filled his cup to the brim, He didn't want to bicker with a country bumpkin. He downed half a cup and said with a satisfied expression, "The fourth is Chao Changqing, the Confucian sage of West Chu. The fifth is Luo Yang, the devil of Zhulu Mountain. The eighth is Hong Jingyan Gung Luozi. The ninth is Gu Jiantang, the pillar of the state. The 10th is lustrous King Sword Master, the current master of the Wu family sword tomb." The young owner was stunned. He counted with his fingers and asked in confusion, "Where are the 6th and 7th? Deputy District Magistrate, could it be that you drank it all away?" Zhuijing was about to reach out with his chopsticks to pick up a peanut from the small porcelain plate and pretended to hit the fool. He rolled his eyes and said, "The 7th is the new king of Shu who came out of Bailiang Qinjibao." The young man chuckled and said, "What do you mean by your Bailiang? County deputy, you must be drunk. It's our Bailiang." Zhuijing was a little frightened. Most of the tipsy feeling left him, but he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "As for the 6th, it's our king of Bailiang." The young man opened his mouth and eyes wide. Zhuijing glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He did not hide the sarcasm on his face. "You don't believe me? Peiju, do you not dare to believe it, or do you not want to believe it?" The young man with the surname Pei grinned and said, "That's great news. I believe you, I believe you. If you don't believe me, I'll have the same surname as you, Deputy District Magistrate Swa." Zhuijing could not help but show off his knowledge. He sneered and said, "The surname Pei was a big surname 20 years ago, but now it's not even worth a fart. It's more than 60 times worse than my surname Zhua in this dynasty." Peiju nodded his head vigorously like a chicken pecking on rice. Yes, yes, yes. The surname Pei is a disgrace. No matter where I go, I won't be welcomed. Right now, I can't wait to find a well-bred young lady and marry into her family." Su Qi sighed and said, "The 6th. It seems that Huang Sanjia is being merciful." Zhuijing was confused and asked, "What did you say?" Su Qi shook his head and said with a smile, "I just think that no matter what the ranking is, it's already very scary to be on the martial arts ranking list." Peiju faced the arrogant deputy district magistrate and the reverence that some commoners should have for their parents. As for Su Qi, who was polite to everyone, he was used to climbing up the ladder. These days, when they occasionally interacted with each other, he had always been carefree and unscrupulous. He grabbed a handful of peanuts and put them in his mouth. He said vaguely, "It's not just scaring people. If I see one, I'll be scared out of my wits. If I'm not scared to death, I'll beg them to take me in as their disciple. If I'm lucky enough to learn a few moves, I'll go out in Jianghu and fight anyone. If I can't beat them, I can ask for my master's support. Who would dare to bully me? Wouldn't they be in a hurry to be reincarnated?" Su Qi wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, he could not help but say, "If you have such thoughts, you won't be able to practice the sword and become a master." Peiju rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "I don't practice the sword either. Look, among the top 3 in the world, there's only one who practices the sword. Including the 15 masters, there's only that old guy Wu Jiajian who practices the sword. He's still at the bottom of the top 10. Su Qi smiled and said, "That's true." Peiju's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at the knowledgeable district magistrate and asked impatiently, "What about the Rouge ranking? Who are the beauties?" Zhuijing was a man after all. He smiled and took a sip of wine. After a while he said, "The Rouge ranking hasn't changed much. It's just that the Princess Jing En Pei Nanwei, who died for love, is missing. There's an additional West Chu's fallen princess, Jianghu." Peiju thought for a while and said, "I know this one. She can ride a sword through the 18 gates of the imperial city. Who would dare to marry her in the future? What about our Wulin chief, Mount Huishanzi? Didn't they say that she's also a beauty who brings disaster to the country?" Zhuijing laughed in a low voice and said, "No one dares to marry the West Chu princess, but no one dares to touch the mistress of Great Meadow? You have to understand that although Xinyuan Qingfeng wasn't ranked among the 15, he was singled out along with Nangong Push. He said that the former was only 1 level away and the latter was only 1 level away. They both have the potential to reach the top of the Wulin world as women. It's just a matter of who's a step faster. Whoever's a step slower will fall behind and it'll be difficult for them to stand side by side. In my opinion, this old fox who wrote the ranking is also full of evil tricks. He wants nothing more than for the 2 beauties to fight. Little brat of the Pei family, let me ask you, let's not talk about those unattainable people. Let's talk about how you know 2 beautiful ladies on the street but you can't eat them. Would you be happy to see them fight on the street?" Peiju only cared about laughing. The answer was self-evident. Since there was free wine to drink, Zhuijing talked more. Afterwards he told the two ignorant young men about many new things in Jianghu. For example, Dongyue Sword Pool's Song Yinqing died for no reason, and Shishan Spring Cottage's swordsmanship master Xiaolingzhen also died mysteriously. These sects had lost their pillars and their status in Jianghu plummeted. They were no longer at the top of the Jianghu world. They were far behind the Wu family sword tomb in Longhu Mountain, and could only be ranked among the top 10 sects with many new rising sections. Beiliang was indeed the big winner this time. In this evaluation of Liang being Liang, Beimang being Beimang, there was another fish dragon gang that no one had heard of before. Although they were ranked last, so what if they were ranked 10th? When they went out and announced their name, they would always claim that the fish dragon gang was one of the top 10 sects in Liang. They wouldn't rashly say that they were ranked 10th. When the county deputy was talking about this, Pei Ju was already thinking about whether he should go to Lingzhou to join the fish dragon gang. After chatting for a while, Pei Ju slapped his thigh and asked, "Mr. Zhua, why isn't that big devil cat on the list? Why is he ranked lower than others? He can't even get into the top 15? Zhuajing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed at the young man who lived in a corner and could only look at the sky from the bottom of a well. "Are you stupid?" Bao Shuqi, the county magistrate of Bishan, laughed it off. Pei Ju suddenly covered his stomach and said that he was going to the toilet. Then he disappeared. After drinking the last cup of South Blade spring wine, Mr. Zhua suddenly realized that this silly boy was not really stupid. He was just playing tricks to avoid the 2 pots of green ant wine that they had agreed on. Zhuajing smiled and got up to leave the table. Su Qi said that he wanted to stay for a while, so the county deputy walked out of the restaurant alone and muttered, "Stupid is stupid. The restaurant is here, where can he go? He can hide for a while, but he can't hide forever. I'm a 6th grade county deputy. Not to mention drinking 2 pots of your wine, I can even take half of your restaurant." After Zhuajing left the restaurant, the young man immediately ran back to the table and sat down. He said with a smile, "Su Qi, don't you think this guy is stupid? He doesn't even understand the principle of being fickle. He has studied so much for nothing." Su Qi asked with a smile, "Is there any other principle to be particular about being fickle?" Pei Ju crossed his legs and picked up the bottle of South Blade spring wine. He raised his head and drank a few drops of wine from the bottom of the bottle. He wiped his mouth and said, "You must have studied less than me. A monkey performer gives a monkey 3 acorns in the morning and 4 acorns in the evening. If the monkey doesn't agree, the performer will say 4 acorns in the morning and 3 acorns in the evening. When I was young, I heard this joke in other people's ears and thought that the monkey was really smart. Wouldn't it be better to get 1 more acorns in the morning than anything else? Even if it could get 3 more acorns in the evening, it would be better to get it early. Besides, in our world, who doesn't talk nonsense when doing business? That's why I said that the monkey is smart, but the county deputy is stupid. I don't know how he became the county deputy. In my opinion, I'd rather be the county deputy." Su Qi looked out of the window and said calmly, "You're right. But in fact, sometimes you don't have to be so smart." Pei Ju spat and sneered, Su Qi, what you said is meaningless. If you don't be smart, how can you be successful? The wild dogs on the street know how to bite the poor beggars. Do you think it dares to bite me or the county deputy?" Su Qi walked out of the restaurant without saying anything. Walking on the street where there were few pedestrians, he raised his head and let the sunlight dazzle his eyes. He was indifferent. Pei Ju leaned against the window and looked at the figure that was walking away. He had always been jealous of the young owner of the restaurant who was dressed in thin clothes, had good looks, and was an official. He pouted and muttered, "What's the use of pretending to be a dog? Do you think you're worthy of being reasonable with me?" Su Qi walked alone. Vancouver. Your brother is already the 6th in the world in name. If one day in the future I'm still alive and you're still alive, then I'll take the initiative and add in the share that you don't want. It's not too much for the 2 of us to be the 1st in the world, right? Chapter 1054. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Su Qi didn't live in the back hall of the county office. County Magistrate Feng Guan had brought many books and servants with him, so they occupied many rooms. County Magistrate Bai Shank had also cleared out an extra room for practicing martial arts. He didn't stand on ceremony with anyone. If anyone was dissatisfied, they could come and ask for his saber. Therefore, Su Qi, as the registrar official, sensibly bought a small house outside the county office. It was only a few minutes away from the county office. The alley was secluded and deep. In the courtyard, there was a small well with fresh green grapevines. It was a quiet and pleasant place. When Su Qi returned to his house, a little girl with a golden hairpin on her head was lying on the mouth of the well. She didn't care if this posture was elegant or not. Su Fengyin took off his civil official uniform with a sixth-rank official patch and moved a small stool to sit beside the well. Originally, he didn't have the fortune to spend his days leisurely like this. However, after his second sister learned of his current situation, she would rather tire herself and insisted that her younger brother not touch the mountainous pile of documents and government affairs for the time being. It should be known that these documents could immediately become a mountain again after being moved away. However, she said that it was the work of the servants and the work of the superior and the work of the superior. Therefore he took it as giving him the last half a year of leisure. Logically speaking, Su Qi had never won against her. All he could do was wait patiently for the next spring. At that time, even if he wanted to slack off, his second sister would pull him by the ear and bring him to the desk. In Bishan County of Yanji Commandery, this moderately sized registrar official was, of course, Su Qi, the son of a general. He had used this alias in Beimang and Liang Jianghu. However, after the one-year mourning period ended and he put on the clothes that the Golden Silk Weaving Bureau spent a lot of manpower and money to make, it was time for him to leave this place in Yuzhou. In Bishan County, other than a secret letter from home every half a day, no one would disturb his peace and quiet. Therefore, things like martial arts evaluations, rouge evaluations, generals evaluations, and so on could only be heard from Deputy County Magistrate Zhuijing. His meager salary as the county magistrate was mostly spent on Zhuijing's drinking. Without a doubt, Huang Sanjia had once again deliberately stirred up a demonic wind. Among them, Mount Longhu was the biggest loser. A father and son Taoist masters had ascended together. It was an unprecedented grand occasion, but it seemed to have emptied all of the Taoist ancestral court's assets. This time no one had made it onto the rankings. But Li Yufu of Wudong, who had not been heard of until now, had made it onto the rankings and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yuan Qingshan and Li Xiaoxing. Mount Wudong's status would definitely rise. And with the sudden appearance of Su Yanbing, who was ranked 6th in the world, Beiliang was the biggest winner. He leaned against the rattan frame and muttered to himself, 10 times I was in a trance. Looking down from a high vantage point, I've seen many places. I've also seen the gathering and dispersing of fate. It's said that a place's environment nurtures a place's people. Within the limitations of this place's environment, people's words and actions permeate each other. Therefore, this place's environment is different from that of another place's environment. The people of the two places write different articles. To exaggerate, with the Guangling River as the boundary between the north and the south, the people of the south and the people of the north are completely different. When I'm in a trance, I look at the big, and when I'm back, I look at the small. Now, when I look at the new Beiliang, Zhuijing, and the old Peiju, I look at their words and actions. In the end, their fates are mixed up and they all merge into Beiliang's fate. Now Beiliang has Mount Wudong, a place of fate. But we have to wait until Li Yufu returns. After Jiang and I and the old man with the sheepskin fur coat left, Mount Qingliang was replaced by the androgynous white fox's face and Huyen Guanyin. But whether these people are here or not, they follow the 4 words: the heavens are clear. They can't be forced. Many of my old friends have really become dead. There are also some who will become ancient people one day. For example, Wang Xiaoping, who follows Lu Songtao, and Sui Xiegu, who for some reason still hasn't entered the martial arts rankings. There are also Miss Li Zi and the North and South monks, whose whereabouts are unknown. But speaking of which, most of the people who are related to me don't have good endings. He, who had been listening to Su Fengyin's nagging, raised her head and adjusted the slightly tilted golden hairpin. She said calmly, I should have died more than 10 years ago. Su Fengyin was amused. He asked curiously, since I'm your savior, why did you kill me? You showed mercy a few times, but there were also times when you really wanted to kill me. The young girl sat on the mouth of the well and looked at him. She blinked. Old Huang said that you lived so miserably. Dying in my hands is better than dying in someone else's hands. I think. Su Fengyin said helplessly, you think it makes sense. The young girl chuckled a few times. She was obviously happy. She suddenly seemed to have remembered something and disappeared in a flash. She left as soon as she said so, leaving Su Fengyin all alone in his room. Su Fengyin didn't know where she went, but he felt that she wouldn't show up for a while. Su Fengyin sighed and sat on the small bench in a daze. These days he mostly went to the county yamen for roll call. After that he didn't have anything to do. There were many things waiting to be done in Bishan County due to the replacement of the old and the new. It should have been the most difficult time in the county yamen, but the county magistrate Feng Guan was incomparably powerful and monopolized the power. Zhuijing had been fighting openly and secretly for power several times, but he had lost. He had nothing to do. It seemed that he wanted to seek some support from his backer. For the time being he chose to rest and lie low, waiting to see how long Fengguan could run rampant. Bai Shangguan's ambition didn't lie in one county or one county. He often went to the passes in Yanji County to relax, and make friends with the commandant who had real power in Bailiang. In the present Bailiang County, not to mention the 14 new commandants, any commandant who held the commander's seal was already a very popular person. There were two reasons why Su Fengyin chose Bishan County as his base. First, the aftermath of the Yuzhou incident was still lingering. He had to keep an eye on the new provincial governor Hu Kuei and the Yuzhou general Huang Fujin to see if they could play the role of good cop. Second, Yanji County was close to the border. Su Fengyin was greatly disappointed by the number of soldiers in Yuzhou, and he didn't have much confidence in the Yuzhou border army. He wanted to go to the border to take a look when he had time. Third, he wanted to personally experience the new atmosphere in Bailiang's officialdom. He could see the big picture from a small clue. It was more accurate and comprehensive than hearsay or even spies' secret reports. Just like the current situation, the internal friction between Fengguan and Zhujiang in Bishan County, and the discord between the county magistrate and the county magistrate had already made Su Fengyin worried. Su Fengyin looked at the sky and got up to go to the kitchen. He helplessly found that the rice jar was already empty. Although he was now no different from a Taoist priest in terms of fasting, and his mysterious realm was far beyond that, since ancient times sages and virtuous men had always talked about cultivating Taoism and not immortality. Besides, in order to achieve immortality, what good would it do to cultivate oneself to an inhuman state before becoming an immortal? During this period of time, Su Fengyin didn't forget to eat, drink, or sleep. He went to the table and took a bag of silver, intending to go out and buy a bag of rice. Perhaps it was because Bishan County was barren and unruly, the local tyrannical families didn't treat these newly appointed officials well. The families headed by the Zhu family even closed their doors and refused to see any guests. They were determined to draw a clear line between themselves and these new officials. Chapter 1055. Just as Su Fengyin was about to leave, a young man rushed into the small courtyard, carrying a bag of rice on his shoulder. Su Fengyin did not stand on ceremony with him, accepting the bag of rice with a smile and pouring it into the rice vat. The young man beside him was surnamed Zhu, and his name was Zhengli. They had gotten to know each other through drinking. He was a local born and raised in Bishan County, and he claimed to be a poor son of a small family that had been rejected by a wealthy family in Yanji County. How could Su Fengyin not have guessed that he was a true descendant of the Zhu family? However, since Zhu Zhengli was unwilling to admit it, he did not expose him. Zhu Zhengli had a free and easy temperament, and was one of the few righteous sons of a large family. It was probably because of his Bailiang's knight-errant nature that he did not mix well with the other sons in Bishan County. Instead, there were many disputes. A few years ago, because of an incident that implicated his family, he had gotten into a heated argument with the previous county magistrate. One must know that the county magistrate was not an official. The county magistrate's position was not high, but it was the local emperor under the provincial governor. To be able to sit in this position, one must have a background that was not to be underestimated, and one must also have an extraordinary knowledge of officialdom. It was easy for him to cause the downfall of the commoners. Zhu Zhengli dared to provoke the county magistrate because he himself did not understand the ways of the world. Moreover, the Zhu family in Bishan County did indeed have a deep foundation. If the head of the Zhu family really spoke, not only the county magistrate, even the governor of Yanji County Hong Shandong, would have to obediently keep quiet. It was only because the Zhu family had retired in recent years that the monkeys in Bishan County were able to become kings. Zhu Zhengli was a guy who liked to nag. At this time he was laughing at how Su Qi's position as a registrar was too shabby. He couldn't get anything out of it and it would be hard for him to not be filthy rich. He even said that Su Qi's family must have used up all their savings to donate such a lousy position. Otherwise, how could he have fallen to such a miserable state without food? Su Fengyin didn't refute him. He just smiled and reminded this guy not to expose other shortcomings in front of a dwarf. Zhu Zhengli laughed loudly, but didn't continue to nag about Su Qi's dire situation. Su Fengyin took out a pot of green ant wine. The two of them sat under the grape trellis, each holding a large white porcelain bowl. The sun in Bailiang was particularly vicious. Summer had just begun, but it was already as unbearably hot as Jiangnan. The good thing about it was that as long as they stayed in the shade, the wind would cool them down. With a bowl of green ant wine for each of them, the two of them were even more carefree than immortals. Su Fengyin drank a mouthful of wine, squinted his eyes and smiled drunkenly. He asked, Today there are real shortages everywhere in Yuzhou. Why don't you tell your elders to find a loophole? Make up your mind and take out a few hundred taels of silver to find a backdoor. Then, find a famous person with a bit of reputation and ask for a recommendation letter. Even if I don't become a county registrar, it won't be difficult for me to get an official position. In the future, I won't be able to make a name for myself in Bailiang's underworld. It's even more impossible in the future. It's better to be a civil official. Zhu Jingli shook his head like a rattle drum. What's so good about being an official? It's not good to ride on the heads of ordinary people. Not to mention that I came from a poor family. Even if I did have money, I wouldn't waste it. If I really want to be an official, it's better to join the army at the border. It's more comfortable to rely on one's own ability to earn real military merits. Su Fengyin joked, with your mediocre skills, it's fine if you fight in an ordinary battle. Not to mention encountering crows, even if you run into the second-rate cavalry of Beimang, it's no different from throwing your life away. No matter how boring it is to be an official, is it interesting to be a dead man? Zhu Jingli sighed and rubbed his chin. That's why my grandmother doesn't want me to join the army. She said that she'd rather have me eat and wait for death in Bishan County than to see her own child die. She also said that if I dared to sneak out of Yanji County, she'd find someone to break one of my legs. My grandmother always keeps her word. Everyone in my family is afraid of her like a mouse in front of a cat. I wasn't afraid when I was young, but I became more and more afraid when I grew up. Su Fengyin mischievously asked, how's your little sister, who fell in love with county magistrate by at first sight? Zhu Jingli felt a toothache when he heard this. With a bitter face he said, I'm puzzled. You have the same rank as that embroidered pillow by Shank, and you're even more handsome than that pretty boy. It's strange, my little sister doesn't like you and insists on getting close to that guy surnamed Bai. She doesn't even have the modesty that a woman should have. That's fine, but there's an old saying that a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a layer of gauze. I don't think that guy surnamed Bai gives my little sister any face. That's why I'm so worried. And if that scowling guy really becomes my brother-in-law, I'll definitely… Su Qi, what's that saying again? Su Fengyin laughed. Chickens and dogs hear each other's voices, but they don't interact with each other for the rest of their lives. Zhu Jingli slapped Registrar Su's shoulder and didn't forget to wipe the wine off his hand. He laughed. Su Qi, no wonder you can become our Bishan County's registrar. You've studied for a few days. I can't do that. Once I touch a book, I faint and want to sleep. If I were to practice martial arts, I wouldn't have a problem even if I didn't rest for a few days and nights. But my grandmother wouldn't let me practice martial arts no matter what. Sai, brother, I'm just a waste of my talent. Su Fengyin smiled and said bluntly, your talent is average and can't be much better. I'm only telling you the truth because we're friends. Zhu Jingli didn't get angry. He glared at him and said, when Wang Xinji first started out in the martial arts world, the seniors in the martial arts world said that her talent was average. Besides, I don't have to be a world-shaking hero to practice martial arts. It's fine if I can beat up a few bullies in the village. Su Fengyin nodded. Zhu Jingli finished a bowl of wine and shook the wine pot. There was about half a bowl left. He put it down and said that he had snuck out from home to get some fresh air. He still had to go back and deal with the books of the saints. If his grandmother found out, he would be crippled the next time they met. Su Fengyin didn't send him off. He laughed. Remember to bring wine the next time you visit. Zhu Jingli, who had jogged away, turned around and raised his middle finger. Su Fengyin smiled and poured himself another half bowl of wine. He sat alone under the grape trellis. The breeze caressed his face and he was in a good mood. Before he finished drinking the green ant in his bowl, he put the bowl on the bamboo chair and stood up to welcome the guest. A white-haired old woman slowly walked into the courtyard with a walking stick. She was stunned when she saw Su Fengyin. She sat down in front of Su Fengyin. Su Fengyin only sat down after she sat down. The old woman was the head of the Zhu family in Bishan County. The Zhu family had 4 generations. In the previous 3 generations there were more females than males. Zhu Jingli was the only child in his generation. According to the family tree in the ancestral shrine, there should be 6 or 7 uncles. However, none of them were alive today. It was the same for the previous generation. The old woman was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhu family. As time passed, she became the true backbone of the Zhu family in Bishan County. She was considered a virtuous and respectable mistress in the entire Yanji County. It was said that when the Su family took over Bailiang, General Su Xiao and Princess Consort Wu Su had stayed in the Zhu family. Just based on this, who would dare to belittle the Zhu family in Yuzhou, let alone Yanji County? Moreover, the 12 men of the Zhu family of 2 generations had all died at the border in the past 20 years. The old woman was slightly lost in thought. She looked at Su Fengyin and said softly, "You really look like him." Su Fengyin wanted to say something but stopped. The old woman waved her hand. She leaned on her walking stick with both hands and looked at the door of the courtyard. She said, "At first, I wanted to see the Registrar General who could make my grandson call him brother. After seeing him, I understood. Back then, when the head of the Zhu family met the general, it was more or less the same situation. The general didn't put on airs. My husband wanted nothing more than to repay him with his life. He was clumsy and didn't say much, but he did." Su Fengyin said in a low voice, "This old man, please don't worry. I definitely won't let Zhu Jingli follow in his ancestors' footsteps. This time, I took root in Bishan County and didn't even dare to visit the Zhu family. It was a coincidence that I met Zhu Jingli. In the future when I leave, it's likely that we won't meet again. I hope this old man won't worry." The old woman grunted and didn't say anything else. The old woman sat quietly for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. She slowly stood up. Su Fengyin stood up and walked her to the door. The old woman suddenly asked, "Can you really defend it?" Su Fengyin replied calmly, "If we can't, I'll have to trouble this old man to tell Zhu Jingli that Su Qi ran to the Central Plains to become an official." The old woman reached out her trembling hand and touched Su Fengyin's head. The old woman slowly walked towards the carriage that was parked at the corner of the alley. Before she got on the carriage, she saw the young man at the door silently watching her leave. She murmured, "So similar." Chapter 1056. The capital of Yinji County was close to Qingan County. Su Fengyin, as the county clerk, didn't visit Governor Hong Shandong back then. This time he rushed to the capital because he had other plans. Now he didn't even have a coachman by his side. Su Yambing went to Gourd Mouth of Yuzhou to serve as one of the 8 captains of Beiliang's border. His main purpose was to intimidate the important people in the border army who were related to Yozhou's general family. Su Yambing was one of the 15 people in the new martial arts evaluation. Just this point alone was enough to make people afraid. Moreover, he was once Su Zhao's trusted retainer. In the spring and autumn period, it was common for a ruler to bestow a surname to his trusted subordinates, especially those who were born in the wilderness. However, there were only a few people on Su Zhao's side. Lu Yambing was one of them. It was said that a new ruler brings in new subordinates. Su Yambing had been trusted by the king of Beiliang for 2 dynasties. In the eyes of outsiders, even the infantry commander Yan Wenwan had to give him some face. Now that the new King Liang, who was ranked 6th in the world, was said to be able to take on 2,000 cavalry, who would protect him. When Su Fengyin led his horse into the city, he used Su Qi's identity and had an official's record. Naturally, he was unimpeded. When Su Fengyin entered the capital, he saw many young men and women in luxurious clothes. They all got off their horses and walked through the city gate. Even after passing through the city gate and getting back on their horses, they didn't dare to gallop wildly. They were no longer as arrogant and unrestrained as before. Moreover, no one dared to carry a Beiliang saber. It was probably because the smell of blood in Yuzhou had yet to disperse. Half of the northern Liang's heroic image had been forcefully stripped away. After Su Fengyin entered the city, he continued to lead his horse slowly toward a rare house with mountains and water. In Beiliang, one only needed to look at the amount of water, the number of wells, and the amount of winter snow stored in the cellar. It was even more impressive to be able to be near a lake. As for Mount Qingliang, since the family head surname was Su, it didn't need to be said. Within Yinji County, Hubai was a spy. He was still very young, but his senior spy had placed high hopes on him as early as his youth. It wasn't common for a spy to become an official in Beiliang, but logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult. Hubai was very handsome. He didn't read much, but he was born with a scholarly air. The turtle spy in Yinji County had once been his master's subordinate, so he had taken care of Hubai in silence. As a result, he had assigned him a job that didn't require much effort, but was very pleasing and beneficial to his future. At first, when Hubai heard that he was going to be a woman spy, he wasn't very happy. He only listened to orders as that was the duty of a spy. However, when Hubai became the young and rich shopkeeper of the silk shop on this street and saw the woman with his own eyes, he didn't have any complaints. Hubai had seen many beautiful women. Some were as flirtatious as peonies, some were as pure as white lotuses. He had even tasted the flavor of the courtesan of a large brothel. His state of mind was always as tranquil as an ancient well, but he had never seen such a soul-stirring woman. Moreover, There was something else besides her appearance that made it even more difficult for Hu Bai to let go of. Hu Bai followed his duty and didn't dare take a single step past the minefield. He didn't take the initiative to meet her. She rarely showed her face on the street. From the time she appeared in the silk shop until she disappeared, it was only a door's distance away. Hu Bai didn't even raise his head. He could only watch her out of the corner of his eye. Occasionally he would lie on the roof in the middle of the night and drink wine. He would glance at the pitch-black courtyard not far away and know that she lived there. Hu Bai didn't probe into her background. He only wanted to be able to guard her like this, neither near nor far. One day at a time, and it would be best if he could spend a lifetime with her. He only knew that the woman's surname was Pei and that she lived in seclusion. She had never had a social interaction with the officials and nobles of Jianghu County. Her temperament was always cold and cheerless. Even though this unavoidably gave people a feeling of lethargy, it was still breathtaking. There were many manners of influential people in Jianghu County nearby, and it wasn't that there weren't people with a keen sense of smell who would act upon hearing the news. On a dark and windy night, Hu Bai had personally knocked out more than 10 people, including their master and servants. The military chancellor, who was as fat as a pig, was choked by Hu Bai's neck, lifted a foot off the ground, and viciously smashed his head against the wall of the alley, causing him to faint on the spot. That night, when County Governor Hong Dong heard about this matter, he got out of bed in a hurry and flew into a rage. He actually mobilized a large force and quickly mobilized 30 armored soldiers armed with crossbows to drag away those fellows. The next day, not only did the military chancellor lose his official position, his entire family was expelled from the county city. After that, no one dared to fight anymore. There were still people who wanted to fight, to win a smile from the beauty, but they never saw that door open. Later on, it was unknown what the county governor said, but the loafers and the noble families who liked to pretend to be cultured disappeared overnight. That alley returned to its original tranquility without a trace of smoke and fire. Today, Hu Bai was skillfully dealing with the wealthy women in gold and silver, earning the best money in the world. Between transactions, it was unknown who was taking advantage of who. He was teasing 2 women who were like wolves and tigers when he suddenly caught a glimpse of someone leading a horse past the door. In the blink of an eye, he sized up that person from head to toe, not even missing the quality of the horse and the material of the saddle. Not sensing anything strange, Hu Bai planned to withdraw his gaze. Unexpectedly, that person, intentionally or otherwise, turned his head to look inside the shop and happened to meet Hu Bai's gaze. The two of them almost smiled at the same time. Hu Bai waited for that person to ride past and disappear from his sight before he frowned. However, when he thought about how there were many hidden guards on this street and how there was no lack of experts who were more skilled in martial arts than him, he didn't worry unnecessarily. The corners of his mouth curled up, thinking that the young master's appearance was extremely pleasing to the eye. In Jianghu County, which was full of beautiful women but sloppy men, it was indeed rare to see such a person. When the women in the shop saw the smile on Hu Bai's face, they were even more willing to spend a lot of money. However, when they held the satin material, the strength of their palms that brushed against the back of Hu Bai's arm quietly increased. After Pei Nanwei moved into this courtyard, she left behind 2 diligent young maidservants to serve her, but they couldn't be considered intimate. She would only joke with them when she was in a good mood. These were all teasing words from an experienced woman. She would ask them if they had someone they liked or if they needed her to be a matchmaker. The maidservants would always blush and mumble, not knowing how to answer. After laughing, Pei Nanwei would turn around and forget about it. She didn't really want to be a matchmaker. Over time, the 2 maidservants roughly understood the temperament of the mistress of the courtyard. At first, they thought that she was a concubine kept in a golden house by some official in Jianghu County. Later, they didn't see any men enter the courtyard, so they didn't have this conjecture. She was such a great beauty that even they couldn't take their eyes off of. If someone really took a fancy to her and raised her here, how could he bear to throw her away and not come back to pamper and dote on her for a few months? Today, maidservant Zhu Hai heard a series of tireless knocks on the door. At first, she didn't want to pay attention to it, thinking that it was an ignorant fellow who would soon be dragged away like a dead dog. But after half a cup of tea, the knocks didn't stop. Zhu Hai was puzzled. Was there really such a hero in the county capital who didn't fear death? She hesitated for a moment, thinking that since her mistress was in the backyard and couldn't hear anything, she might as well go and take a look to see who was so reckless. When she opened the door, she was immediately stunned. Oh, it was a handsome guy, so handsome that he looked like a scholar from the novel, Gifted Scholar and Beautiful Woman. Moreover, after he opened the door, he smiled at the maidservant Zhu Hai across the threshold. His smile made Zhu Hai's heart beat like a deer. She only felt that he was gentler and more handsome than shopkeeper who from the neighboring silk shop. Su Fengyin gently said, "My name is Su Qi. I am the prefect of Bishan County. Your mistress Pei knows me. May I trouble you to inform her?" The maidservant was in a difficult position. She knew about Bishan County, and she also knew the importance of a prefect. But if this person said that he knew her mistress, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. "Young Master Su, no matter how handsome you are, it's not a reason for you to swagger into the courtyard." She didn't dare to disturb Mistress Pei because of this. If everyone had to report their name, this courtyard would have long been trampled over by the group of lechers from Yinji County. Even the limestone bricks on the ground of the alley would have to be replaced. Zhu Hai's face was full of suspicion and doubt. She was unwilling to move, so she just stared at him, unwilling to turn around. Su Fengyin was also a bit helpless against this dutiful maidservant. After thinking, he said, "Prefectural Governor Hong Shandong sent me here. If you inform Mistress Pei and she still refuses to see guests, you can hit me with a broom. Is that all right?" Chapter 1057. In Yinji County, Hong Shandong was already the highest-ranking official. To be able to work in this courtyard, the servant girl, Zhu Hai, also knew the severity of the situation. After thinking for a moment, she said earnestly, "I'll go and inform the young lady. I won't close the courtyard door, but you're not allowed to walk into the courtyard without permission." Su Fengyin nodded. The servant girl turned to leave, half believing and half doubting. She didn't forget to turn her head to see if the young man was really being obedient. Seeing that he didn't move at all, she quickened her steps and boldly went to the rear courtyard to inform the young lady. Su Fengyin sat on the threshold, his back to the courtyard. He looked at the horse on the street that couldn't be considered a good horse, but it wasn't a bad one either. As for the few pairs of cold eyes hidden in the shadows, Su Fengyin could easily and clearly feel their heartbeats. Su Fengyin was somewhat moved by their strict adherence to their duties. When outsiders mentioned Beiliang, their first impression would definitely be of the invincible cavalry and the White Horse Scouts. However, they weren't familiar with the Beiliang spies and death soldiers that Chu Lushan had single-handedly created. In fact, over the years, there hadn't been many battles between the two armies on the battlefield. However, the exchange of lives between Beiliang and Beimang's spider web and Liang's Jianghu had never stopped. Su Fengyin came to his senses and turned his head to look. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The servant girl actually carried a broom and angrily ran over. She wouldn't stop until she kicked him out of the door. He didn't need to guess to know that the woman, Pei Nanwei, had set a trap for him. Su Fengyin stood up and watched the servant girl use the broom to use the long-lost dog-beating stick technique, in Jianghu. He quickly left the courtyard and retreated to the bottom of the steps. He laughed angrily at the courtyard door and said, "The one surnamed Pei, you win." The maidservant stood at the door angrily and waved the broom. She suddenly turned her head and saw her miss standing on the steps in the courtyard with a smile that she had never seen before. There was no coldness when she was listening to her report. Only then did Zhu Hai realize that she had most likely made a big mistake. She turned her head and looked pitifully at the young master named Su Qi at the foot of the steps. The young man who was almost hit in the face by the broom smiled and walked up the steps. He was not angry. He took the broom from her hand and stepped over the threshold. He glared at Pei Nanwei, who was gloating. "Is it very fun?" Previously, she had lost her status as Princess Jingyan. Now, she didn't even have a place in the beauty rankings. Her expression turned cold once more. The servant girl, Zhu Hai, stood timidly behind Su Fengyin, not knowing what to do. The other servant girl stood behind Pei Nanwei. She looked at the young man who was dressed in plain clothes. Like Zhu Hai, she felt that it was inconceivable. Their miss had once casually refused the visit of the prefectural governor in Yinji County. When Sir Hong heard of this, he was furious. He didn't even fart. After waiting for an answer at the courtyard door, he turned and left. Since that was the case, perhaps only the provincial governor of Yuzhou had the qualifications. But where did such a young and high-ranking person come from? He was the eldest son of the administrator and the #1 official in Beiliang's court, Li Hanlin. A prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf was more precious than gold. He had made a name for himself on the border. But wasn't he just a ranger of the crossbow cavalry? Pei Nanwei's expression was full of mockery. She sneered softly, "Zhu Hai Meijiao, why haven't you paid your respects to the king of Beiliang who is visiting Yinji County incognito? You should know that you won't get another chance like this if you miss this village. Not everyone can meet the youngest pillar Gua of the Liang dynasty." The two servant girls didn't have time to distinguish between the truth and the lies. They were so frightened that they fell to their knees with a thump. Zhu Hai, the servant girl who had been holding a broom, immediately burst into tears. Su Fengyin said softly, "Get up. Don't listen to your miss nonsense." The servant girls didn't dare get up even if they were beaten to death. They would rather believe that it was true than not. Who would dare joke around with their lives? If it really was that new king of Bailiang who killed without blinking an eye, wouldn't killing these two servant girls be as easy as breathing? Besides, the whole of Bailiang was amazed that the new king of Bailiang was the sixth most powerful person in the world. If he was happy, wouldn't he have his cavalry kill people? If he was unhappy, he would do it himself. Su Fengyin put down the broom and said to Pei Nanwei, "I am now the secretary of Bishan district. I need someone to cook. Do you have any ideas?" Pei Nanwei said resolutely, "No." Su Fengyin dismissed it with a smile. He walked over and picked up the girl, then walked towards the courtyard door. Pei Nanwei wanted to see the world in chaos. She screamed, "Someone come. Someone is kidnapping a girl." No one paid attention to her fanning the flames. The two servant girls secretly looked up and saw their miss, who had a cold temperament, screaming like she was possessed. No matter how young they were and how inexperienced they were still girls. They could tell what was going on. They didn't dare to get up and watched as their miss was taken away by the young man who might or might not really be the king of Bailiang. Outside the door, Su Fengyin threw her onto the horse's back and led the horse out of the alley. The spy Hu Bai walked through the alley. He glanced at the silent girl on the horse's back. He lowered his head and continued to walk. The word wish rose in her heart, but died in an instant. Su Fengyin turned his head and looked at the back view that could not hide the loneliness. He did not speak. After leading the horse out of the city, he mounted it and sat behind Pei Nanwei. They galloped all the way back to Bishan County. Soon, everyone in the county knew that the Registrar General had a beautiful wife. It was really a failure in the officialdom. It couldn't stop this Registrar General from being proud of his love life. When the county premier, Zhu Jing, heard that everyone in the county Yamen was talking about this, he couldn't hold back anymore. It was the first time he took the initiative to bring wine to his humble home. It was indeed amazing. However, the woman was wearing a bramble hairpin and a cloth dress. It was really a trap for Su Qi, who had fallen from grace. If it was him, wouldn't he serve her like a female bodhisattva? However, the woman, who looked like she had just become a wife, didn't pay attention to anyone. After arriving at Bishan County, she only dragged Registrar General Su to buy tea, rice, oil, and salt for the first 2 days. She took care of the house in peace. When she met with visitors who had ulterior motives, she only showed her face slightly as the mistress of the small yard. She barely maintained her etiquette and didn't show any friendliness. They could only see her moving the worthless potted plants and feeding the chickens and ducks in the corner. Zhu Jing was so sly that he played a trick. He intentionally let Registrar General Su Qi handle some unimportant old cases in the county Yamen. The woman would also come slowly with a box of food. She would wait for Su Qi to finish the piping hot food before returning with the box. It was so simple, but it was enough to hook the eyes of the people in the county Yamen to the ground. They couldn't wait to be stepped on by her. Even County Magistrate Feng Guan, who had always been arrogant, started to chat with Su Qi, his subordinate, punctually at noon. However, when the woman showed up, he would take the initiative to leave. Even County Magistrate Bai Shank didn't try to get close to Su Qi. He just changed his clothes every day. Someone started calling the woman Madame Su. After she nodded and smiled, the title, Madame Su, gradually spread throughout the county Yamen. Obviously, thanks to Madame Su, the Registrar General finally looked like an official. Every 2 or 3 days people would invite him to drink. Su Qi didn't refuse any of them and would return home reeking of alcohol. This day was the summer solstice. In the twilight, Su Fengyin looked drunk, but his eyes were clear. He returned to the courtyard and sat at the table. Even though he had already eaten, he still ate simple dishes with more vegetables than meat at the same table with her. These days it had been like this. During the day they didn't talk much. At night they didn't sleep on the same bed. Su Fengyin could be considered to be sleeping on the floor. If news of this spread, it would definitely make people happy. It would make those old men who had lost their souls feel relieved. Su Fengyin sat in the courtyard and enjoyed the shade. Pei Nanwei cleaned up the dishes and lay on the bamboo bench beside Su Fengyin, gently shaking a reed fan. Pei Nanwei said, "It's the summer solstice?" Su Fengyin grunted. Pei Nanwei stopped fanning and asked, "Many people are going to die in Guangling?" Su Fengyin was silent. Pei Nanwei raised her head and looked at the twilight. She laughed softly and said, "The good people in the history books are all perfect people without any flaws. As for the bad people, it seems that they can't do a single good thing. If you were to die one day, wouldn't there be a single good word about you? Su Fengnian squatted on the small bench and still didn't say anything. He only took the fan in her hand. He wasn't as stingy as she was. After waving the fan, both of them felt cool. Pei Nanwei leaned to the side and gazed at him. Aren't you number 6 in the world? If you can conjure 1 or 2 mu of reeds for me, I'll let you sleep on the bed tonight. Su Fengnian calmly said, even if I'm an immortal on Earth, I still don't have this ability. Besides, what's the difference between letting me sleep on the bed and you sleeping on the floor? Pei Nanwei held her belly and laughed. Then she winked at him and said, you're the number 6 in the world for nothing. Su Fengnian laughed. Who said I wasn't? Chapter 1058. A group of 50 cavalrymen galloped through the grasslands bordering Liangmang toward a pasture heavily guarded by soldiers. Bailiang placed unparalleled importance on horse control. Every single one of these cavalrymen carried a saber and crossbow, and their war horses were all of the best quality. Clearly they were the elite fighting force of the Bailiang. Of the 80 types of horse stalls in Beimang, other than the crow stalls that Dong Zhuo had raised with countless gold and silver tails, there were no other enemy scouts that the crossbowmen took seriously. This was not because the crossbowmen were blindly conceited, but because they had slowly accumulated their self-confidence through countless close combat and bloody battles. As for the White Horse Scouts, which could be considered the most majestic of the crossbowmen, to put it bluntly, any one of these cavalrymen would have to make a detour and make way for them. Moreover, they would be wholeheartedly convinced of their superiority. This group of former members of the Little Snow Battalion had just accumulated enough military merit to be promoted to the White Horse Scouts. Thus, they had been specially granted permission by the Bailiang Protector General, Chu Lushan, to go to the Xinli pasture to select war horses. If these 50 cavalrymen did not deserve to be proud, then who else in the world deserved to be proud in front of them? During the assault that had turned the Southern Dynasty into a civ last year, this group of cavalrymen had opened a path for the 8,000 Long Xiang army and the Great Snow Dragon cavalry. They had uprooted more than 10 Beimang beacons and beheaded no less than 200 people. Of the 50 scouts that had penetrated deep into the hinterland, only 4 were left alive. They were the group leader Li Hanlin, the group leaders Lu Dou and Li Shiyue, and the group leader Hutu. Among the 46 new riders, most of them were old scouts, but there were also some who were transferred from the Long Xiang army to the Little Snow camp. For example, the youngest group leader and the youngest crossbowman was a baby-faced teenager named Flea. He used to be a cavalryman of the Long Xiang army. He participated in the Battle of Huluku and killed 4 enemies, which was not too shocking. However, he killed 18 horses, which made the recorder who recorded the military exploits speechless. This teenager, whose ancestors were herdsmen of the border, also made people dumbfounded. He didn't want the military exploits, but he squatted beside his beloved dead horse and wailed, which shocked Yuan Zuozong and the deputy commander of the cavalry. Old General, he squatted beside the kid and tried to comfort him for a long time, but it was useless. He was so angry that he slapped the kid's head and angrily asked his retinue to bring him a horse that he had ridden for less than half a year. The teenager didn't show any politeness to Commander He and accepted it unwillingly. He even had a bastard attitude of accepting it. If Yuan Zuozong didn't drag him away, the bad-tempered commander He would have kicked the little bastard. This was not a joke. When he had just become a crossbowman, Sergeant Hong Run had already suffered. In the end, he was beaten into a pig's head by the nimble young man. The young man's martial arts were not methodical. His skills were all unorthodox, especially his horsemanship. He was so skilled that he could lie down and sleep on the back of a galloping horse. Among them, only Sergeant Li Hanlin could touch Big Flea. In fact, if it was a fight, Sergeant Lu Dou could easily defeat the young man. However, he could not withstand the repeated defeats of this rash young man. Lu Dou could not really kill this stubborn child. Besides, he was not in the mood to tease this subordinate. In the end, only Sergeant Li Hanlin could kiss Big Flea. Now that they were close to Xinli Ranch, one of the best places in Bailiang, the air was filled with the strong smell of horse dung. The 50 cavalrymen almost sniffed at the same time. Their faces were full of intoxication. Many men in brothels would not feel so comfortable lying on the soft and tender bodies of women. Standing on the back of Big Flea's horse, it was as if his feet were nailed to the horse's back. He looked around and quickly made a gesture unique to the crossbowmen of the Little Snow Battalion. Deputy Commander Li, who had received the enemy intelligence, laughed and scolded, "Flea, you've gone crazy from wanting to fight. You haven't even tasted a woman before. You're such an energetic young man. Last time when Commander Li took us to the brothel, we all thought that one of them was too little. We were afraid that Commander Li's prestige would be affected. Look at Fang Hutu, he only called 3 sisters. He wasn't worried at all that our Commander Li's purse wasn't full at all. Look at you, you're squatting in front of the door saying that you're going to keep watch for us. Aren't you ashamed? Fang Hutu, who looked fierce but had an extremely gentle temperament, chuckled and touched his lips. Flea curled his lips and said disdainfully, "What sisters? You're calling them ants." Sergeant Lee used to say that old cows eat young grass. Fang Hutu, on the other hand, said that young cows eat old grass. What a waste. What's the difference between that and a colt eating grass? I think it's shameful. Fang Hutu grimaced. Li Hanlin chuckled softly and said, "That brothel in Liangzhou's frontier fortress is not bad. But compared to my hometown in Lingzhou, it's really far away. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to Lingzhou to ride horses. There are plump women, thin women, tall women, petite women, pointy chins, perky butts and big breasts. There are all kinds of women." Riding horses was a term used by Beiliang Frontier Army. More than 40 cavalrymen behind Li Hanlin had drooling faces. There were also people like Li Hanlin who wiped their mouths and drooled. Only the young man rolled his eyes and said, "You guys are fooling around. Don't drag me into it. I'll be fine as long as I have a big flea. If there's a girl I like in the future, I'll go through the wedding ceremony with her." A bald cavalryman who was sitting cross-legged on the back of a horse had a sweet grass stem in his mouth. He laughed and said, "Flea, don't tell me you like men. What do you think of me? I'm a man who weighs 200 pounds. I have muscles, stamina, and spear skills. If you don't like me after you try me, you can always return me." Flea was a flea. However, he had been in the army for many years. He had heard all kinds of dirty words. He glanced at the big bald man and said, "Xiegong, go and ride the mare you're sitting on. No wonder I hear your little date screaming in the stable every night. Take it easy. It's Beiliang's iron law to treat the war horses well. If you, Xiegong, really hurt little date, even our platoon leader can't protect you." Li Shiyue, Fang Hutu, and this group of rough men all roared with laughter. Xiegong didn't seem to mind at all, shaking his bald head and laughing to himself, not forgetting to bend down and pat his mount's back. This man who had once used his fingers to gouge out the eyeballs of a northern Mang scout and eat them used an exceptionally gentle voice to say, "Little date, don't lower yourself to our squad leader's level. It's easy to reason with someone who's high enough to bully others." Originally, the crossbowmen didn't have the habit of giving nicknames to their war horses. However, the young man had given each of the 50 war horses a name, such as Xiegong's little date, Fang Hutu's big yuan, Li Shiyue's mare and Kang Zhen's father-in-law. No one could escape this calamity. Over time, everyone tacitly agreed. Flea suddenly shouted, "Platoon leader." Li Shiyue rolled his eyes and said, "You're the only one who shits and pees so much. Big or small. Can't you bear it any longer? It's only a few steps until we reach Shinli Horse Farm." For the first time, the young man said embarrassedly, "Small." Li Hanlin snapped his fingers. The 50 men immediately separated from their horses and stood in a row. They pulled their Beiliang blades behind their backs and unbuckled their belts in unison. The 50 war horses stopped at almost the same time. They turned around and slowly stopped behind their masters. Beiliang had 300,000 cavalrymen, and the war horses were their wives. Moreover, they were much more obedient than real wives. They would never leave their wives. How many Beiliang cavalrymen had died on the battlefield? And how many war horses had starved to death after their masters died? "Platoon leader, I heard that last time you went to Beimang with Deputy Lu and Li Shiyue and killed your way north, you liked to use barbarian heads as urinals?" "Bullshit. Platoon leader, why are you being so modest? The brothers of the Little Snow Battalion all said so. Even the lieutenant didn't deny it. Deputy Lu, don't you think so?" "Little Biao, you're still too young and ignorant. What's the use of asking Blockhead Lu? You should ask the wise and handsome Lord Li Shiyue. I'll tell you the truth, Li Shiyue, you peed your pants." "Ah? Damn you. You dare to lie to me? Little Biao, you've just had sex in a brothel and you dare to make fun of Lord Li Shiyue? Take this. *CKU Li Dai Biao, can you do it? Why did you pee all over my body? Go and pee on a ladle? Alright, stop. Same old rules, whoever pees the furthest will have their war horse eat first. Who is it today? Li Shiyue. Yes, it's definitely you, Li Shiyue. This pee will definitely be all over Beimang. That's right. Other than Li Shiyue, who else can pee so flirtatiously? Whoever is shameless, come out. I'll be the first to slap him." "Damn it, I can tolerate other people's flattery, but it's clearly you, Gao Changhong, who peed the furthest. You're still a platoon leader, can't you have some backbone? Li Shiyue, even if this bastard peed the furthest, he can only be the trash at the bottom. So you'll still be the first, it's a done deal. Lu Do facepalmed. Having such a group of shameless subordinates was really a headache. Li Hanlin, the platoon leader, kept a straight face and nodded his head seriously. He fastened his belt and mounted his horse. After a short period of laughing and joking around, the 50 white horse scouts all mounted their horses again. No one was standing, sitting, or lying down sloppily. All of them straightened their backs. The 50 riders charged into the gate of the Xinli ranch in succession. There were only 50 men, 50 swords, and 50 crossbows, but the domineering aura of whoever blocked the way would die was vividly displayed in this silent and austere charge. The soldiers on the horse ranch's arrow tower stared blankly at the 50 riders. Their hearts swayed, and their faces were filled with worship and reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 1059. The group ascended the beacon tower at the peak of Luohu Hill. There was the old Grand Preceptor Sun Shiji, the green-robed scholar Chao Changqing, who was still ranked 4th in the martial rankings, Jiang and I, who carried a red sandalwood sword case, and a dozen or so people from West Chu who had come out of Honglu Cave. Most of them had followed their fathers and retired to the mountains for many years and were in the prime of their lives. It was hard to imagine that this group of young people would become the pillars supporting the great cause of West Chu's restoration of the country. Among them, the youngest was not yet 20 years old. He carried 4 long swords on his back. He was the grandson of Lu Dantian, the great master of swordsmanship in West Chu. His name was Lu Sichu. He had come down the mountain this time to roam Jianghu. No one thought that he would be involved in the restoration of the country. However, the youth had spent some time with Li Chungang in Honglu Cave. At that time, he did not know that the old man in the sheepskin fur coat who transplanted rice was the god of swords. It was too late for regrets. The youth's gaze kept sneaking glances at the princess in front of him. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It was a long time and it happened many times. However, the elders beside him were not in the mood to pay attention to the ignorant feelings of a child. Jiang and I, who was ranked 3rd in the Rouge ranking, also did not pay any attention to this delicate and pretty youth that she always felt had not grown up. As they were ascending the mountain, Pei Sui, the remaining evil of the Pei family of the spring and autumn period, said softly, "The puppet-like Duke of Huainan Zhaoying has already sent his troops down the mountain. King of Jing and Zhao Sun's 6,000 cavalry have also arrived at Xiaoao Lake. The Crown Prince of Yanqi Zhao Zhu's 1,000 men and horses have temporarily not shown up. In my opinion, if our Dechu wants to conquer the northern lands, we need to first take down these imperial troops under the banner of pacifying the rebellion to prevent future troubles. Moreover, after they fall, the various vassal kings' territories will have their own power to rise up in revolt. I think that Duke of Guangling Zhao Yi will not gamble his life and family as a stake and raise his troops to rally the other vassal kings." A burly old general who had been on the battlefield nodded in agreement. "Grand Preceptor, Mr. Chao, Pei Sui is right." Sun Shiji climbed the mountain strenuously, gasping for breath, as if he turned a deaf ear. Chao Changqing looked at the torrential Guangling River at the foot of Luohu Hill and smiled. "Xie Shibian, tell me about it." Xie Shibian was a skinny young man, only 4 or 5 years older than LV Sichu. He said slowly, "If that's the case, our forces will be too scattered, which is exactly what Lu Xingxiang wants. This is a trap set up by the imperial court of Liyang. The bait is the remnants of the fallen kingdoms of the spring and autumn dynasties, making us believe that we have an opportunity to take advantage of. In reality, when it comes to fighting wars, Eastern Yu, Northern Han, and Southern Tang are all far inferior to the truly elite armies of the Zhao clan. 20 years ago this was the case. 20 years later there's no need to even mention it. Only our great Chu still has a chance. Since they can't even be relied on to fight wars, there's no need to extravagantly hope that they can accomplish great things. For something like vying for the world, all talk is useless." Pei Sui was refuted by someone younger than her, but she did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, she sank into contemplation. Among the group, Xie Shibian, who was born into a humble family, did not have the slightest bit of stage fright. Stopping his steps, he extended his finger and drew a line from west to east. In a deep voice he said, "According to Southern Tang's #1 general, Great Ancestor Gu, the geography of the world is generally higher in the northwest and lower in the southeast. Mountain ranges and waterways run horizontally from east to west, resulting in a confrontation between north and south. More often than not, the north has the advantage over the south. This is especially true for the south and east, which are covered by the ocean and lack room to maneuver. Many of the southern governments like to rely on the great rivers, using boats to engage in naval warfare to obstruct the northern cavalry from fighting on land. However, the Guangling Road, which is located in the middle of the north and south, is not the same. It has the natural advantage of guarding the river, as well as the valuable foundation of its geographical advantage. Thus, if we fail to defend the river, we can retreat to defend the Huai. If that doesn't work, we can still defend the river as our last resort, preventing us from collapsing 1,000 li. Since we have such a geographical advantage and manpower, we shouldn't waste it. There are only two things to do. The first is to beat them up. Directly gather our forces and look for an opportunity to defeat Lu Xingxiang, Yang Xinxing, and Yan Jinchuan in one fell swoop. If we want to fight, we must directly break their morale. The second thing is very easy. Let's take a beating. Guarding the river, there are 4 major towns, and guarding the Huai, there are 6 places. Now that they are in our hands, we can just let those vassal king's personal troops beat us up. Relying on them? Chao Changqing did not say that Xie Shibian was right, nor did he say that he was wrong. He laughed softly and said, "Go on. I know you have the nickname, Xie half-sentence." Chapter 1060. Xie Shibian nodded and said, "Being beaten is not because Xie Shibian is looking down on the heroes of the world. It is because our Dechu has the advantage and is not a cause for concern. When the Su family's iron cavalry went south, our great general Shou Jiang rebelled. However, we still made Su Shao suffer a lot on the 2 fronts of the Huaiyan River. The battle at the Tomb of the Princess, the great halberd warriors defending Jinghe, and then the decisive battle at West Leibi. In addition, there were many small and medium-sized battles. Which one of them was not beaten to the point where only bones were left and not meat were left? At that time, it was almost to the point where today Su Shao gave Chu Lushan 3,000 soldiers and horses, and he could defeat everyone on the same day. If it were not for Qin Jibao's military strategy that was at the pinnacle of haggling over every detail, and if it were not for Yuan Zuozong, who had an excellent view of the overall situation, who was able to win several crucial battles in a row, Su Shao might not have been able to defeat West Leibi like a snake swallowing an elephant. When the young man said this, Grand Preceptor's son Shiji suddenly lamented, "Unfortunately, there is no if in history. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit." The great De Chu became the fallen West Chu, and Li Yang became the ruler of the world. In fact, at that time, De Chu looked at Li Yang the same way Li Yang looks at Beimang now. They were both uncivilized barbarians. Even if they put on the scholar's robes, they were still not worth mentioning. Xie Shibian respected the Grand Preceptor and waited quietly for a moment. Seeing that the old man had nothing else to say, he continued, "Now that the war between Li Yang and our De Chu is about to begin, the people of the Zhao clan are not satisfied and think that victory is within their grasp. They are multitasking and want to win on both sides of the chessboard at the same time. One is to win against us, the other is to win against the world. Li Yang wants to borrow De Chu's saber to kill people and chop off the last breath of the remnants of the spring and autumn people. That will depend on whether they have the ability to hold this saber tightly. So we have to strike quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. In the end, Great Peace City only has 2 Ping vassals. One is Gu Jiantong's old faction that has long moved north to the Liangliao border. The other is a new faction led by Lu Baijie and Lu Xingxiang of the Ministry of War. Gu Jiantang is under the control of Beimang, and Lu Xingxiang has yet to fully develop his wings and is leading troops south. If we don't kill them now, when will we?" Pei Sui frowned and said, "Lu Xingxiang is an old man of the Guangling Spring Snow Building. He is not unfamiliar with us. Won't he have a countermeasure?" Xie Shibian shook his head and said, "Lu Xingxiang knowing is one thing, whether he can do it or not is another. Just talk about the Ministry of War. Lu Xingxiang is only the left assistant minister, not even a minister. How can he control Yang Xinxing and Yan Jinchuan, these old generals who have made meritorious contributions during the spring and autumn period? Besides," Pei Sui smiled and said, "You don't need to say the second half of your thanks. I know. The son of the Zhao family is incomparably conceited. Perhaps he is intentionally giving us a taste of the sweetness. Just as you said, the armies of the vassals are all bait. Since the Liang imperial court dares to have such disdainful thoughts, there is no harm in openly climbing up the pole." Xie Shibian smiled knowingly. Sun Shiji walked into the beacon and climbed the stairs to the top. He gazed at the rolling eastern dying water at the foot of the mountain. Other than Chao Changqing and Jiang and I, the others had intentionally or unintentionally retreated far away. The old man said faintly, "The imperial court has asked me to return here to be the administrator of the Guangling Path. There are only 4 words, please enter the jar." Chao Changqing said softly, the forces of Zhulu Mountain and the spies of Huang Sanjia around the Guangling Path are all for us to use. The old man turned his head to look at this Confucian saint. He said with a sigh, Changqing, the Chu has dragged you down. The dragon carp of the Chao family was the proudest. After entering the palace at a young age, he studied under the imperial advisor Li Mi and made his debut in the imperial palace of Dechu. After that, he was unknown for more than a decade. He was always a chess piece waiting for the emperor's orders. After Dechu was destroyed, if this Chao Guanzi had not fought against Great Peace City alone, who would have remembered that there were still people in Dechu? Chao Changqing shook his head and said, Old Grand Preceptor, you know what I want and know that I have no regrets. The old man put his hands on the brick wall. Luo Hu and Chiu Feng Sui, a young master Feng who was on duty, had such a large group of people standing on the top floor. He could only hold his halberd and shrink into a corner. But he could not suppress his excitement. Old Grand Preceptor, Chao Guanzi, and the princess. If he could see any one of them, his life would have been worth it. When Master Feng, who had a sword at his waist, saw the woman with the red sandalwood sword box walk towards him, he was stunned. The beautiful woman who was famed in Great Peace City for her sword reached out with a finger. Master Feng's sword came out of its sheath and landed in her hand. She looked at the old sword that had just been taken out of the armory and saw the light of day again. She used her finger to wipe away some of the rust that normal people could not wipe away. She flicked her finger and it gave off a string of tinkling sounds like wind chimes. Master Feng did not know how to take the sword from the princess' hands. He was completely distracted. Sun Shiji and Chao Changqing looked at each other and smiled. Jiang and I said softly, I will go to the western wall to take a look. Chao Changqing nodded. The young woman put two fingers together and swiped forward. The great Liang dragon sparrow came out of its sheath. She stood on the sword and floated down like an immortal. Then she made a sharp turn and rushed along the river to the ruins of the western wall. LV Sichu walked quickly to the side of the building and looked at the figure in a daze. The youth had seen the princess in the Red Deer Cave in Jiangnan a long time ago. But he remembered that at that time, Sister Jiang was lazy when practicing the sword. Her realm was not high. She had only learned the magical art of controlling the sword. But when she controlled the sword in the air, she was only a few feet above the ground and was shaky. The youth only knew that Sister Jiang had gone to Beiliang and Beimang, and her realm had improved rapidly. He could not even flatter her. In the past he had to look up to her. He felt that it would be even more so in the future. The youth sighed. He did not know what kind of man Sister Jiang and I would like in the future. In any case it would not be him, LV Sichu. Sun Shiji suddenly lowered his voice and said indignantly, that Su family's son is not worthy of our princess. Chao Changqing's eyes were gentle. He said softly, I don't know where he started and I don't know where he will end. The Grand Preceptor was still angry and snorted. Chao Changqing had a sentence in his heart. Su Fengyan, if one day I, Chao Changqing, turn from a scholar to a tyrant and become an earth immortal twice in my life, if I am still unable to protect the princess, don't disappoint me. Chapter 1061. Although a sparrow was small, it still had all the essentials. This was the case for the county yamen. The etiquette system was modeled after the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Bishan County had 3 gates and 6 offices. Of the 3 gates, the soap gate was where the officials gathered and the soap gate came from. As for the patrol gate, the roots of the Beiliang's roaming cavalry were in the patrol gate. The bailiff gate was easy to understand, and even a 3-year-old child would know about it. As for the responsibilities of the 6 offices as far as Bishan County was concerned, County Magistrate Feng Guan monopolized the 4 offices of officials, workers, and punishment. He only left County Premiers Wujing with a ceremonial room in name only. County Magistrate Bai Shank could be considered to have gotten a rather lucrative military room. As for the 3 gates, Feng Guan monopolized them and viewed them as his exclusive property. This was especially true for the soap gate, which followed County Magistrate Feng Guan blindly, making Wujing especially embarrassed. Actually, as the county magistrate, Su Fengyan should have been the one in charge of the soap gate. However, Feng Guan had even suppressed and ostracized county premiers Wujing mercilessly, so why would he care about Su Fengyan's face? It was just that Su Fengyan's attention was focused on observing the county yamen's operations. As for whether or not this half-baked county magistrate had any authority, it was not important. Although this county magistrate had no intention of fighting for power, he still wandered around the county yamen's 3 gates and 6 offices when he had nothing to do. There were more than a dozen criminals imprisoned in the torture chamber. There were all sorts of people. There were old men who were unable to retire and purposely came here to make a living. There were human traffickers, young ruffians who were looking for trouble, and lowly flower thieves who stole women's undergarments and were sent to prison. However, among the dozen of them, there was only one old man in his 60s who was handcuffed and shackled. The shackles were large and the shackles were heavy shackles. Altogether they weighed 34 jin. Su Fengnian had specially browsed through the files of the torture chamber, but he couldn't find any clues. Later, he invited the leader of the torture chamber to drink and finally got some information. He only knew that the old man's surname was Shen. He was a notorious bandit in Huzhou. It seemed that he had done a big business that cost him his head. After he succeeded, he didn't divide the loot evenly. Last year he was attacked by a gang in Qingshan County of Yuzhou and was seriously injured. He fled to this county and was locked up for more than half a year. Originally, he should have been escorted to the county city to be executed at the beginning of this year. However, due to the change in Yuzhou, the new people in Bishan County replaced the old, so the execution was delayed. As for why he wasn't recorded in the torture chamber's records, it was because the leader of the torture chamber was drunk and didn't speak clearly. Since Su Fengnian had nothing to do, he would come to the prison every few days. He would bring a pot of green ant wine and some scraps of meat to eat. He would move a chair to sit in the middle of the aisle and chat with the fellows who had been imprisoned on both sides of the aisle. In the end, other than Thief Shen, all the fellows in the prison would ask for green ant wine to drink. Su Fengnian also rarely refused. After a few rounds they actually became like drinking buddies. Old man Shen, on the other hand, had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Occasionally he would open his eyes and look at them. Using the words of the prisoners in the torture chamber, this old bastard had killed several people. He had a murderous aura and a heavy aura. Every time the skinny old man forced his eyelids open, the corners of his mouth would curl up into a sinister sneer. He looked at the young registrar sitting outside the prison cell, as if he could pull that head off his shoulders with one hand if he wanted to. Every time this happened, the middle-aged man in the cell next to the only serious criminal in Bishan County would try his best to hide his worry. The man's surname was Wang, and he looked like an honest farmer. He seemed to have angered one of the big clans in Bishan County. Not only did he lose his family fortune, he was also thrown into prison. In the past half a year, the big clan's disciples had come twice. Each time they had mocked and ridiculed him. They had even sinisterly declared that they would definitely help support the man's wife and daughter. Even some of the prisoners in the prison felt that this guy was too pitiful. They might as well kill themselves. The enemy's family was enjoying the mother and daughter outside. Could it be that this brother of yours was complaining to those rats that often crawled over his face when he slept? No wonder he was born with a pair of drooping eyebrows. Just by looking at him, one could tell that he was destined to suffer. Today, Su Fengnian sat in the prison cell and chatted with the prisoners. He had just received his salary yesterday. Most of it had been confiscated by Pei Nanwei. He didn't know where she had hidden it. Only a few small taels of silver were left. They said it was enough for a month's worth of wine and that he should do as he saw fit. But now the tables had turned. After Feng Guan gave the registrar a workshop, it was mostly county premiers Wuxia who treated Su Fengnian to wine. As a result, Su Fengnian's finances were not as tight as before. However, the workshop in Bishan County, which was in charge of farming and irrigation, could only get some meat from mosquitoes' legs. It was not worth mentioning. More importantly, for the first time, County Magistrate Feng had taken the initiative to curry favor with the registrar. This made the county Yaman's odd-job workers think highly of the registrar. However, when Zhuijing was drinking, he had intentionally or unintentionally reminded the registrar Su, who was in the dark. Su Fengnian pretended to be muddle-headed. Zhuijing thought that this kid was possessed and was waiting to see a joke. Su Fengnian pulled over two jailers who were already familiar with him. The three of them ate cooked meat to go with the wine. If there were any prisoners who were envious, they would also ask the jailers to send them some meat and wine. When a well-dressed young man walked into the cell with a sachet covering his nose, it was inevitable that he was surprised. There were 3 people drinking and eating meat in the corridor. Most of the prisoners were sitting by the wooden bars of the cells near the corridor. Everyone was laughing and talking about dirty things. The young man frowned. Su Fengnian picked up a wine cup and wiped it with his sleeve. He raised the cup with a smile and asked if the young man wanted a mouthful of green ants. The young man gave him a sidelong glance and ignored him. The 2 jailers knew what was going on. They secretly cast a glance at the registrar general and then pointed at the prisoner surnamed Wang. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. The young master walked straight to the farmer's cell. Just as he was about to say something to rub salt into the man's wound, 4 burly bailiffs were holding 2 prisoners of different ages. The older one had shifty eyes and the younger one's clothes were ragged. However, he had a pair of dashing eyebrows that exuded a heroic spirit. Even though his face was covered in dirt, people could not help but take a few more glances at him. They only felt that he did not fit in with this prison. However, his steps were slightly slower and he was punched in the back by a bailiff. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. The older accomplice hurriedly supported him and smiled obsequiously at the bailiffs. Su Fengyin smiled and asked, "What crime did you commit?" The 4 bailiffs were closer to County Magistrate Feng Qua and County Magistrate Bai Shank. They had never paid much attention to this registrar. However, they had more or less accumulated some worldly wisdom in the officialdom. The leader of the bailiffs squeezed out a lukewarm smile and said, in reply to registrar, "It was 2 lowly thieves. They were extremely daring and stole into this old man Zhu's house. They should count themselves lucky that they were not beaten to death on the spot." After he finished speaking, the bailiff quickly walked over to the young man who was using a scented pouch to cover up the stench of the prison. He smiled humbly and said, "Isn't this young Master Song from the county capital? It's an honor to see you. Young Master Song, don't worry. As for that ignorant trash, when we have time we will entertain him. I guarantee that he will suffer a fate worse than death." The young man with a feminine temperament took out a brocade money pouch and casually threw it to the leader of the bailiffs. He said softly, "Don't really kill him. It's not a big deal, but it's troublesome. I'm not afraid of trouble, but I'm afraid of trouble." The bailiff who had made a windfall laughed and said, "We know what we're doing. Every time we beat him we put 2 or 3 layers of cotton cloth on him. There are no visible wounds. It's all internal injuries." The young man looked around and his gaze finally fell on the man surnamed Wang. He pointed at him and laughed, "These 2 thieves, why don't we just throw them in here?" The bailiff did not hesitate and said, "That's not difficult." The young man turned his head to look at the 2 thieves and said with a smile, "After you go in, take care of that old guest. If you take good care of him, you will naturally have a feast of wine and meat." The monkey-cheeked old thief swallowed his saliva and glanced at the small table where the Director General was sitting. He asked timidly, "Sir, can we buy some wine on credit first? I'm sure that once I move in I'll try to get close to your old friends." Chapter 1062. The young master looked at Su Fengyin. From his point of view, such a small matter was not something a county's registrar official would dare to refuse. Even if he was a newcomer to Bishan County, he should have heard of the Song family's reputation in Yanji County. However, he quickly raised his eyebrows, and a gloomy expression appeared between his brows. That young registrar official actually reached out his hand and lightly covered the wine cup. It was obvious that he was not giving him any face. The old thief, who most likely would not be able to drink, saw this scene and was secretly delighted. Since he had unintentionally fanned the flames once, causing a rift between an official and a big playboy, it was not much worse than drinking to his heart's content. Young Master Song sniffed the fragrant sandalwood fragments from the sachet and smiled sinisterly. "Good, I didn't think that there would be someone in Bishan County that I, Song Yu, could not invite. Thank you for your advice." The middle-aged man surnamed Wang, who had never tried to strike up a conversation with Su Fengyin, raised his head and smiled gratefully at this registrar official who did not seem to know the rules of officialdom. Song Yu, the son of the Song family of Yanji County, directly walked out of the cell. After the bailiffs pushed the 2 thieves into the cell, they also left in large strides. After the registrar official offended young Master Song, he did not even bother to say goodbye. Registrar official Su, who had inadvertently made an enemy, stood up and was about to leave the cell when the old felon with the large bridle suddenly grinned and said, "Young man surnamed Su, your position as an official is quite interesting. I've drunk a few cups of your wine. Don't you mind dirtying my mouth? Come, bring me some wine." Su Fengyin was indifferent. He walked out of the cell and left the wine and meat to the jailer. The old felon cursed and swore, but his eyes met with his 2 new neighbors. They both nodded. It was a moonlit night with few stars. Su Fengyin was on duty in the workshop. The workshop was in the same row as the torture chamber, but it was in a different row. It was further back but not far from the prison. Although Bishan County was not worth mentioning, there were many experts in the patrolling, arresting and torture chamber. Bishan County's jurisdiction was large, and there were many disputes. Furthermore, the number of people in the yamen was limited. If one did not have any real ability, they would have to squat in the latrine pit. This latrine pit had long been tormented by the criminals until it stank. The previous officials of the yamen were still able to see the severity of the matter. If too many cases of murder and arson were piled up, it would no longer be a small matter. Su Fengyan was the only one in the workshop. He suddenly stood up, poured himself a cup of wine and walked out of the room. Coincidentally, he bumped into 4 people walking out of the prison. They were all wearing prison guard uniforms that did not fit them well. Su Fengyan was stunned on the spot. He was about to say something when the old felon, who had been freed from his shackles, rushed forward like lightning and punched him in the forehead. The registrar official flew backwards. Before he landed heavily on the ground, the bandit who had suddenly attacked caught up with him. The bandit lifted his leg and placed it on his back. The registrar official's body quietly landed on the ground without a sound. The old man's wrinkled fingers intertwined as he laughed. It's been a long time since I've exercised my muscles and bones. I couldn't help myself and almost missed the important matter of the cicada shedding its carapace. Among the 3 people behind the old man, there were 2 bandits and the farmer surnamed Wang who had a tragic past. The latter saw this scene and could not bear to see it. The 2 in front had cold expressions. One of the young men walked forward and glanced at the registrar official lying on the ground. He said softly, "Elder Shin, this person is an official. Why don't you take him as a hostage? Bishan County's night patrol has always been strict. It's quite troublesome. If something happens along the way, at least we can have a protective talisman. It's not too late to kill him." The old man thought for a while and beckoned to the farmer. He said, "Wang Shiwei, you still have some strength. Carry this person and follow this old man into the mountains. In the future, it will be easy for you to find that Song family descendant for revenge." The farmer, who had a bitter face all year round, did not say anything and carried the registrar official on his back. The 4 of them, plus the unconscious registrar official, were familiar with the way. The young man who broke into the prison opened the way. When they heard any noise, they would stop and hide. When they could not hide, they would leap onto the wall. Their lightness skills were excellent. Only Wang Shiwei, who only had a few gene of brute strength, did not have any martial arts skills. The old man with the surname Shin gently grabbed him by the shoulder and carried him up the wall. This was probably what ordinary people called leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls. The group of people left the county office without any danger. Bishan County did not have any deep trenches or high walls. Tonight they also did not encounter any patrols. Just like that, they easily escaped into the distance. On a secluded path, 3 men dressed in black met them. The old man stepped on the ground and landed on the back of one of the horses. There were no outsiders around. He laughed loudly and said, "Liu, you and Wang Shiwei ride on the same horse. While you're at it, kill that registrar official and dump his corpse in the wilderness. Treat it as this old man's parting gift to Bishan County." The farmer plucked up his courage and said, "This registrar official is not a bad person. Senior, do you want to be merciful?" The old man sneered and said, "Whether he is a good person or not, it's hard to say. But since he is a good official, he deserves to die. Wang Shiwei, where did you get this woman's kindness from? A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Serves you right that your wife and daughter were bullied by those weak and powerless descendants of the big clans. If it were this old man, even if he did not have this set of skills, he would still be able to kill that sissy with the scented sachet today." The farmer was silent. He wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing the young man called Liu by the old man walk over, he gritted his teeth and moved back a few steps. He seemed to have made up his mind to protect the life of the young official on his back. Seeing this, the old man frowned and said, "Wang Shiwei, this old man took you out of prison in passing because he saw that you are also a pitiful person. Don't push your luck. This old man's temper is indeed 1,000 times better than when he was young, but the nickname Heart-Piercing Hand, given to him by his peers in Jianghu, is still there. If you don't let go of that registrar official, this old man won't care if Liu kills you as well. Besides, if you want to find a place to sit in the immortal coffin cave, you have to kill someone as proof of your allegiance. This old man will give you one last chance. Either you go to the Yellow Springs with that bullshit registrar official, or I personally kill that brat behind you and go up Mount Fui in a grand manner. This old man has some friendship with the mountain master and the cave master, so he can put in a few good words for you. Otherwise, even if you go up the mountain, no one will treat you as a green onion. Think about it yourself." The honest farmer was in a dilemma and couldn't make up his mind. Feng Guan's face was gloomy. The second in command, Zhu Jing, was expressionless. However, he was secretly delighted. Feng Guan held great power in his hands. Putting aside the fact that the felon surnamed Shin had escaped because he was never recorded in the first place, he could still mend the pen after the sheep were lost. However, that fellow surnamed Wang was someone that the local tyrant of the prefecture capital, the Song family, had set their sights on. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much money to use the prefecture capital's prison to bring him to the tiny Bishan county. Feng Guan couldn't even handle such a small matter. How could he hope to be promoted to the prefecture capital in the future? Even if he was lucky enough to be promoted, wouldn't he be afraid that the Song family would make things difficult for him? When it rains, it pours. Zhuijing tilted his head slightly and stared at the red candles as thick as a baby's arm in the hall. He couldn't help but smile when he heard the servant report that Song Yu had come to visit the county yamen. However, Zhuijing soon couldn't smile because Song Yu, the son of a noble family, had asked to dismiss the miscellaneous staff in the county yamen, leaving only the county magistrate and deputy. Only then did Zhuijing put away his arrogant expression and cupped his fists. He said, "Song Yu has offended you earlier. Please forgive me." Xin Li, nicknamed the heart-piercing king of hell, is a bandit who has been on the run from Yuzhou for many years. Song Yu once had an identity in the Yanji County Yamen. Wang Shiwei is the head of the constables in Qingshan County. All of their plans were to let the tiger return to the mountain and find out where the nest of Fushao Mountain was. In addition to Lord Wang, there is also County Magistrate Bai, who invited the elite scouts of Ruojiang and 100 light cavalry. When the time comes, we only need to coordinate with Lord Wang from the inside. At this moment, a woman carrying a box of food walked into the hall of the yamen to deliver supper. Song Yu was somewhat stunned. Putting aside the fact that this woman's beauty was rarely seen in his life, how could she directly enter the heavily guarded yamen? Even if she was a family member of an official, she shouldn't be so reckless. County Magistrate Feng Guan and Deputy Zhuijing were in a good mood at the same time. Feng Guan quietly smoothed the corner of his mouth and said with a worried face, "Madame Su, Registrar Su has been kidnapped by bandits. We don't know whether he is alive or not. However, please don't worry. The Yamen of Bishan County will do its best to rescue him." Before the county magistrate finished speaking, the woman said, "Oh," lightly and turned to leave. Zhuijing smiled while stroking his beard. Could it be that this woman, whose appearance could bring disaster to the country and people, was actually not on good terms with Registrar Su, who had a lot of luck with women? Zhuijing glanced at the county magistrate, whose eyes were burning with passion, and sneered in his heart. "Registrar Su, oh Registrar Su, even if you don't die in the hands of bandits, you will die in the hands of the county magistrate." What was the famous saying in the spring and autumn period? Zhuijing quickly remembered it, "Brother, die in peace. I will take care of your wife." Zhuijing was now thinking about how he could ask the county magistrate for a cup of leftovers. Otherwise he should withdraw his backup plan and stop fighting to the death. Instead, he should wholeheartedly assist the proud and arrogant county magistrate. At worst, the two of them could peacefully become brothers-in-law under the table. Pei Nanwei walked out of the county yamen and walked on the deserted street. She looked at the night sky and said softly, "You don't want to go home at night, do you? Don't you think sleeping on the floor is enough?" Chapter 1063. There was an old man with an awe-inspiring nickname who spared the dog official's life. It was not because he was kind, but because Wang Shiwei had promised to exchange his life for Senior Shin's life. He was willing to owe Senior Shin his life. When the time came, he could take the official's life away with just a word. Everyone in Bailiang valued their promises. Moreover, Wang Shiwei was a man with a loose tongue but an honest heart. Xin Li, who had seen countless people, believed in his own judgment. In any case, a small county princess would not be able to escape death once she entered the tiger's den of Mount Fuyao. If he did not kill her personally, he would not be considered breaking his promise. He would still be able to take the life of a simple and unsophisticated man for free. 6 people rode toward Mount Fuyao in the chilly moonlight. The registrar was casually thrown onto the horse's back. Wang Shiwei did not know how to ride a horse, so he sat behind Lu Yu. Xin Li urged the horse to gallop wildly. He did not care about the poor registrar who was jolted up and down by the horse's back. He rolled off the horse and was covered in dust. Everybody had no choice but to stop and fall back onto the horse's back. Mount Fuyao was 200 li away. This was what Xin Li and the other Jianghu people called it. The woodcutters and hunters of Yanji Prefecture were used to calling it Mount Jinji. Because there were many red-bellied golden pheasants on the mountain, Bailiang's playboys were addicted to cockfighting and often used this type of pheasant. However, it was rumored that remnants of the devil cult had taken over Mount Jinji. They were all vicious bandits who killed without blinking an eye. Few people went there. Even the old hunters did not dare to take their lives lightly. Therefore, red-bellied golden pheasants had always been priceless in the vicinity of Yanji Prefecture. The peaks of Mount Fuyao stretched for dozens of li. The mountains were high and the rivers were long. The scenery was elegant. It had a rare green color in Yuzhou. It was a heavenly paradise, but because of those bandits the atmosphere was foul. Looking at the mountain range in broad daylight, it gave people a gloomy feeling. It wasn't that Yinji County hadn't taken action to suppress the bandits on a large scale before, but ever since 80 strong and powerful people went out and only one madman came back alive, no one was willing to touch this bad luck. For the sake of money, the whole family of a woodcutter who led the way for the officers and soldiers were quickly hanged from high branches. Their mouths were stuffed with large pieces of gold and silver. The mountain path of Mount Fuyi was narrow and rugged, barely allowing one rider to advance slowly. It was dawn when they entered the mountain. When the first rays of the morning sun gradually deepened and the mountain fog gradually dispersed, there was no more mountain path beneath the feet of the 6 riders. They could only rely on their experience to climb up the mountain. At noon, their field of vision suddenly opened up. It was actually a large expanse of white walls and black tiles built against the mountain. On the left side of the building, there was a slender waterfall that was not very imposing. It was charming and gentle. It was as if they had walked into a notorious gambling house only to discover that the manager of the house was a petite and exquisite young woman. Xunli turned his head and smiled. Wang Shiwei, this is the real Mount Fuyi. Don't look at the mountains outside as they have no signs of human habitation. They have hidden beacons and are not much different from an army. There are more than 300 people on this mountain. Regardless of whether they are young or old, they all have some skills. Not to mention Yinji County, even if the Yuzhou general wanted to enter the mountain, he wouldn't be able to come here without sacrificing thousands of lives. Moreover, there are mountains beyond mountains. 3 li away from Mount Fuyao, there are more than 100 real men in the Immortal Coffin Cave. There are as many experts as there are clouds. The cave master of the Hidden Sword Cave was already a master long before he entered the mountain. Compared to Mount Fuyao's second-level expert Zhang Jushin, his strength can only be higher. Xunli laughed and retracted his gaze. He looked up the mountain. Why am I talking to a villager like you about this? Even if you start practicing martial arts today, you won't be able to do anything. You won't be able to become an expert if you only have strength. If you want revenge, then in the future on the mountain, you'll have to tuck your tail between your legs and be a good person. After a few years, bring 20 or 30 brothers down the mountain. A tender Song family disciple will naturally be easy to capture. At that time you'll be at your mercy. There are many rough men on the mountain who like the style of men with broken sleeves. You don't have to worry about your enemy dying too comfortably. Master Registrar, this old man knows that he woke up half an hour ago. Don't pretend to be asleep. These words are meant for you. Master Registrar of Bishan County slid down from his horse and rubbed his stomach. His internal organs were probably all messed up from the jolt. His face was dispirited. Wang Shiwei also jumped down from his horse. After walking closer, he said apologetically, Master Registrar, I'm sorry. Sinner Wang Shiwei. Without waiting for the man to finish, Master Registrar made a move to hit him. However, he quickly retracted his hand and sighed heavily. He looked at the mountain that he didn't know why it was called a talisman. He was lost in thought. Liu pushed his shoulder. Master Registrar followed Wang Shiwei up the steps. The bluestone path was hidden in the shade of the trees on both sides. Even though it was noon, the summer heat wasn't heavy. As they climbed up the steps, they didn't see many whistles in the open. Xunli escaped from prison and revisited the old place. He seemed to have some sentiments. Liu followed beside the old senior and whispered to each other. When they reached a pavilion halfway up the mountain, 2 white-clothed children holding books appeared from the side of the path. Their lips were red and their teeth were white. Behind them was a white-haired old man in white riding a yellow ox. He looked even more like an immortal. He sang loudly, riding on the back of a yellow ox, hands down facing the spring breeze. This made Wang Shiwei mistakenly think that he was an immortal who lived in seclusion in the mountains. Xunli stood at the top of the steps and exposed the old immortal master. He laughed. Mountain Lord Wei, what's the use of pretending to be a ghost on the mountain? With this outfit you can only deceive people outside the mountain. However, among the 10 bandits of Yuzhou, you old man Wei are ranked higher than me. Once you show yourself, you'll be chased down by hundreds of cavalrymen. The old mountain lord of Mount Fuyao sneered, Heartrending king of hell Xunli, how could this old man dare to be ranked with you as one of the 10 bandits of Yuzhou? You're even called king of hell. You're even scarier than a butcher. If it weren't for the fact that Brother Giant Immortal is an old acquaintance of yours and owes you, this old man wouldn't have let his disciple get involved in this muddy water in Bishan County. Xunli twisted his right wrist with 2 fingers on his left hand and laughed softly, Wei Jin, you and I aren't any good people. We're about the same. Back then, the master of the profound sword cave didn't use his sword to tear your mouth apart. Why don't you know how to cherish it? The old man, perhaps one of the leaders of Mount Fuyao, glanced at Registrar Su and the farmer Wang Shiwei in puzzlement. His disciple Lu Yu walked to Yellow Ox's side and roughly explained the situation. The old man nodded and then shook his head. He took the lead and rode up the mountain. The two white-clothed children walked with light and agile steps. It was obvious that they were also skilled in lightness skill. Being able to become the disciple of Mount Fuyao's top 3 expert, Mountain Lord Wei, their foundation and luck were certainly not bad. Su Fengyan's face was bruised and swollen. He had deliberately restrained his qi so that his body was no different from an ordinary person's. Even his breathing was no exception. After all, Wei Jin was not a real immortal. Naturally, he couldn't tell what realm this young official was in. Su Fengyan and Wang Shiwei were settled in a remote courtyard. There were even 2 middle-aged and delicate servant girls serving them. Looking at how happy they were, they should be girls who had been abducted to the mountain when they were young. It was hard to say whether they were pitiful or fortunate. After all, they could live a life of luxury on the mountain, but at the very least they did not have to worry about food and clothing. Wang Shiwei waited for the servant girls, whose eyes were full of curiosity, to serve tea and food. He closed the door and left. This middle-aged man, who used to be one of the top bailiffs in Qingshan County, carefully walked to the window and put his ear to the window paper. When he didn't hear the slightest sound, he sat back down at the table and looked at the county magistrate who was wolfing down the food. He was about to speak when Su Fengyan grabbed a greasy chicken leg and threw it at Wang Shiwei, stopping him from speaking. He glared at him and said in exasperation, King Wang Shiwei, you caused me, a dignified county magistrate, to become a prisoner. If I can return to Bishan County, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Wang Shiwei caught the chicken leg and smiled bitterly. I hope the magistrate can leave the mountain safely. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, the magistrate picked up a bamboo stick and leisurely picked his teeth. He leaned against the back of the chair and put his feet on the table. Then he and the chair fell to the floor. Wang Shiwei suddenly turned and looked up. He saw a beautiful woman sitting on the beam with a knife on her knees. She grinned, revealing a pair of canine teeth. Wang Shiwei was shocked. Just now he did not notice anything strange. If he revealed everything to Registrar Su, then he would really kill this young official who was not bad at all. The woman looked to be in her early 20s. A short knife wrapped in a sheath of gold was placed on her knees. She floated down from the beam and circled around Su Fengyan. She looked at him from head to toe several times. On Fufu Mountain she had seen all kinds of outlaws since she was young. However, it was the first time she saw a pitiful official wearing the official's skin. She reached out and pinched Su Fengyan's embroidered bird official's patch. She smiled and asked, How high are you? What's this thing embroidered on it? Su Fengyan pretended to be calm and said, In reply to Miss, I am a 6th-rank official. I am the magistrate of Bishan County. I am a secondary 6th-rank civil official. The embroidered on it is a heron. The woman tugged at the official's patch and withdrew her hand. She was still reluctant to part with it. She said, Snowsuit has snow-white hair and a jade-like mouth. She often raises her feet to look at the ship's window. She is a white heron. This miss knows. Why don't you give me this official's robe? This miss will guarantee your safety on Fufu Mountain. How about it? Ignoring Wang Shiwei's signal, Su Fengyan's righteousness was inappropriate. He said in a low voice, A scholar prefers death to humiliation. Wang Shiwei sighed. The young woman slapped the sesame official's patch and rolled her eyes. Scholar your head. Humiliation, you bastard. You are as sarcastic as Grandpa Wei. However, do you have Grandpa Wei's skills? You just wait for the punishment of being cut by fish scales. You know fish scales, right? Slice by slice, you will be scraped into a carp with fish scales lifted off. Humph, senior brother Monkey's knife skills are only slightly inferior to my father's. As she spoke, the woman raised her arm and made a hand chop. She then smiled and asked, I will give you one more chance. Are you going to take it off or not? This woman was an impatient person. Seeing that the fellow didn't move, she shouted for this miss to do it herself. Very quickly she took off the official's robe, threw it over her shoulder and happily skipped out of the room. Su Fengyan sat back in his chair and filled Wang Shiwei's cup with wine. He muttered, She really is a female bandit. Wang Shiwei said with regret, Magistrate Su, you should have agreed to this woman's request. Chapter 1064. Su Fengyan smiled. Thank you for your kindness. Wang Shiwei hesitated for a moment, then moved his chair and said in a low voice, "To tell you the truth, Registrar Su, I'm Wang Shiwei, a constable from Qingyang County. I've been following Shen Li's bandits for 6 years. For the past 6 months, I've worked together with my old friend Song Yu from Yanji County to set up this trap. I didn't expect Registrar Su to be in danger." Su Fengyan asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll leak it?" Wang Shiwei shook his head. "My mission is complete as long as I reach Mount Fuyao. After that, it'll depend on whether Song Yu and County Magistrate Bai can get enough people to suppress the bandits." Wang Shiwei was worried and said with emotion, "But in my opinion the outcome is hard to predict. Song Yu and I estimated that 100 elite soldiers and 300 to 400 constables from Qingyang County and Yanji County would be enough to kill their way into Mount Fuyao and eradicate this malignant tumor that has taken root in Yuzhou for many years. Along the way we've set up beacons in accordance with the art of war, and the hidden posts and whistles are quite methodical. What I'm afraid is that when the 500 soldiers of the government finally enter the mountain, the bandits of Mount Fuyao and Immortal Coffin Cave would rather abandon their lairs than fight. Bandits are easy to suppress, but roaming bandits are hard to find." Su Fengyan asked curiously, "Constable Wang, you've put so much thought into it and you're even willing to take the risk yourself. What are you after?" Wang Shiwei was stunned, then smiled. "What am I after? Registrar Su, may I be so bold as to ask you a question? As an official, shouldn't you be helping the people? I've been a constable for most of my life, and I've seen more than 60 brothers die in the line of duty. If you really want to talk about what I'm after, it's nothing more than peace of mind." This time, it was Su Fengyan's turn to be stunned. Then he smiled and raised his cup. "Here's to you." Wang Shiwei raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Then he poured himself another glass. "This wine is really good. Normally my salary is enough to support my family, but I can't afford to drink this wine." Su Fengyan muttered to himself, "Yes, your salary should be increased." Wang Shiwei laughed heartily. "Registrar Su, thank you for your kind words." Su Fengyan took a sip of wine and asked, "According to the heart-slicing Yama, the master of the Deep Sword Cave has the strength of a master and might be a level 1 expert. Zhang Jushin of Mount Fuyao is also an expert who has been famous for a long time. Not to mention the 400-plus bandits on the 2 mountains, just the 2 of them are enough to deal with the soldiers. Unless we mobilize the elite crossbow-carrying infantrymen under one of the 4 captains of Yuzhou and have a large number of experienced scouts to pave the way, we might not be able to succeed even if we double the number, let alone 400. Lord Wang, I think you and that young Master Song who is putting on an act with you are most likely going to fail. After this, you will have to add insult to injury. It's hard to say if you will be able to get a salary in the future." Wang Shiwei, who had slanted eyebrows to begin with, frowned even more. He took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows and punched his thigh. His expression became even more bitter as he said in a muffled voice, "At first, I didn't know that there was a sect called the Immortals' Coffin Cave on Golden Rooster Mountain other than Mount Fuyao." Su Fengyan comforted him, "If Song Yu is a steady person, Lord Wang, you don't have to worry too much. Once they are obstructed in suppressing the bandits, the government will naturally know that they need to increase the number of troops. Moreover, with such a great contribution, everyone will want to have a share of the profits. Now, the Yuzhou provincial court is worried about how to flatter the new provincial governor and the general Huang Fujin. As long as they smell the blood, they will spare no effort to kill the bandits of Golden Chicken Mountain at all costs." Wang Shiwei's eyes lit up. He was convinced and said, "Registrar Su is right. I am ashamed of my inferiority. I'm not belittling myself. Although I can be considered a 3rd-level martial artist and was able to steal the position of the head of the 600 patrolmen in Qingyang County, I know myself very well. In terms of ability to be an official, I'm not even a 9th-level official. Compared to Registrar Su, the difference is like heaven and earth." Su Fengyan joked, "Lord Wang, you are flattering a county magistrate who is 1 level lower than you. Did you bring a pig's head into the wrong temple? Your ability to be an official is indeed not that great." Wang Shiwei gave him a thumbs up and laughed heartily. Even his slanted eyebrows rose a little. "Registrar Su, I am a boor. No matter what you want, I want to recognize you as my brother. You are to my taste. If you and I can really leave Mount Fuyao alive, I will definitely introduce you to that young Master Song Yu. He reads a lot and always drinks more than he talks to me. I'm sure he will be able to chat with you." Su Fengyan clinked his cup with the man's and they both drank it in one gulp. There were 2 pots of wine on the table. No matter how one looked at it, there were 2.5 caddies of wine. It was hard to get drunk with wine, but as long as one was happy, it was easy to get drunk with wine. Wang Shiwei drank more than half of the wine and fell asleep on the table. Su Fengyan smiled, got up, opened the door and walked out of the room. Two female servants were sitting at a stone table in the courtyard far away. There was a piece of colored rice paper on the table. They were whispering to each other. When they looked up, they saw the young master without his official uniform. They looked at each other and smiled. They were in the prime of their youth. Their skin was as smooth as a spring onion. Moreover, the clothes they wore were cool and refreshing. Not to mention that their necks were exposed. More importantly, they could not hide the view of their soft breasts. Probably because the food on the mountain was too good, the two girls were young, but their breasts had already developed. Su Fengyan walked closer to take a look. They were using thin charcoal pens to write the Baiyang women's script, which was created by female scholar Yen Dongwu. This women's script was unique. All the characters were written with only 4 strokes: vertical, oblique, and curved. After Yen Dongwu became the crown princess of the Liang dynasty, this women's script became popular all over the country. It was called Female Scholar's Script. It was the same name as the Imperial College's Right Chancellor Jean Lanting's Lanting Familiar Script. Su Fengyan stretched out a finger and pressed it on the coarse rice paper. Just as he was about to decipher the characters, a burst of noisy footsteps came from outside the courtyard. The two servants who were polite to him hurriedly put away their charcoal pens and rice paper and stood up to greet him. A tall and sturdy young man with a saber at his side walked out of the courtyard. He stared at Su Fengyan and asked, "You are Su Qi, the prefect of Bishan County?" Su Fengyan nodded. The corner of the young man's mouth twitched. He sneered, "What a coincidence. I'm going to use you as the main dish of the celebration feast. You reek of alcohol. It seems that you've also drunk the wine of execution. Then let's go. If your legs are weak, let the two girls in the courtyard help you there. I'm easy to talk to. On the way there, you can take advantage of them as much as you want. As long as you don't stop, there's no harm in taking off their clothes and touching them." The two servant girls' faces were pale. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the infamous young saber-wielder on Talisman Mountain. Su Fengyan asked an unnecessary question. "Can't I just not die?" Chapter 1065. Behind the young man were several other retainers who also carried sabers. Their appearances matched their statuses, and they all looked fierce and fiendish. If they were in a small place just based on their physique and appearance, they would be fighters that small sects and clans would fight over. After all, a fight in a small place relied on words and not fists. Being able to convince others with one's gaze was the best way to subdue them without a fight. The young man shook his chin. Without saying anything, a tall retainer with his sleeves rolled up to his shoulders stepped forward and grabbed Su Fengyan's shoulder. Just as the brawny man was about to teach this weak scholar a lesson, he heard a delicate shout from behind him. "Tai Tu, stop." The young swordsman helplessly turned his head. Seeing this graceful figure, he called out in a gentle tone, "Mississippi." The woman with the golden silk wrapped around her short saber revealed her small canine teeth. "Senior brother monkey, junior sister, call me junior sister, okay?" The young man didn't say anything. The woman pointed at Su Fengyan. "I'm looking for him. Don't kill him yet." A golden-haired monkey scuttled onto the young swordsman's shoulder. He rubbed the monkey's head and said with a frown, "Miss, kill this person quickly. This is the mountain chieftain's order. This subordinate doesn't dare to disobey." The young woman giggled. "On Talisman Mountain my father is the boss. As for me, I just happen to be his boss. Who do you think I should listen to? Senior brother monkey, if my father asks about this later, just tell him that I stopped him." Perhaps because he was familiar with this unwritten rule on the mountain, the swordsman really did leave with a wry smile. The woman looked at Su Fengyan and asked with a smile, "How's your handwriting? If it's not too bad, then write a letter for this lady. Treat it as your repayment for saving your life. Oh, and that official uniform as well." Without waiting for Su Fengyan to say anything, this woman began to order the two maidservants to bring over the 4 treasures of the study. As soon as the deep and sharp sheep hair brush was dipped in ink, she could not wait to snatch it from the maidservant's hands and pass it to Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan took the writing brush made of sheep hair that was unique to Baiyang. Foreign scholars like to call it cold slag, and hated its weakness and bonelessness. In the past, almost none of the calligraphy masters of the Central Plains had chosen to use this brush. After Su Fengyan sat down, he gently rolled the tip of the brush in the inkstone again. When the ink and the tip of the brush were of the right thickness, he hovered his arm and raised his head to ask, "What do you want to write?" The woman was startled for a moment before she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, look at your stance. You'll know if you're an expert the moment you make your move. Expert, you're definitely an expert. You've really picked up a treasure for me. Su Fengyin continued to wait. The woman laughed mischievously and sat down as well. She shooed the two maidservants away and looked around before saying in a low voice, "This lady can only memorize the things in books. If I really have to pick up a brush to write something, it's useless. Besides, this lady's handwriting is a little unsightly. But Brother Lu from the neighboring mountain is very knowledgeable. He doesn't like crazy women who wield swords and spears. He likes gentle and refined women. The only time this lady sneaked down the mountain, I almost died outside. Fortunately, I bought a few novels about scholars and beauties. I was so envious of the great goose messenger goose that I raised a few messenger geese for this purpose. I was just waiting for a guy with beautiful handwriting to appear. You've come at the right time. Alright, what's your name?" Su Fengyin, who had already started a massacre on Mount Fuyao, said in a bad mood, "Have you thought about what you want to write?" The woman did not regard him as an outsider and said, "No." Su Fengyin placed the sheep hair brush on the ancient inkstone and held his breath. The woman looked like she was racking her brains. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, she finally looked discouraged and asked tentatively, "Why don't you help this lady write a few words?" Su Fengyin opened his eyes and stared at the rich young lady on Mount Fuyao. The woman stared at him and said loudly, "What are you looking at? If this lady didn't have a favor to ask of you, you would have been cut into pieces by Senior Monkey." As an experienced bailiff, Wang Shiwei was a light sleeper. He was awakened by the woman's voice and quickly ran out of the house. When he saw that Registrar Su was safe and sound, he felt relieved. Although the woman always spoke and acted foolishly, she glanced at Wang Shiwei and clicked her tongue. "Your footsteps are very light. Didn't they say that you, Wang Shiwei, were just a farmer with stupid strength? Is it because Shunli has ulterior motives, or has this old fox deceived you?" Wang Shiwei smiled honestly and did not speak. Su Fengyin asked calmly, "Are you going to write your love letter or not?" The woman quickly said, "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I? Brother Lu met a new vixen who just came up the mountain. If this lady doesn't act now, it will be too late for regrets." Su Fengyin's face was full of schadenfreude. A senior brother from the same sect admires a junior sister, and the junior sister likes a handsome man from another sect. That handsome man likes a stranger. Don't you have any new tricks? The woman widened her eyes. Is this also written in the novel, Gifted Scholar and Beautiful Lady? How come this lady has never read about it? Su Fengyin smiled confidently. Lady, the vixen you are talking about, does she have bigger breasts than you? Is she very dignified when she is not smiling, but when she smiles she is definitely more charming than you? Not only the man you like but many people are also infatuated. Not to mention climbing into her bed, they can't wait to drink the water she washes her feet? The woman looked down. She did not know if the world was peaceful, but she was very peaceful. She became more discouraged and sighed, Alas, you are right. You are indeed very knowledgeable. She raised her head and squinted her eyes. Compared to that Wang guy, your skills are far inferior, but your brain is much more clever. I can turn a blind eye to his affairs, but you have to promise me that after you finish writing the love letter, you have to be a teacher on the mountain for 10 years. After 10 years, it's up to you whether you want to stay on the mountain or leave the mountain. What do you think? Su Fengyin smiled. The woman who had everything under her control suddenly had an illusion. Then in an instant the clouds and wind became calm. The white-clothed boy entered the courtyard and said with a clear voice, Master invites the lady to listen to the zither in the well. The woman retracted her hand and looked at the bookkeeper suspiciously. She grinned and laughed at herself. She reached out to hold the golden dagger again and said to the scholar, Let's go. There is no need to rush to write. Let's go listen to the zither first. Su Fengyin stood up and nodded slightly to Wang Shiwei, indicating that he did not need to worry. The white-clothed boy led the way. Su Fengyin and the woman with the dagger, whose name he still did not know, walked together on the Bluestone Road. She was chatting with him about a story. She said that there was once a wanderer with good martial arts who came to Mount Fumiao to seek revenge. After going through many hardships and dangers, he finally died. As soon as he finished telling this boring story, Su Fengyin saw the waterfall falling straight down. The place where it fell was a huge bluestone, so it didn't form a pool but a deep well instead. The white-clothed old man sat beside the well. There were 2 incense burners with smoke rising in spirals. The white-clothed boy held a horsetail whisk and began to recite the opening of the Zhang family's sage book. The old man slowly raised his hands, one high and one low. At this moment, Su Fengyin was waiting and listening attentively. Then, the fairy-like old man suddenly pressed his hands on the zither strings. Then he shook his head and slapped wildly. Su Fengnian was stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only sigh from the bottom of his heart, "A master." Chapter 1066. After the old master finished playing the zither to his heart's content, he suddenly stood up and slowly lowered his hands. He exhaled a mouthful of turtle-like air and showed the demeanor of a master again. The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion slowly walked down the huge turtle-like blue stone. He smiled kindly and asked, "Disciple, has my zither skill improved a bit?" The girl with a sword nodded seriously and gave a thumbs up. "Master, you have improved a lot." "Amazing." Even Su Fengnian, who believed that his shamelessness was unparalleled, couldn't stand the shamelessness of this master and disciple. However, if there were a few more of these kind of people on Mount Fushao, he wouldn't have torn the talisman in Yuzhou in one breath. Instead, he would have taken the opportunity to broaden his knowledge. Of course, whether it was the old man with extraordinary zither skills or the girl with a sword who looked silly, they were all very cunning and shrewd. After all, they were not the bandits he met in the front mountain of Qingqing many years ago. Those guys didn't even have the heart to take all the money and would remember to leave some money for the journey home. They were all bandits in the same profession, but they were not as murderous as Mount Fushao. Old Man Meng, Little Hawthorn, Little Sparrow. After so many years, their faces were still vivid in his mind. 5 years had passed. He didn't know if Little Hawthorn had taken over as the head of Mount Fushao and if Little Sparrow had become slim and graceful. Su Fengnian's trance only lasted for a blink of an eye. Moreover, his trance didn't affect his ability to check the flow of qi around him. To put it simply, even if Su Fengnian fell into a deep sleep and allowed a level 2 master to attack him with all his strength, the latter would still die on the spot. The scenery on the 9th floor was not only for the masters who were already immortals in the eyes of the common people in Jianghu, but even the King Kong finger of the first 2 realms of level 1 couldn't imagine how magnificent the martial arts picture scroll was when it was completely unfolded. Now, Su Fengnian would occasionally think about what would happen if he were to face Han Wudi, who was known as an Earth Immortal, outside the Divine Martial City. "Kid, this old man sees that your root bone is not bad." The old man stared at Su Fengnian. He paused for a moment and then said earnestly, "Why don't you learn how to play the zither from this old man?" Su Fengnian chuckled. 2 people, a man and a woman, came from afar. The man was in his 30s and had an elegant temperament. The woman's appearance was particularly moving, making one want to take pity on her. Only a pair of long and short sabers hung from her slender waist. Between her brows, there was an awe-inspiring heroic spirit. Her appearance was extremely strange, as if she was not naturally formed, but rather a piece of unpolished jade that had been carved by the nation's top craftsmen. No matter what, this woman belonged to the type that would leave a lasting impression on one's mind. Su Fengnian turned his head and guessed that one person was the handsome man surnamed Lu from the Immortal Coffin Cave. At the same time he recognized the other person. Even he couldn't help but feel some heartfelt astonishment. It was actually the delicate woman who had accompanied the Tanhua of Kajia Alley. At the time her name was Fan Shaochai. Afterwards, she used the identity of Lin Yulin's detective Lin to enter the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. She investigated the terrain and waited for an opportunity to assassinate him, the Prince of Wutangan, His Royal Highness. Afterwards, her actions were naturally exposed, and she was handed over to the head spy, Lu Qiu'er. Su Fengnian did not pay any more attention to her after that. He only heard that this woman's real name was Fan Shaochai, and that she was the granddaughter of Northern Han's great general, Fan Baoshan. She was worthy of being a woman who would stupidly run to Liangzhou to kill him, Su Fengnian. She didn't even put much thought into choosing an alias. However, later on, during the fishing net at the Qingrong Monastery in Huangnam County, she was precisely the masked warrior who had nailed the monastery master, Daoist Qing Huai, to the wall with a single blade. When old friends met, Su Fengnian didn't bat an eyelid. Fan Shaochai was the same. Only her eyes flickered with complex and gloomy emotions. Unexpectedly, there wasn't much reasonable hatred. This caused Su Fengnian to feel even more amazed. The 2 people's gazes quietly crossed. The elegant scholar had already opened his mouth and respectfully said to the old man, "Disciple of the Immortal Coffin Cave, Lu Haya, pays respects to Immortal Master Wei." The old man nodded his head, his attention remaining on Fan Shaochai. He got straight to the point and asked, "Lu Haya, this young lady is the wondrous woman that the master of your sinking sword cave favored. She is already so old, yet in the end she doesn't even care about her face anymore. She begged her to abandon the blade and practice the sword, insisting on taking her as a closed-door disciple? Lu Haya smiled gently and replied, Lu Haya does not dare to comment on how my revered teacher haggles. However, perhaps immortal Master Wei does not know this, but Miss Fan was originally the granddaughter of Northern Han's #1 general, Great General Fan. She was stranded among the commoners. By chance, a hermit senior of the Wulin took a liking to her innate talent and taught her blade techniques. The old man impatiently waved his hand and said, This old man is meaningless to talk about. Back then this old man was Gu Jiantong's lackey, not a former subordinate of Bailiang. Northern Han was massacred by the Sioux people. If you want revenge you can't look for this old man. Lu Haya smiled but did not speak. The young woman who had entered the Immortal's coffin cave not long ago narrowed her eyes, filled with killing intent. Despite her young age, she seemed to possess the magnificent aura of a junior grandmaster. The old man laughed self-deprecatingly, replying with embarrassment, If we were to ask this old man for a weapon, it would be barely acceptable. After all, this old man's blade and sword are somewhat related to the Fan family of Northern Han. Fortunately, they are both on the New Martial Arts Review's weapon list. The Sparrowtail blade is the 16th most famous blade, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness. The Rusted Copper Sword is the 12th most famous blade, unconventional and exceptionally blunt. The daughter of the Mountain Lord of Mount Fuxiao lightly tapped the hilt of the golden threaded saber with her index finger. Smiling brilliantly she said, Oh, you've come to other people's territory to act wildly. How would this young lady know that the master of the Sinking Sword Cave does not have such ability? Back then, when Yuqi and the 36 swords of the Sinking Sword Cave fought at Mount Fuxiao, weren't they equally matched? The master does not stand out, but the disciple is jumping around quite fiercely. Fan Xiaochai calmly replied, Is Mi Fengjie worthy of being my master? Encountering a love rival in her own territory, the woman with the golden threaded saber suddenly gripped the hilt of her saber, as if she was about to draw it out and fight. It was as if whoever won would be able to take young Master Lu home. The disciple of Mi Fengjie of the Sinking Sword Cave, Lu Haya, was clearly somewhat embarrassed, coughing a few times. The old man called Wei Jin by Shenli smiled playfully. The youngest daughter of the Fan family with great difficulty has ascended to the second-level realm. Since you have not yet stabilized, you should not rashly fight to the death with others. If you do not listen to the advice of your elders, you will easily suffer losses. Fan Xiaochai's expression was cold. Can realms be eaten? Chapter 1067. Su Fengyan had a whole new level of respect for Fan Xiaochai. Looking down from above, he could see that Fan Xiaochai's chi was still inferior to his senior Wei Jin's. However, this courage to fight for survival from the jaws of death was enough to make many experts who feared death more and more as their realms climbed feel ashamed of their inferiority. Su Fengyan had put his life on the line many times, but it was not a small number either. He fought against Princess Sui Zhu's retainer on Mount Wudong, Xia Ling of Beimang at the Duckhead Green Inn, Tuoba Chun Sun, Duan Bo and Hui Hui on the grasslands, Diwu Raccoon at the foot of Mount Tibing, Yang Taisui at the Iron Gate Pass, Han Xingxian outside Shenwu City, and Great Celestial Phenomenon Lu Haosher. There were victories and losses, but every opponent's realms were undoubtedly higher than Su Fengyan's. Luck was one reason why Su Fengyan was able to survive, but it was also important that he never shied away from battle and did his best to scheme. The sect master of the Spring Invitation Cottage who had died at Su Fengyan's hands by the Spring God Lake was an excellent example. He was too isolated from the outside world and indulged in meaningless battles. His realms were all he had. He could not even withstand a single blow from an opponent of the same realms, let alone surpassing his realms to kill enemies. Su Fengyan glanced at Fan Xiaochai's exceptionally slender waist and sighed. This extremely delicate girl had actually become a junior grandmaster who could challenge Wei Jin. The affairs of the world were indeed unpredictable. With nothing else to do, Su Fengyan turned his head to look at the waterfall hanging from the cliff, then looked at Fan Xiaochai's waist again. He repeated the same thing over and over again, destroying the tense atmosphere in just a few moments. Fan Xiaochai finally faced his sworn enemy head-on and didn't shift his gaze away. Lu Haya stared at the girl he had fallen in love with at first sight in bewilderment, while the noble daughter of Mount Fuxiao glared angrily at the scholar from her neighbor's mountain, leaving behind the second mountain chieftain of Mount Fuxiao, who didn't know who to glare at. Su Fengyan was the first to realize that something was wrong. As expected of an outsider, he asked thoughtlessly, "What are you all doing? Not fighting anymore? Is it over? Aren't you all experts who can fly around without leaving a trace? Even if you don't fight, you can at least spar." The girl with the golden threaded dagger was the first to break her facade. She released her grip on the hilt and could not help but laugh. She deliberately glared at him. "You're the one. Come if you dare." Su Fengyan smiled. "Me? If we're talking, I can easily beat all of you." Fan Xiaochai, who was indifferent to everyone, smiled for the first time and asked, "That's it?" Su Fengyan covered his sleeves with his hands and smiled. In the eyes of everyone except Fan Xiaochai, he was naturally an embroidered pillow acting shamelessly. A white-clothed boy jogged over, saying that the mountain lord was holding a banquet and wanted his master, Miss Lu Haya and Fan Xiaochai to attend. Fan Xiaochai said coldly, "I'll wait here for you, Wei Jin, to bring the sparrow-tail dagger and the rusted copper sword. We'll fight to the death then." Immortal Master Wei laughed and did not comment. Lu Haya knew this girl's temperament and could only follow Wei Jin and the troublesome girl to the top of the mountain. Thus, there were only two people left at the well, a man and a woman who both knew their identities well. Su Fengyan approached the well and squatted to catch the water. The mist filled the air, but he could not get close. His palm was still 3 to 4 feet away from the mouth of the well, but the waterfall was torn diagonally and poured into Su Fengyan's palm, like a white lotus blooming. Fan Xiaochai was silent for a long time and finally walked behind him. There was no fluctuation in her emotions as she said calmly, "Fan Xiaochai of the first room of the Fushui Society greets the king of Bailiang." Su Fengyan, who had his back to the girl, asked, "Did the Fushui Society plant a kamikaze spy here?" Fan Xiaochai replied, "No." Fan Xiaochai entered the mountain this time for both public and private matters. The public matter is that there are considerable amounts of gold and silver hidden in the two mountains. If we succeed, we can relieve the urgent military needs of Yuzhou. As for the private matter, the king of Bailiang already knows. Fan Xiaochai wants to take the dagger and sword back home. Su Fengyan smiled and asked, "Family heirloom? What? You want to take revenge after taking back the famous dagger and sword?" Fan Xiaochai replied, "I wouldn't dare." Su Fengyan withdrew his hand and stood up. He wiped his sleeves with his palms and laughed, "What a good, I wouldn't dare. You still haven't given up your evil intentions." Fan Xiaochai stared fixedly at Su Fengyan and thought of the scene of the lotus blooming in his palm. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Is the king of Bailiang really ranked 6th in the world?" Su Fengyan, whose vast qi had dissipated, said, "It's good that you could hold back and not draw your dagger at me as soon as those people left. It seems that the years of living in humiliation as a spy of the Fushui Society were not in vain." The girl gently bit her lips and closed her eyes. Su Fengyan bent down and took a slightly longer dagger from her waist. He held it above his head and unsheathed it halfway. He stared at the gleaming blade and asked with a smile, "Fan Xiaochai, don't you think we're like duckweed returning to the ocean? It's a small world, isn't it?" Fan Xiaochai abruptly drew his dagger. He held it steadily and quickly, the tip of the dagger in his hand stabbing at Su Fengyan's back. The dagger pierced right through the king of Bailiang's chest an inch away from the center of his body. Su Fengyan's expression was calm as usual. He sheathed the dagger with his right hand and broke the tip of the dagger with 2 fingers of his left hand. He then patted the dagger lightly, sending Fan Xiaochai and the trembling dagger flying backward. Fan Xiaochai's entire arm hung limply, but he did not abandon his dagger. Su Fengyan did not look back. He casually tossed the dagger to Fan Xiaochai, who had boldly attempted to assassinate him. He then used his qi to draw a stream of water as thick as a wrist to wash away the 2 pools of blood on his chest and back. His wounds then slowly healed. After doing all this, Su Fengyan turned around and asked with a smile, "It doesn't feel good, does it? It wasn't easy to muster up the courage to die together with the enemy, but in the end you still couldn't kill your enemy. I had the same experience when I faced someone with the surname Lu. However, you're definitely luckier than me. There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. You can come and try it with me every time you make a breakthrough. However, before you make a move, be a loyalist of the Fushui Society and treat it as a business deal between us." Fan Xiaochai asked a question that seemed to be out of place. "Are you suffering from qi deviation?" Su Fengyan ignored him and said with a smile, "The last time I saw you, I felt that your waist was so thin that it couldn't be any thinner. At that time, I was worried that you would break your waist every time you walked." Fan Xiaochai smiled sweetly. "It seems that you haven't gone mad. It's just that you've changed from His Royal Highness to King of Bailiang." Su Fengyan suddenly stretched out a palm and pressed down. Fan Xiaochai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. She went from kneeling to prostrating herself on the ground in an instant. All the qi in her veins suddenly stagnated. Ordinary people would never have the opportunity to experience such bone-piercing pain in their entire lives. The woman raised her head with all her might. Her eyes were obscure. Not only did they reveal a bone-piercing hatred, but there was also something more. The corners of her mouth were actually curled up in a complicated smile that seemed to contain both extreme pain and extreme pleasure. Su Fengnian said softly, "You've gone mad." Fan Xiaochai crawled forward 1 foot at a time. It was so similar that they were cut from the same cloth. Su Fengnian was in a daze. He sat on the edge of the stone and quietly waited for the woman to crawl to his feet. "Inform the spy responsible for communicating with you outside the mountain. Have Huang Fushi mobilize 100 crossbowmen and 1,000 armored soldiers to follow behind Song Yubai's army. If there's no movement from Bishan district in half an hour, enter the mountain on your own." Fan Xiaochai seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. Her internal organs were in turmoil. The woman stretched out a hand with great difficulty and grabbed one of his boots. Blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth as she said hoarsely, "Su Fengnian, just kill me. I beg you." Su Fengnian bent down and reached out to grab her hand. Her haggard and sickly complexion instantly became rosy and natural. Su Fengnian's eyes were intoxicating as he laughed gently. "Fan Xiaochai, what's so hard about wanting to die? Living well is the hard part. Don't look at how leisurely and carefree I am. I'm a king with a different surname and number 6 in the world. If I've used up all my good luck, then I'm just waiting for death with Bailiang. Of course you won't understand even if I explain." Chapter 1068. Lu Haya left the banquet, which had been the same as always. There was still nothing new about it. Without the presence of dragons and snakes, drinking and eating big bowls of wine and meat would be a disgrace. The so-called banquet of Mount Fuyao was nothing more than 1,000 cuts of fish scales or the punishment of big and small sandalwood. In Lu Haya's eyes, it was a surprise at first, but as time passed, it was not as good as the simple tea and wine of the gentleman. At the banquet just now, the executioner was Xun Li, who had returned to the Jianghu. It was the young bladesman squatting on the shoulder monkey's specialty. Their techniques were similar, the only difference being that one used his hands while the other wielded the blade. No one in Mount Fuyao was worried about this prison break. As for the Bishan County magistrate, whose name no one remembered, he was not even worth mentioning. Lu Haya could do nothing about it. After all, Mount Fuyao and the Immortal Coffin Cave did not have a hierarchy. There was no need to talk about who could order who around. Both sides had more or less the same number of first-rate experts, and their overall battle strength was about the same. The reason they had been able to live in peace for more than 10 years was because of their master Mei Fingjie and Zhang Juxian. Lu Haya did not like Zhang Juxian's only daughter, Zhang Shanshan, but he did not dislike her either. If he could marry her casually, Lu Haya would not mind having such a clever girl to warm his bed. However, she was Zhang Juxian's sweetheart. Lu Haya was focused on martial arts and wanted to reach the top of the Jianghu. He did not have the energy to deal with the worldly affairs of Mount Fuyao. Among the few ranked leaders of Mount Fuyao, there were not many who were easy to deal with. Marrying her would be the same as hugging a huge hornet's nest. Perhaps even the hard work he had done in the Immortal Coffin Cave all these years would be destroyed in a single day. Lu Haya walked through the narrow alleyway that was only wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Sunlight poured down from above, drawing a clear line on the walls of the alleyway. Behind him was the girl with the special name. Unsurprisingly, there was a pair of lonely eyes staring at her from afar. Lu Haya thought of his own situation and laughed self-deprecatingly. Wasn't he also oblivious to the situation? Even if Fan Xiaochai's looks were outstanding, he shouldn't have been so infatuated with her. However, every time he saw her slender waist with 2 sabers hanging from it, he couldn't help but want to take off her extra sabers and her extra clothes, leaving only that smooth curved waist. It would be best if she could bask in the moonlight. It would definitely be very beautiful. If she took off all her clothes, leaving only a pair of embroidered shoes, wouldn't she be even more beautiful? Lu Haya narrowed his eyes. His breathing quickened uncontrollably. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingers dug into his palms. Only then did he regain his senses. When he left the banquet, the steward on the mountain said that Miss Chai had already moved into the Emerald Pistol courtyard. Lu Haya did not know why she would go back on her word and not wait for Wei Jin to bring the sparrow-tail blade and the rusted copper sword to the falling well for a battle. Was she afraid? Lu Haya did not believe it. If she was afraid of death, she would not have entered the Immortal Coffin Cave alone and fought with the master of the Sinking Sword Cave for more than 60 moves. Every move was on the line and she was surrounded by danger. Lu Haya had never seen his master sword maniac so excited. It was as if an old jade craftsman had unearthed the world's most delicate piece of jade, just waiting for him, Mi Fingjie, to carve it a little. Lu Haya seemed to have heard an older martial uncle mention this girl before. She should be the legendary natural sword embryo, one that was rare in the world. Lu Haya arrived at the Emerald Pistol courtyard. He pushed open the courtyard door and knocked on the door. A cold voice came from inside the room. "Is something the matter?" Lu Haya gently said, "Nothing." The room was silent again. Lu Haya silently left. Inside the room it was still far from dusk. Fan Xiaochai waited until she was sure that Lu Haya had left the courtyard before lighting a candle. Then she withdrew her qi and rolled up her sleeves. One snow-white arm rested on the table while the other held the red candle. Drop by drop, the melted candlelight fell on her arm where the black hair was clearly visible. One red and one green. After the candlelight fell, it slowly cooled and then slowly condensed. Fan Xiaochai, who had temporarily withdrawn her qi, was not even as strong as an ordinary woman because her skin was more sensitive and fragile. However, she endured the heat with an expressionless face. She even seemed dissatisfied. She pulled open her collar and raised the red candle, dripping it on the smooth inner curve of her chest. Only then did she let out a long and faint moan. She leaned back in her chair. Fan Xiaochai stretched her neck and subconsciously turned her head. In a daze, she saw the figure that she had dreamed of personally cutting into 1,000 pieces. The woman narrowed her eyes. When a new drop of candlelight fell on the full curve of her chest, when she tilted her head to look at that hazy face, she suddenly felt a great joy that she had never felt before. It was like the first time someone had pierced their palm with a sword after they had picked up a knife. It was an unforgettable pain, but at the same time, it was a strange but equally profound pleasure. At this moment, Fan Xiaochai did not think about whether she wanted to die or live. She only thought about this figure, the way he could watch her humiliate herself. Fan Xiaochai's delicate body suddenly trembled violently. Her slender legs under the table suddenly straightened, and the figure in her line of sight became increasingly blurry. Fan Xiaochai closed her eyes and gasped for breath. The half-burned red candle in her hand fell to the ground. She felt that the figure should have disappeared the moment she opened her eyes. However, a voice exploded in her ears like thunder. "Since you can't figure out whether you deserve to die or live, why don't you just slack off and think about it until you go crazy?" Fan Xiaochai was jolted awake. She immediately recovered her qi flow and smoothed out her curled sleeves, covering her collar to cover her long exposed body. She stood up and took a few steps back. After she calmed herself down, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She widened her misty and alluring eyes. "You can really mentally travel out of your body?" Su Fengnian leisurely sat down on the chair and sneered. "Is it strange that I can mentally travel out of my body? Isn't it even more strange that you're not willing to stop your seductive behavior even though you're clearly looking at me?" Fan Xiaochai turned her head slightly and averted her gaze. Chapter 1069. Su Fengnian, who had truly achieved the state of harmony between heaven and man in the Taoist scriptures, continued with a smile, "Come, continue. Do it again. Isn't it said that there are only exhausted cows and no ruined fields?" Fan Xiaochai was so angry that he was trembling all over. Su Fengnian added fuel to the fire. "Finished so quickly?" Fan Xiaochai's face turned from white to green, like a piece of green jade with a white background. Su Fengnian suddenly put a finger to his lips. Fan Xiaochai was, after all, a top spy of the Fushui society. She quickly focused on the door. The woman in the courtyard came and went. Fan Xiaochai could tell from the sound of her footsteps that it was the muddle-headed Zhang Shanshan. By the time Fan Xiaochai looked away, the out-of-body person had already come back to his senses. There was still about an hour before dawn. Fan Xiaochai, who hadn't slept a wink, reached out to grab the twin sabers under his pillow. As the footsteps in the courtyard drew closer, he heard a knock on the door. Fan Xiaochai asked calmly, "What is it?" After the uninvited guest knocked on the door, there was no more movement. Fan Xiaochai got out of bed, put on his boots, hung his twin sabers and opened the door. He was confused to see the figure squatting on the steps. Su Fengnian said softly, "Come with me." Fan Xiaochai had no objections. The two of them began to climb the mountain together. Perhaps it was because it was too early this time, or perhaps Su Fengnian was not familiar with the terrain and had taken a few unnecessary detours. In any case, the two of them did not reach the peak of Mount Fuyao to see the most brilliant sunrise from the best viewing point. Fan Xiaochai wanted to laugh, but he couldn't, so he followed silently behind the figure. Su Fengnian simply stopped and stood half a kilometer away from the peak of the mountain. Looking at the horizon in the distance, an enormous golden carp seemed to be rolling out of his eyes and lying on a green and white plate. Fan Xiaochai looked to the east with him, but he didn't find the scene very spectacular. Su Fengyin said calmly, I wanted to go to the top of the mountain and watch the sunrise. Then I'll talk to you about some important principles. But since I missed it, I'll just forget about it. For the first time, Fan Xiaochai spoke to the northern Liang prince calmly. The entire Fan clan died because of the great general. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I should have targeted the great general instead of you, Su Fengyin, but I still sought you out for revenge. There's really no reason for me to reason with you. I've never thought about right or wrong. If it wasn't for this, I would have died in that medicinal pond in Whisking Water Society long ago. You have to know that out of 10 women who jumped in, 9.5 of them would die. At most, they would be left with half of their lives. That was only the first stage. Later on, there were 10 people left with half their lives. They killed each other and only 1 or 2 survived. I don't even know how I survived these 2 years. Fan Xiaochai laughed to himself. I know I can't kill you, but I haven't given up yet. I want to shave your bones and flesh clean and dip them in salt and vinegar. Then I can eat a few big bowls of rice. Fan Xiaochai raised his foot and lightly stomped on the ground. He sighed. Sometimes I let my imagination run wild. If I stand, there is only enough space for 2 feet. If I lie down, it takes up more space. If I add a coffin, it's even more so. The heavens let us be reincarnated into this world, but in the end, we die just like that. Before we die, we curse the heavens for not opening their eyes. Aren't we afraid of reincarnating into the wrong body? Since there is no hope in this life, we can't bring disaster to the next. Fan Xiaochai turned his head and asked, Did I say too much? It's probably a bad habit from reading too many books. No wonder when I kill people, I like to torture them while talking. Su Fengyin was silent for a moment. Then he said seriously, I still have a lot of candles in my room. Fan Xiaochai's cheeks immediately flushed red, just like the red candles that dripped down yesterday. Soon, everyone on Mount Fui knew that there was a young county magistrate who was not afraid of death and spent his days wandering around the mountain. It wasn't that no bandits found him an eyesore and wanted to reward him with a knife in an alley. However, the first man who had such an idea and put it into action mysteriously lost his head when he drew his knife. When the registrar walked out of the alley, the bloody head rolled down the ground and touched his heel. Soon after, several men heard the grievous news. They were so anxious that their eyes turned red and swarmed over. 2 of them were cut in half by a woman from the outer mountains. Zhang Jushin, Wei Jin and a few other big shots finally arrived. They didn't explain the inside story. Outsiders only knew that Immortal Master Wei, in a fit of rage, had agreed to a life-and-death duel with the female devil surnamed Fan in half a day. However, during this time, no one was allowed to assassinate the registrar official. Thus, rumors and slanders spread. Some people said that the young county magistrate was the demoness lover and that for her, he was willing to give up his future and enter the mountain to be a pair of lovebirds. Some said that the demoness and the registrar were childhood sweethearts and that she was a direct disciple of a first-rate gang in Beiliang. When she learned that her lover with a bright future had been kidnapped to Mount Fui, she killed her way here in a fit of anger. Some even said that the 2 were long-lost siblings and so on. In short, there were all kinds of strange rumors. There was no most bizarre, only more bizarre. As the life-and-death battle approached, Mount Fui looked at the young registrar as if they were looking at a dead man. At dawn, Su Fengyin walked alone to the top of the mountain. The wind and rain were dark and the morning sun was nowhere to be seen. Su Fengyin had been greatly disappointed by the outcome of the battle with the Fu Ding army. He wondered if there would be any surprises this time. Su Fengyin suddenly remembered Fan Xiaochai's little action when he was climbing the mountain that day. He imitated him and stamped his feet. Mount Fui was destined to lose its foothold in Beiliang. Would Beiliang continue to have a foothold in the world? Su Fengyin stretched out his arms and embraced the world.